This is Audible.
Royal Guard Publishing presents Leyline Magus, a progression fantasy, Book 3, written by Isaac Keyes and Marcus Sloss, performed by Adam Stubbs and Mia Fothergill. Chapter 1. Vera and I sat on the edge of a sheer cliff and watched the sun rise. Grand Castle Torqueshta, or rather, its ruins, sat below us. Yesterday, we'd been in there, chasing Zendar, the Druzha master, in the hopes of ending his evil plans once and for all. We'd failed. I had learned something, though. So, I asked Vera, did you hear the conversation I had with Zendar before you joined the battle? She shook her head.
I couldn't hear from where I was. I can't imagine it was anything good, though, was it? Did he call us all filth or something? Drone on about Druzha superiority?
No, actually, he didn't. He did call us all filth or something like that, but he said the Druzha were no better. She tilted her head at me.
What? Then...
Yeah, I suspected what their ultimate goal was, and he confirmed it. Vera stared at me, saying nothing. They want to kill everyone.
Everyone?
Everywhere, including themselves and the rest of the Druzha.
They...
She leaned in close and whispered,
Fucking... what?
They want to kill everyone on Mirras. Maybe all life, that part was unclear. He said what they were doing would kill everyone, but the planet would eventually heal itself. He didn't mention how long that would take, though. She sat back and took a long breath.
Okay, that's... fuck. That's even worse than I thought it would be. And I thought it would be terrible.
Yeah.
We gotta stop him.
I patted her on the back and flashed her a smile. Really? You think so? She snorted and batted my hand away.
Yeah, Danic, I do think that. But first of all, let's go see how the others are doing.
We each stepped inside our armor, lacing made by Belle for us, and headed back. Belle and her friend sat outside our large metal palanquin, a millipede-looking thing that was both our transport and a roving pleasure barge. Belle's friend was Jiyan, a Saldani woman I'd battled, beaten, and saved. She had been imprisoned by the Druzha and used as a living conduit for defiled Ley. I'd be asking a lot of questions about that soon. I stood and looked her over. Channels for Ley existed inside her like they did inside everyone, but no natural Ley coursed through her body. Nothing but defilement roiled inside her. Still, she lived and looked no worse for it. For now. The two looked up when Vera and I approached. Jiyan, who'd swapped her tattered rags for a long, dark dress, favored me with a wan smile.
Danic, before you say anything, let me apologize for trying to kill you.
Her black feline ears dropped and her tail coiled around one of her ankles. During our fight, there had been moments where my victory seemed unlikely. Don't worry about it. It's not the first time I've been mistaken for a lord, and on that note, please don't refer to me as one. People keep trying to. Her smile widened.
Of course. It will be exceedingly easy to keep that word off my tongue, let me assure you.
She sighed.
Lady Balmora has given me an abridged accounting of your adventures so far. If I had not fought you myself and exerted my full strength, I would struggle to believe that you slew the lords at Doreen. Oh, we fucked 'em up good,
Vera said, pounding a fist into her armoured chest. Jiyan nodded.
Yes, I also heard a little about the wonders Lady Balmora has crafted for you. Jiyan,
Belle said with a suffering smile.
I told you that you can just call me Belle. We're friends. And I told you that I shan't be addressing someone of your station thusly, even if personally requested. It would feel uncomfortable.
Belle shrugged.
As you wish.
Jiyan, I said, are you up for telling us your story soon? Her head dropped, and for a moment she said nothing.
Yes, I am.
Belle leaned in and rested a hand on her shoulder.
If you're not up for it. No, I would like to. It might be painful, but ultimately it's for the best.
She looked up into Belle's eyes and gave her a genuine smile.
I did not think I would live through the horror, let alone find an old friend at the end of it. Perhaps new friends as well.
It felt appropriate to listen to her story by a fire, so I went to work on a fire pit. I used ley to easily create a depression in the earth, raising some ground to serve as seats. Vera and I wandered off to gather firewood, even though it was scarce amidst the rocky terrain. Once we had enough wood, a tiny fireball got things going quickly. We shucked our armor and sat down. I wanted to start the discussion with smaller things, so I asked Jiyan about her dress.
Lady Belmora found it for me inside your palanquin. It was stuffed in the back of a closet,
Belle said.
Must have been missed when it got cleaned before we took it over in Doreen.
Jiyan sat barefoot, which she didn't seem to mind.
It's a servant's dress, but still infinitely better than the clothes I wore before.
She looked down and chuckled.
There was a time when I would have balked at wearing this, but such idiotic notions have been beaten out of me.
No one responded to that. She held all our eyes in turn.
So, you would like to hear my story, yes? Where should I begin?
Belle squeezed her hand.
Perhaps I can start with the part I know.
Jiyan nodded.
Well, when I worked in the capital, before all the Druzha business, Jiyan and I met while I was working for House Saldas. So, like your royalty or some shit?
Vera asked Jiyan, interrupting Belle's story. Nonplussed, Jiyan locked eyes with her before breaking into a breathy laugh.
I believe or some shit is a better descriptor. House Saldas, despite being the ruling house, has rather dramatic echelons of power. The king hails from it, but so do people like me, a minor noble with a title and an estate, but little else. Sounds like enough to me,
Vera muttered. If Jiyan took offence, she didn't show it.
My immediate family assumed many of the responsibilities and expectations of greater nobility, but none of the power or influence, and thus our days were spent grasping for more, always taunted by the promise of attaining greater heights, but mired in constant struggle.
Belle groaned.
Sounds alarmingly like Yezar, politics and social climbing. But, as I was saying,
she added with a pointed look at Vera, whose cheeks reddened a bit.
Jiyan and I met somewhat randomly while I was employed by House Saldas. We became friends for some time, but politics tore us apart eventually. We kept in touch by letter until we didn't.
She side-eyed Jiyan.
Up until a little while ago, I thought you tired of writing to me. It happens.
Jiyan shook her head.
I did not. However, I became swept up in the greater nobility's plans, and the demands placed on me left little time or thought for anything else. I'm ashamed to say that I just let you go, as I did many things.
Was this during the early alliance with the Druzha? I asked.
Yes, although I didn't know that at the time. My so-called betters assigned me tasks without explanation and with the assumption that I would complete them quickly and quietly. I had no idea what I did, but it furthered my family's station, or so I was told.
Vera grumbled.
You were made into lackeys? Correct. It was all about political manoeuvring, resource acquisition, and assassinations, though I didn't perform those myself.
Vera and I recoiled. Belle did not. Jiyan smirked at our reaction.
I would be thrilled to tell you such things weren't common, but they were. No one of any importance would be killed, of course. The nobility was safe. Everyone else, not so much. It was just the standard. Wow,
Vera muttered.
And I thought my own little village's stupid politics were bad.
I rubbed her back. I can't say Earth's elite are much different, not that I have any first-hand experience. Jiyan sighed.
I did what was expected of me, confident that my own neck would be safe. It is my greatest shame. Not the things I did, but my own naivety.
In a flat tone, she added,
They came for me, of course.
Was this before or after the humans started being summoned?
A little after. The first few lords had emerged by then.
So, I said, leaning forward, I've got to ask, did everyone just accept humans? New people never seen before in all of history, and everyone just rolled with it? Vera chuckled.
Didn't the Dollarite do just that?
Well, I suppose they did.
I've no idea how your world is, Danic,
Jiyan said.
but Mirras isn't fully explored. If you go back in living memory, many people thought the Yezendi were nothing but fantasy. Honestly, some still do. But to answer your question, yes, humans caused quite a stir. However, the humans that appeared were all arrogant and supremely powerful. After a few incidents, we all learned to do as they commanded and not to question them. Not only did they have magical might, the power of the crown stood behind them. Questions were asked, but answers were not forthcoming. But I was telling my own story. The masters came for me. I do not know what criteria they used to judge me, but I was deemed to be.
She trailed off, unable to say the words.
A conduit.
Belle finished.
Yes.
I assume, I said, that you mean one of the original conduits? The half-living people suspended in that awful ritual.
I never actually witnessed those horrors firsthand, but you're correct.
Belle, Vera, and I all shivered at the thought.
Be glad you didn't,
Belle said.
They were nothing short of abominable. So I understand now,
Jiyan said with downcast eyes.
Something changed, however, and my imprisonment in the capital ended. I had been cloistered in a tower, in fine rooms that were merely a gilded cell. Still, I longed for them when the Druzha brought me here.
How long ago was this? I asked. The firelight danced on Jiyan's face as she thought.
Weeks? A month or more? Once I descended underground, time lost all meaning. I either had too much sleep or not enough between the experiments.
Belle's eyes widened. I knew she wanted to ask. Hell, I did too. We wanted to know exactly what happened to her, although Belle's interests were more academic than mine. But I wasn't going to be so callous as to actually give voice to the question. After a moment, it seemed Belle wasn't either.
Lords came,
Jiyan said, unaware of our reactions.
Who were promised even more power than they already had.
Her eyes flicked up to mine.
Promised power enough to rival that of the Lost Lordling.
Oh, I had a title I wasn't even aware of. Jiyan graced me with a tiny smile.
More of an epithet.
Ah, I see.
What they got instead of more power, however...
She curled her lip in disgust.
We saw in one of the rooms,
Vera murmured.
Butchered isn't the right word.
Dissected, I said. We all sat, silent for a moment, before Jiyan said,
Yes. Taken apart, piece by piece, often while still alive.
We all recoiled. How? I asked. Couldn't they have resisted? Jiyan met my eyes.
Other lords, helped.
Fuck.
Helped murder their brethren, stupidly unaware that it would be their turn next. They were killed beforehand, of course, stabbed in the back, poisoned or throat slit, taken apart post-mortem.
So, I asked, are all the lords gone now? Jiyan shrugged.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. There are no more here, but some might have gone to Druzha lands. I overheard that the capital was abandoned, as that part of the plan ended. So,
Vera said.
Why here? Why not do all this shit in Druzha lands and forget the rest of it?
Jiyan held out a hand, a small tornado of defilement swirling in her palm.
For whatever reason, only Saldani can become conduits. Even humans cannot. I overheard a few discussions about that.
Belle gave Jiyan a pained smile.
This might be indelicate, but it seems that whatever experiments the Druzha conducted here, they were successful.
Her glowing golden eyes gleamed. The Druzha had clearly pushed the known limits of the defilement and successfully created something that no one else had before. A living conduit. It was something that might border on the elusive greatness that plagued Belle's thoughts. It seemed that this wasn't lost on Jiyan, who looked back at Belle with a knowing half-smile.
I know what you're thinking, Lady Belmora. You want to know how, don't you? Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? And you know what? If I could be sure that the knowledge would never leave your thoughts, I'd tell you. But as it stands, only myself and a few of the Druzha know how it was done.
Her gaze turned to steel.
I mean to kill them and scour this knowledge from the world. I know such a concept might be anathema to you, Lady Belmora, but I will see it done. If there are others like me, I will kill them, even if they are victims too.
We'll help you, I said without thinking. Her expression softened.
Thank you for understanding, Danic. I had hoped I wouldn't have to convince you, or...
She looked away.
Kill you, should the need arise.
From anyone else, I'd have thought it an idle threat. From her, it was not. She had the power to keep up with me, and had proved it. Belle sighed.
You're not the last step in their plans, are you?
Hmm?
Creating a Saldani conduit was a triumph, if you'll excuse the term, but I don't think they plan to stop there. What do you mean?
Vera asked.
Creating a conduit like Jiyan proved it could be done, but she hardly shares their views. As much as they attempt to force your complacency, you're not the ideal tool,
Jiyan said.
You can just say it. It's the truth. Not the ideal tool, yes. I imagine their ultimate goal is to create a living Druzha conduit, one of the masters themselves, ideally.
Speaking of ultimate goals, I said. Belle nodded.
Jiyan told me. The eradication of everyone on Mirras.
I chuckled humorlessly. I've read stories and seen shows about doomsday cults, but it never once crossed my mind that this might be their plan. I just naturally assumed they wanted power, to rule everyone, you know? Jiyan snorted.
It is a common theme, yes.
She shook her head.
For some unknown reason, the rulers I know are often no happier than anyone else. Speaking of rulers,
Vera said.
The Saldani king was here. Like, just him, no one else. Ah, others came. High nobles who'd thrown their lot in with him and the Druzha.
She spat on the ground.
They were culled along the way. Useless tools, I overheard one master saying. They kept the king, though. Not really sure why. He must have died during the cave-in after our battle. No.
Vera gave her an awkward smile.
I kinda skewered him. Pretty anticlimactic, really.
Jiyan shrugged a shoulder, otherwise ambivalent to the news.
Ah, Good, I suppose. It's largely irrelevant either way, though.
So, I said, slapping my knees, we need to talk about what happens now.
We kill the rest of them,
Vera said. Great! Wonderful idea! I love it! Now, on to how we're going to do that. Vera snickered. Belle spread her hands.
I believe there's only one viable option.
We waited for her to go on.
If Zendar fled using whatever cobbled-together portal he had, then he could literally be anywhere on Mirras. Longer distances are less likely, but not impossible. Tracking him down in any conventional way would be fruitless at best, I think.
My eyes drifted towards the ruins and the subterranean passage that lay buried. We're going to have to reactivate his portal, aren't we?
I'm afraid so.
I shrugged. No problem. Belle's glowing eyes widened slightly.
Are you sure about that? Didn't...
Oh yeah, that whole place collapsed. However, I'm confident that Jiyan and I can excavate it pretty easily. After that, it's all you. She looked into the fire and smiled.
If you can get us back in there, I'm sure I can get the Leyline working again.
I'm sure you can. And like you said, it's our only real option anyway. So, I said, looking everyone in the eye, no sense in waiting, right? We extinguished the fire, I cleared the little campsite, and we piled into the palanquin to head back down to Torquesta. Chapter 2. Belle piloted the palanquin, while the rest of us sat around her in the large cockpit. As we made our way down through the rocky cliffs, something popped into my head. When Zendar fled, he carried what looked like a modified version of a containment cube for defiled Ley. Any idea what it was, Jiyan? She sighed.
I wish I could tell you. I only overheard whispers. Even though they thought I was properly cowed, they didn't speak much where I could hear. The phrase, mote of darkness, was spoken a few times, however. Then, a few days ago, maybe a week, maybe longer, Zendar returned from Doreen, perhaps?
Yeah, I said. You heard that right. I gave her an extremely shortened version of what had happened there.
Ah, yes, he brought with him the device you described. It did indeed contain the defilement, that much was clear. It gave off a noticeably different aura, though. I couldn't guess what it truly is, however.
I grumbled. I'll bet this is what they were really after in Doreen. Belle, based on your findings, could this be some new type of defilement? She continued piloting the palanquin, making no reply. Belle? Her eyes flicked over to mine, a bit of colour coming to her cheeks.
I don't know, Danic. I told you what I was able to learn. Doreen's master Leyline was set up to produce endless defilement. But perhaps it could also have generated something else? Maybe a byproduct? Or perhaps the master Leyline already had this catalyst in it and Zendar took it when he fled.
The pitch of her voice rose steadily higher as she spoke.
I simply do not.
Her voice wavered, belying nascent tears. Shit. She'd been convinced in Doreen that uncovering the Druzha's grand plans would be her ticket to greatness as an artificer, only to come up empty-handed. And here I was, pressing her for information she might have missed. Thoughts clashed in my head as I grasped for some words to derail her train of thought. None of this was her fault, but saying so bluntly wouldn't help. I only came up with one thing. Hey, why didn't any other Yezendi show up in Doreen? It wasn't the best distraction, but it was better than nothing. She blinked and turned her head.
What?
You were afraid that other Yezendi would descend upon Doreen while you were researching the Druzha's Leyline. Damn it, this isn't a distraction at all! I should have done better than this. But they never did. No one came. Still, despite my blundering, a thoughtful expression bloomed on her face.
You know, that's been at the back of my mind this whole time. I was so scared that a gaggle of my colleagues would spring out of the woodwork, but you're right. They just never did. Surely, word of the events at Dareen would have spread. It would be impossible for it not to, and I know I wouldn't have been able to resist dropping everything for it. Is it possible,
Vera asked,
that no one was around? It's not like there are a lot of your people outside of Yezar. Maybe they couldn't make it there before we left?
Come to think of it, Belle was literally the only Yezendi I'd ever seen except for a few in the capital. Belle shook her head.
No, I think that is unlikely. After all, Captain Renna and her retinue made it up there from the capital. For an event like this, all Yezendi outside Yezar should have turned up.
What does it mean? I asked.
I also don't know that, but I can't imagine it's anything good.
The mood soured, but Belle, at the very least, wasn't on the verge of tears anymore. The rest of the ride down into the ruins passed quickly as we sat in silence. Belle parked the palanquin in the center of the Druzha camp. I elected to leave my armor on board, but Vera wore hers as the two of us stepped out. Going somewhere? I asked.
Hell yeah, I am. I'm tired of eating the junk we packed away. I'm going to go hunt something fresh.
Out here? What are you going to get? Scorpions and Gila monsters?
I don't know what those things are, but there's some tasty stuff out here that I've had from passing peddlers, and it always came as salted meat. I'm looking forward to seeing how it tastes fresh.
Okay, I said with narrowed eyes. But try and stay away from heavily venomous things, all right? This place was basically a desert, and I didn't like our chances of making a burger from whatever animals lived here.
Oh, whatever.
She leapt into the air, sailing over the tents and out of sight. I stood there with my hands on my hips, grumbling. Jiyan and Belle joined me. Jiyan asked about my obvious annoyance. Vera's going to poison us all.
That seems out of character,
Belle said with a wide grin, which I was happy to see. I explained the situation.
Ah, well,
Jiyan said.
I actually have some experience in this matter.
Chopping out venom glands?
Yes, if you can believe it, although,
she added, looking pointedly away.
It was not my hands that did the work. I merely oversaw it.
You know what? That's great. I actually feel better hearing that. It's way more than nothing. I looked her up and down. So, can I ask an indelicate question? Belle wandered off, leaving us standing outside the palanquin by ourselves.
Of course. Once upon a time, I might have been affronted by indelicate questions, but those days are long gone. Ask away.
I motioned for us to head off towards the collapsed tunnels. I know we've only had one conversation, but I've already heard a lot of things that I wouldn't expect from a noble. You talk like one, and that prim posture is on point, but there's some other stuff you've mentioned.
Like managing the chopping of meat?
I chuckled. Yeah, exactly. As we walked, I noticed some dark stains on the ground where Vera and I had left some bodies, or pieces of bodies. Something out there had eaten them, or at least taken them away. Probably whatever Vera hunted.
Well, as mentioned, I am...
She made a small sound in the back of her throat.
I was a minor noble. I think those days are gone, even if I return. Minor nobles are still nobility, but honestly, we're servants in our own rights. Just as others attended me, I was bound to attend to greater nobles. Not at all times, but often enough. While my life had many comforts, I bowed and scraped just as fervently as the lower castes.
Is that how you were able to fool Zenda? She stopped and tilted her head back, smiling mirthlessly at the memory.
Yes, just so. Obeisance is hardly a new skill for me. When they started their experiments on me.
I held up a hand. You don't have to revisit any painful memories for my sake. She graced me with a small smile.
Thank you for your concern, Danic, but I lived through it. I might as well speak of it, I think. Keeping it within me will do me little good. And while we barely know each other, I believe I have the measure of who you are.
Oh, do you now?
Indeed. I saw how you fought. From the outset, you tried to spare me, even when your own life was on the line. You're a good person. Not only that, but I see the way you are with Lady Belmora. That she cares for you is high praise indeed, so.
She shrugged.
As I was saying, when the Druzha started their experiments, I had little inkling of their goals, but they could hardly keep their intentions from me while they worked, and I began to see a way out.
Make them believe they'd broken your will? We reached the stairs leading downward, most covered in rubble from our fight.
Just so. They, like all those who lust for power, wanted to believe they were in control. It's akin to a sickness in my experience,
she said with a sneer.
Like all power-mad people, they wanted others to dance to their whims. And people often see what they want to see, regardless of the truth. I showed them a cowed woman, and that's what they believed.
I folded my arms and slowly regarded her. I'm glad you're on our side, Jiyan, and not just because of the destructive magical power. She started to laugh, softly at first, but increasing in volume until she practically cackled before calming and lowering her face into her hands. I remained silent.
You know,
she said between her fingers,
I've always wanted this. This agency. Power.
She held her hands out from her body, where they exploded with dark energy, a torrent of defilement swirling along both arms before fading away.
Power, so that no one would ever have power over me, ever again.
And now that you have it? A bright and genuine smile blossomed on her lips.
It's not like my daydreams.
I threw my head back and laughed. I'd be pretty damn concerned if it were.
And you'd be right to be. Now, on to the matter at hand.
We considered the ruined stairs in front of us.
How should we go about this?
She asked. Well, can you move things with the defilement, like this? I pulled out a huge wedge of dirt and threw it far away. It took her a few tries, but she managed to do the same thing I did, in an incredibly different way. I must have been staring because she jumped a little when she looked over at me.
What?
I guess that's what I said, but it's not really what I meant.
How so?
I did my best to explain. I touched the natural ley that flowed through the earth itself, coaxing it to do as I wished, whereas she'd suffused the earth with corruption, pushing her dark power into the natural ley channels and forcing it to do what she wanted. The results were the same, but under the hood, her methods were much more brutal. She seemed surprised by this. You can't see the ley? I asked.
See it?
Yeah, like everywhere.
You can?
Yeah. She shook her head.
Intriguing. No, I cannot see it. I can't even see the defilement. I can sense it, but not see it. I take it you can?
Yep.
Huh. Well, as Lady Belmora would say, this is all purely academic. I believe we have a room of evil Leyline to uncover, do we not?
I smiled. We do. My initial expectations about the work were swiftly demolished. With two powerful magic wielders, I thought we'd be walking into the portal room in 5 or 10 minutes, tops. I severely underestimated just how much fucking dirt there was to move, and, magic aside, it was heavy. We took frequent breaks, covered in sweat. Jiyan held out her hands.
Look at me, Danic, standing here in a servant's dress doing manual labour, the power of ley notwithstanding, dripping in sweat under the hot sun, barely in Saldani lands. I'll have you know this sort of debacle is below my station.
She raised her nose high in the air and regarded me over it. Her broad smile belied her tone, though. I ran a hand over my damp shirt and mirrored her smile. How awful for you. For me, this is actually a lot like what I did on Earth. I yelled at more people, but otherwise, the power of ley notwithstanding, it's pretty familiar.
Uncovering ancient ruins?
No, not that part. We both laughed softly.
Hey, you bastards!
A voice called from the middle of the ruins. That'll be Vera, I said. Hope she caught something. Jiyan grumbled.
Well, how fortuitous. I take a break from excavation in order to preside over some errant butchering. Yes, I knew it was coming. No, I was not looking forward to it.
I held out a hand, which she took. Vera's armour stood empty as we made our way back through jagged rocks and stunted trees. Hey, so what you Oh, fucking shit! Right in front of us lay a dead, multi-legged horror that assaulted my senses. I could barely look at the thing, horrible as it was. The fuck is that?
It's a Kunaraf. I take it you don't have anything like it on Earth?
Vera asked with a poorly suppressed smirk. I forced myself to look at it. It resembled a scorpion. A little, if they were 6 feet long. It had more than 8 legs, I didn't care to count the exact number, and 2 tails with stingers. Its face was dotted with countless eyes and fangs, which I only managed to glimpse before turning away. I hated it. Vera snickered at me.
Are you squeamish?
I growled loudly, still looking away. You know, right up until this stupid moment right here, I would have told you no. But that? Man, fuck that thing. I gritted my teeth as a truly horrific thought popped into my head. So, how many of those things are out there? Are we going to see more of them? Jiyan's face was schooled to perfect stillness. Her eyes gazed straight ahead, and she didn't say a single word. Thankfully, Belle was somewhere else out of sight. Vera, between bouts of laughter, said,
No, you have to go looking for them. They're ambush predators who dig into burrows. For people, they're really obvious. Dumb animals blunder into them all the time, though. I'll tell you what to look for, but we're not going to be stepping into any accidentally.
That's for the best. I'm gonna go move some more dirt. You two have this under control, right?
We do,
Jiyan said in a perfectly level tone. Grumbling loudly, I left. Chapter 3. I was grateful that Jiyan presumably held her laughter until I was out of earshot. I knew she suppressed it pretty hard. I had no doubt that the two of them were now doubled over at my expense. Still, it was a little funny, I had to admit. To myself, at least. And if the two of them could bond a little, that was good. I ruthlessly shoved the ghastly image of the Kunaraf out of my head and focused on moving more dirt. The work, even done magically, was grueling. At first, I'd thought I'd clear out the tunnel and leave it at that, but whatever supports had existed before were merely rubble now. Every time it looked like I was making progress, another cave-in happened. My options were limited, so I started scooping out increasingly larger mounds of dirt, essentially creating a quarry instead of a tunnel. Hopefully the room with the teleporter wasn't full of dirt too. After another half hour of persistence, I was at my limit. I lay on the ground and stared up at the clouds, sucking in great breaths of air. My clothes were drenched in sweat. I reached out with my lei, using what little energy I had left to try and find a lake or river. At the very edge of my senses, I felt a rivulet snaking its way by the far end of the ruins. Much too far for me to walk in my present state. Well, shit, I said to myself. I had no desire to present myself to the others like I was, but my options were limited. Somehow, I picked myself off the ground, all my muscles groaning at the effort, even though I hadn't technically used them. Even fighting the lords didn't tax me this much. Moving dirt sucked, and I'd done it many times before. I stumbled back into camp to find most of the Kunaraf's corpse gone and breathed a sigh of relief. Vera and Jiyan had retreated into one of the less ruined buildings that contained a makeshift kitchen, one side boasting a pile of only slightly recognizable bug meat. Vera turned at the sound of my footsteps.
Oh, hey, how'd the excavate... Are you okay?
I nodded. Might have overdone it a little. Noticing a few canteens on the counter, I picked one up and unscrewed the lid, pausing before putting it to my lips. This is drinkable water, right?
It is.
I didn't say another word, just chugged the entire thing before throwing it down and opening another to do the same. Holy fuck, I muttered. I needed that. So, how's the butchery coming along?
It's great. We separated all the non-tasty, highly venomous parts out, and all that's left is to remove the rest from the carapace.
I grunted. Sounds delicious. Let me know if you need any help. But please don't need any help. With a shaky wave, I turned and left while Vera snickered. The door of the palanquin opened just as I shambled up to it, revealing a wide-eyed Belle.
Danic, are you okay?
Yes, I said, my lips pressed into a thin line. Just overdid it a little, looking to lie down for a minute. Her face scrunched up, and she gave me an awkward smile.
Might I suggest a shower first?
I would love one, Belle, but unless there's one tucked away in the palanquin that I never noticed, I think I'm out of luck. Her golden eyes shone.
Actually, there's one tucked away in the palanquin that you never noticed, apparently.
It took my muddled brain a second to catch up to the fact that she wasn't making fun of me. What?
Come.
She took my hand and pulled me in.
I'll show you.
The palanquin was like a long, segmented motorhome, and while it had a lot of amenities, I hadn't thought a shower among them. Belle pulled me along to the small bathroom that I did know about, activated some weird lace-in I'd overlooked, and the whole place shifted before my eyes, creating a small open area with a shower head and controls. Why weren't we using this before? Belle shrugged.
We stopped at enough lakes and rivers along the way that there was no need. I didn't even consider it. The palanquin has water tanks below, but they're a pain to refill, so I never bothered. But out here, this is the best option.
I love it, I said in a weary voice. Before I got in, I stepped back outside to take off my clothes and drop them on the ground. They weren't even fit to be thrown on the palanquin's floor. Back inside, I turned the water on to a cool temperature and stepped right into it, letting the spray hit me in the face. I sighed happily, grinning involuntarily at the sensation.
Feels nice, does it?
Belle asked from outside the tiny little room. Sexy showers aside, this is the best one I've ever had.
Speaking of which...
I turned and wiped the water out of my eyes to find her naked. She stepped in close and slipped an arm around me. Her intricate tattoos, mostly on her arms, were on full display, as were the various bright lines of light coming from inside her body. I planted a kiss on her forehead. I hope you're not expecting any serious action right now. I might legit pass out if I tried. She giggled, an uncommon sound for her.
It's quite all right, Danic. You do more than enough to keep me satisfied. I just thought that while we're alone for once, you might enjoy a little intimacy without all the screaming and moaning. Not that I dislike that, mind you.
I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her in close, hoping the water had washed enough of the sweat away to make it bearable. Either way, she didn't comment, just rested her cheek on my shoulder. For a while, we just swayed softly back and forth, enjoying the water. Eventually, without looking up, Belle said quietly,
"Can I ask you a question, Danic?"
"Of course. I assume what you really want to know is if you can ask me a very serious question."
"Yeah."
"Of course you can. Ask away."
"Do you hate me for bringing you here?"
I held her at arm's length, waiting until she looked me in the eyes. Her own were full of worry. "Do you really think I might? Of course not."
"No? Not even a little?"
"No!" I gripped her shoulders tight. "How could you think that?" She shrugged.
"People are complicated. You could like me while still harboring resentment towards me. It's how people often are."
"Shit, Belle, no!" I cupped her face in my hands. "Don't ever think that again." I pulled her back in tight. "I think it's good that you got out of Yezar. That's what you mean, isn't it? People being two-faced?" She'd spoken about her life in the Yezendi's homeland before, and none of it was particularly positive. She laughed into my chest and sighed.
"Oh, Danic, maybe you're right. Even now, I struggle to accept what you and Vera say up front. I'm not used to anyone speaking so plainly. It would be refreshing if—"
"You could get out of your own head?"
"Yes. And let me follow this up with another question."
I waited.
"When you and Vera talk about your lake house, I wonder, could I—"
She was taking her sweet time, but I was letting her get all the words out, even though I already knew what I would say in response.
"Could I be there too? With the two of you?"
Her voice trembled more than I'd ever heard before. I sighed. "Belle." "I can't believe you're so worried over nothing." I held her away again so I could see her eyes. "You're not going to be at the lake house with Vera and I. We're all going to be there together. It'll be your house too, if you want it to be." I couldn't believe we were having this conversation naked and in the shower. I stifled a laugh.
"Oh,"
she said in a small voice. "I suppose I haven't been talking about it that way because I didn't know if you'd want that, to settle down somewhere. Lazy days by the water aren't exactly conducive to greatness." She turned her head and laughed quietly.
"I'd be lying if I said I'd given up my dreams of greatness. I've been trying to for years. I've always known on some level that they weren't good for me. I saw what they do to everyone else. But it's hard, you know, to give up what you always thought you wanted. But I listened to you and Vera talking about building a house out in the middle of nowhere and just being there. It sounds nice."
She shook her head, sending water in all directions.
"I thought Turkeshta would be the end of it all. I thought you'd strike down Zendar and the Druzha's plot would be over."
I groaned. If only. She reached up and squeezed my hands, which still sat on her shoulders.
With that expectation in my head, I had two thoughts warring with each other. I could dismantle the Druzha's tech and vault to damnable greatness and fame, or just let it all fade away. Step aside and let other Yezendi pick up the pieces and fight amongst each other.
Unfortunately, there's a little way to go before any of that happens.
Gives me time to think, I suppose. But thank you. I've been dreading asking you those questions. I know we've all been having a lot of fun together,
she said, her eyes flicking down to my cock.
but I couldn't shake the notion that that's all it was.
I pulled her in, pressing my lips against hers. We kissed until the hot water ran out. Chapter 4. Having completely forgotten to do so, I hastily soaped up and scrubbed off in the barely lukewarm shower. Belle fled immediately when the water started to cool. I came out of the tiny shower room, and she stood there, already dressed, holding out a new set of clothes for me.
I'm glad no one thought to take the Viscount's clothes when they cleaned this thing out.
Yeah, same here. I'm also thrilled they're just normal looking, instead of some high-fashion shit for nobles.
Hey, you bastards!
Belle and I turned our heads to Vera's voice coming from outside. I smirked. She's taken to saying that lately, huh? Belle just shook her head and smiled. Vera marched down the long hallway as I pulled on my pants.
Oh, I missed the show! Anyway, we've got a little problem.
At our mildly panicked expressions, she held out her hands and quickly added,
Not a big deal. No monsters or masters or anything.
Good, I said. I'm fucking beat. There better not be any straggler lords or something. What is it? She put her hands on her hips.
Well,
I turned to Belle and said in a mock whisper, This is gonna be rich. Vera pointed a finger at me.
Oh, you shut up.
Her cheeks turned red, which I hadn't seen in a little while.
It's just that,
She looked away.
Jiyan and I don't know how to cook steaks.
Belle and I both snorted, trying our best not to laugh. I managed to say in a level voice, You know how to cook. I've seen you do it.
Ugh.
She threw up her hands.
Yes, I know how to cook. I don't know how to cook steak. Okay?
Fair enough. Belle, you want to field this one? The mirth slid right off her face.
Me? I don't know the first thing about cooking anything, let alone steak. You don't know how to cook at all?
Vera asked. The colour had left Vera's cheeks and rapidly rose on Belle's.
No, I do not. I'm Yezendi. People offer me food wherever I go. I don't make it myself.
She met both our eyes and groaned.
Shit, that makes me sound incredibly pretentious, doesn't it?
I ran my hand over her back. It's fine. As long as you didn't demand it from anyone, we won't fault you for it. I turned and smiled at Vera. I can cook the steak.
Oh, good. I'm standing here beginning to think we'd have to wing it. Just burn it black to make sure it was done.
I grimaced. No, we won't be doing that. I finished putting my clothes on, and we made our way to where Jiyan and Vera prepared the kunaraf meat. Jiyan stood outside, leaning against the old stone, her tail lightly curled around her legs.
Ah, there you are.
Her eyes went up and down my body.
Danic, did you shower?
Yeah, the palanquin has one.
It does? Why didn't anyone tell me that?
She stalked away, pushing past us in her haste. We turned to watch her go. Belle cleared her throat.
I should go help her. Maybe rifle through the closet again.
Once they'd gone, I turned to Vera. Belle and I used all the hot water. Vera snickered loudly.
Oh, shit. I'd love to be there when Miss Prissy Formal Noble realises that.
Are you not getting along with her? She waved for me to follow her into the makeshift kitchen.
Oh, no, it's not that. We're getting along just fine. It's just that she's really towing the line between being a proper lady and someone who's really cool. I swear it's back and forth all the time. One minute we're making crude jokes, and the next she's balking at some menial task. It's all in good humour, but as much as she likes to say that she's not pretentious anymore, she's still walking around with a rod up her arse sometimes. So, you know, the shower's going to be funny.
I smiled at the thought. I was told there were steaks?
Yeah, over here.
Despite the fact that we were stood in ruins that were hundreds of years old, the meat sat on clean-looking plates, which I assume meant the Druzha had brought them. Apparently, the masters didn't like to rough it, which was fine by me. The steaks, thankfully, looked like steaks. I pushed all the notions of their origins out of my head and thought of cows. Tasty cows. The grill, I struggled to think of it as such, seemed to be a few cobbled-together Leyline whose actual uses I could only begin to guess at. Do you, know how this works? Vera lightly kicked the contraption.
Not really, no.
I reached out to activate the Leyline somewhat randomly. Their reactions varied from nothing at all to a massive gout of fire, which I deflected with a wave of ley. It slammed into the ruined stone and left black marks above the grill. After that, Vera and I stepped back and regarded the mess with wide eyes. Well, fuck this, I said. Marching back up to it, I conjured a series of tiny fireballs and let them hover underneath the metal cooktop, ignoring the Leyline altogether. Are there cooking utensils around here, or am I going to have to magic the meat around too?
Nah, there's some stuff.
We waited briefly for things to heat up before setting the steaks on top. You know, I said as they began to sizzle, this is actually better. I can control the heat really well like this. As we stood there in that ruined shithole, the scene struck me as oddly domestic. I found my thoughts wandering to our future lake house and an evening somewhat like this one, cooking dinner together without a care in the world. So, Belle and I had a little chat in the shower.
A sexy chat?
No, decidedly not.
Oh.
I told her about Belle's fears. Vera scoffed.
Fucking Yezendi.
I side-eyed her pretty hard.
Sorry, it's just that the more she talks about them, the more they sound like the Saldani, in a way. Always scheming and grasping at the social ladder,
she said in a heavily mocking tone.
I just don't get people, you know. They couldn't possibly just mean what they say and try and do right by each other.
And the dollar I do? She looked down and smiled.
More than they do.
Fair enough.
Anyway, I'm kind of surprised to hear that she wants to live there with us. I imagined she'd be careening off to the next big adventure as soon as we were done, so I've been enjoying all the threesomes as much as I could while they lasted.
Me too, and that's what I told her. Not about the threesomes, that I hadn't assumed that was something she wanted. But if it was, it'd be her lake house too. I assume that's all right.
Definitely.
Her eyes drifted down to the steaks.
I really do hope we can wrap this up soon. Can I tell you something I never thought I'd say?
I smirked. It seems today's the day for you both to preface things before saying them. Out with it. She punched me in the arm.
I'm not so sure about this adventuring life.
Really now?
Really. The things we've done, and the things left to do, are amazing. I'm glad I'm on this adventure with you and Belle. Maybe Jiyan too. But, I mean, shit, I'd romanticise this all so hard my whole life. The reality of it is a lot of danger and uncertainty, along with way too much talking to people. When we're done, I'm going to be glad we did it, but I don't know that I'd sign up for it again.
Is that some personal growth I'm hearing?
Oh, fuck off,
she yelled, punching me in the arm again, harder. With a smile, though.
I think I might be able to let go of those dreams I've clung to so...
Her eyes narrowed.
Hard for my whole life. Shit, I sound like Belle, don't I?
I shrugged. Yeah, but you're further along than she is.
Still plagued by greatness, huh?
Yeah, she's working on it.
Ugh. She can live her life any way she wants, but I can't imagine your whole deal being, I want lots of people to remember me, or some shit. I'd be just as happy if no one ever knew I existed outside a handful of people.
We finished cooking the steaks just as Belle and Jiyan came back.
How was the shower?
Vera asked with a barely straight face.
It was fine,
Jiyan answered in an even tone. She wore a different but similar dress as before. Vera and I shared a quick, amused glance. So, I asked, is there something else, or are we just eating steak on its own? It turned out that the Druzha had decent food stores, although none of it proved very appealing. In the end, we opened a tin of thin green tubes that looked like green beans but tasted like tree bark, or what I imagined it would taste like. The bug meat steaks, it turned out, were amazing. The best I'd ever had, actually. Belle and Jiyan agreed, but Vera just shook her head.
They're good, yeah, but I'm getting the impression that none of you have ever hunted, killed, and immediately cooked anything before. None of those 3 things,
Belle said.
And definitely not all at once.
Jiyan agreed. Just the last one for me, but without the immediacy, I said. Vera scoffed. After we ate, Belle retired to the palanquin for a nap, amid some grumbles about not being good for anything until we unearthed the teleporter. Vera made herself busy around the campsite and cleaned up. Jiyan and I headed back to the partially excavated stairs. When we arrived, we both stood and stared at it, summoning the will to keep going.
How long must we do this?
I felt along the currents of ley in the earth. A couple more hours at least. With a wordless sigh, she started, as did I. The mound of dirt beside us grew taller and wider as the sun slid across the sky. I'd been weary before we started, but she didn't offer another word of complaint, so I toughed it out as well. We took frequent breaks, but didn't linger too long, lest all our motivation dry up. Vera came with water a few times, but avoided conversation, which was for the best. When the end was in sight, we stopped taking any breaks, desperate just to be done. Finally, a few grueling hours later, we breached the room. For a mercy, it hadn't collapsed on itself. When the last bit of earth had been moved, Jiyan fell down on the stone floor of the now open-air hallway. I thought it was just exhaustion, but with a series of racking coughs, she spit out a glob of blood. Jiyan, are you okay? She gripped her chest and gritted her teeth, dark magic swirling inside her.
Yes,
she muttered. Her eyes closed as the magic healed the damage it had done to her. You sure about that? She let out a shuddering breath, a little more life coming into her eyes.
I'm sure. It's easy to overdo it.
I helped her to her feet.
Using the defilement isn't exactly painful up to a point. Even though I'm a conduit, it's not natural for a body to endure this. Perhaps one day my flesh will acclimatize to it, but for now, there's a limit beyond just being tired.
You hit that in our fight.
Very hard, yes. But enough about it for now. Our job is finally over. Now, Lady Belmora's begins.
Belle gave us a bunch of oohs and ahs when she saw our handiwork.
Impressive, you two.
The excitement, however, drained right off her face when she stepped into the teleporter chamber.
What the fuck is this?
She whispered. Everyone stood behind her in the doorway, looking into the room. Every corner was jammed with weird lacing. Strange machines sat cobbled together with undulating trails of ley snaking between them. Do you, I asked, not know what you're looking at? Belle turned and regarded us all.
It's... there...
She gestured wildly, her mouth hanging open.
I mean, this here is... Why would you...
Jiyan stood behind her, just inside the room, arms folded and silent. Vera leaned against the doorway, munching on something. I squinted at her and the white, crunchy square she ate. Is that candy? I mouthed at her. She smiled.
Want some?
She mouthed back. I nodded. She broke off a piece and handed it to me. While Belle muttered an increasingly irritated string of swear words, I bit into the candy, which tasted a little like mint chocolate with an aftertaste of strange spices. "This is really good," I whispered. "Where'd you get it?"
I spent the last hour or two rummaging through the tents here. Nothing else to do.
We finished it off in a strangely euphoric moment. I squeezed her arse and leaned in to whisper, "Love you."
Love you too. The fuck?
Belle yelled from inside the chamber. I stepped in past Jiyan. "Things, not going well?" She stood with her claws on her hips. Her eyes flashed up to mine.
If someone tasked me with creating a static portal Leyline, and I was the biggest, stupidest dumbass of all time,
She waved a hand around.
this is how I would do it.
"Inefficient?" I asked. She spluttered.
Inefficient. That's the least of the problems here. Dangerous, stupid, baffling. Take your pick.
She pointed at a random Leyline.
Look at this. This is a converter that modulates the frequency of the lay to change it into a different form. But look,
She pointed at another similar machine.
this is another one. They change it only to change it back again. Why would you even do that? What an insane, ridiculous thought process would lead you to creating this amalgamation of idiocy.
"Can you get it to work?" I asked.
Can I...
She spluttered some more, gesturing wildly while goggling at the mess of devices. Finally, she stopped and put her hands over her face and took a series of deep breaths.
Okay. Shit. Okay.
"We're here to help," I said with a forced smile. She lowered her hands.
Okay. Yes, to answer your question, I can make this work, but at least half of this garbage will need to be removed. The rest will need to be altered and reworked.
"How long?"
I can't even say before we begin, Danic. A day? Days? A week? It depends on a lot of things.
I groaned. "Zendar and the Druzha have enough of a head start already, but this is the only real option to follow them, isn't it?"
It is,
Belle said. "Well, let's get to work. Again." Chapter 5. In the end, reworking the teleporter took 2 days. With every superfluous piece of tech we removed from the chamber, Belle's mood improved. The three of us, with no actual expertise, carried heavy things, connected simple machines, and reinforced the walls so they wouldn't collapse. When the work was finally finished, the Leyline looked completely different. Ley flowed through them quickly and efficiently, nothing like before. "So," I said, while we stood there admiring Belle's handiwork, "you can still track where Zendar went, right, Belle?"
of course. All portals leave a residue trail for quite some time. Locking on to the only one that's ever been created here is simplicity itself.
"Good. If there's nothing else, let's get this over with." Vera and I already wore our armor, and it wasn't as if we had a lot of possessions.
I'm gonna miss the palanquin,
She said softly. "Yeah, me too. Maybe we can come back for it once we're done."
I hope so.
Belle began the complex process of activating the portal, which involved her own Leyline. The golden cracks in her skin glowed as power flowed from the machines into her body and back. I'd almost forgotten that this was why she'd had them implanted, if on a smaller scale.
Here we go.
The Leyline thrummed into life, creating an anomaly much like the portals I'd seen before. "Great, let's—" I was interrupted by a wave of defilement sweeping towards us out of the portal. Belle, Vera, and I recoiled instantly. Jiyan let it wash over her without flinching. She raised a hand and pushed it back down into the swirling mess of lights. "Close it down, Belle!" She did as I asked. "So," I said, "what was that?" Jiyan shook her head.
Apparently, wherever that portal leads to is suffused with defilement. No, I've no idea what that means.
A grim feeling descended upon us.
Apparently,
Bell said.
Zendar has not been idle while we laboured here.
Damn it, I muttered. This is the only way. Can we just force our way through it? I asked, looking pointedly at Jiyan.
Well, the force of magic that we felt wasn't overwhelming. I could easily push it back to a safe distance, but only around myself.
Okay, I said. Here's the plan. Bell, open the portal again and let just me and Jiyan through, closing it after us.
But...
I held out a hand to Vera. No, out of the question. I know you have Bell's lace-in your armor, but if the entire place is rotten, we have ways to defend ourselves that you don't. Until we know more, I won't risk you. Her eyes burned into mine, her posture screaming for a fight. Her mouth worked, but nothing came out. After a moment, she crossed her arms and looked away.
I don't like it.
Neither do I, but I'm not negotiating. Once we're through, we'll try and find out what happened.
And then what?
Belle asked.
How will I know when to reopen the portal?
I shook my head. There's no way to communicate, so you'll have to give it some time and do it when it feels right. Once we've found what there is to see, we'll come back. The portal does work two ways, right?
Yes, it can. But what if someone else comes through instead?
Vera will be here to kill them immediately. She still stood sulking, but a tiny smile graced her lips.
Okay, it's not the worst plan. Just one step away from it.
Great, let's get going. I very much wanted to get things moving. This development could herald some truly terrible things, but I didn't want to get into a discussion about the possibilities. Belle sighed.
As you wish.
The machine started to whir, and as soon as the anomaly flared into life, I took Jiyan's hand and stepped right in. She pushed the defilement back as we fell into it, the strange pulling sensation hijacking my entire body. Seconds later, our feet hit a stone floor. It looked a lot more modern and well-kept than the ancient ruins we'd just been in. Jiyan grunted as she pushed the dark magic out, creating a bubble of safety around us.
What happened here?
She muttered to herself.
It's so ubiquitous. It's everywhere.
The room we'd emerged into appeared to be a random basement with piles of old junk. It certainly didn't look like the evil lair I was expecting. Jiyan's cocked eyebrow mirrored my own confusion. Well, I said, shrugging. Only one way to go, I guess. We picked our way through the mess and found a staircase leading upwards. We opened the door at the top to reveal what looked to be a safe house. The furnishings were sparse, and along all the walls, mounds of provisions sat neatly ordered. A few lace-in dotted the room, some mundane, some similar to the nefarious ones used in Doreen. This is looking more like the right place, but where is everyone? The windows afforded a view of a normal enough town, similar to Vera's village, if a little more brutalistic in the architecture. Wordlessly, we stepped out into the street. Oh, shit, I muttered. Bodies littered the long road that separated two rows of angular stone houses, all Druzha. Inside our little bubble of safety, Jiyan and I inspected a few of the corpses. Lifeless eyes stared at the sky. I tentatively reached out and touched one of the bodies. The corpse emitted a puff of corruption, and scales flaked off, crumbling to the ground. Looking deeper, I saw defilement clogging all the normal channels for ley, with no natural magic left. Jiyan and I shared a look.
It's stronger that way,
she said, pointing towards the center of the town.
Much stronger.
We picked our way through the carnage, bodies littering every road. They looked like they'd known something was coming and tried to flee. This is what the Masters tried to do in Doreen.
I've seen some awful things, Danic.
Jiyan's eyes flitted about, taking in the horror.
But, for whatever reason, this creeps me out more than most of it.
Complete and utter silence filled the air. Only the occasional bit of cloth flapping in a soft breeze broke the stillness. Jiyan's ears twitched constantly, her tail swishing back and forth. Her head whipped around suddenly.
Do you hear that?
Inside, I grumbled. Apparently, literally everyone on Mirras had better hearing than me. Nope, what is it?
This way.
We crept down a winding street towards what presumably was the centre of the town. As we went, a subtle noise became apparent. What? Jiyan shook her head.
I can't be sure, but it sounds like a person.
Still alive? In this? As we got closer, I could tell she was right. Someone cried out in pain, which did absolutely nothing to quell the abject horror of this place.
Who could still be alive here?
Jiyan asked. I think there's only one real answer. My suspicions proved correct as we rounded the last corner into an open courtyard where the town's master Leyline sat. Underneath its tree-like top, one last lord stood, tethered to the device with long waving tendrils of defiled ley. He shook, his body racked with pain, his cries echoing loudly amidst the silence of the dead town. The defilement was so thick here that it looked like a bleak fog settling over everything. Is he... Can you tell? I asked. Jiyan turned to me, her eyes as wide as they could go.
A conduit? Not really.
But what? Kind of?
No, there's something in him.
Mote of darkness, I said without thinking.
Yes, that must be it. What do we do, Danic?
Let's try talking to him. We turned slowly to meet each other's eyes.
Okay.
I had no idea what such a conversation could accomplish, but it was worth a try. Or so I thought. The second he saw us coming, he screamed and rushed us. Oh, shit! I leapt to the side, narrowly missing a massive torrent of defiled ley that spewed forth from his entire body. Jiyan stood her ground, grunting as she pushed the assault away.
We are not your enemies,
she yelled. I was pretty sure we were, but I couldn't fault her for making an effort. No! He wailed. I know who you are! His high-pitched, terrified voice warbled through the defilement streaming out of his body. You won't stop me! My ascension is nigh! Oh, great. I thought I'd killed everyone who talked like that. I will be a god! That was new. Dark blasts spewed forth from both him and the Master Leyline, slamming into the ground and ripping up chunks of stone. And as if that weren't enough to deal with, waves of defilement also washed over the entire courtyard in rapid succession. Jiyan and I dove for cover. I could only defend against the assault. The remnants of defilement that got through my barrier of ley were quickly soaked up by Bel's lacing in my armor, but they wouldn't last for long against this. Even Jiyan struggled, I could see. She crouched down around the corner of a stone house, her eyes wide. The Lord screamed wordlessly while he kept up the assault. Jiyan! I yelled. He's connected to the Master Leyline somehow! Circle around and sever whatever's binding him to it!
What? No! You'll be left waiting in the defilement without me!
Waves of energy hammered the buildings around us, showering the area in dust and rubble. Just go! I'll be fine for a few minutes. I'll draw his attention.
Fuck! Okay.
She darted off in the opposite direction, taking our precious bubble with her. The corruption enveloped me. I wrapped myself in as much lei as I could, holding it close to my skin, closing any gaps and wearing it like armor. All my attention was focused on defense. I couldn't manage a single attack like this, but that was fine. "Hey, shit us!" I yelled, standing and sprinting from my hiding place out into the open area. I tried to think of the most enraging taunt that I could, something that would piss this guy off the most. The best thing I came up with was just the truth. "You're a stupid, useless tool! You'll never be a god! The Masters lied to you!" The boom of his amplified voice crashed into me, sending me tumbling. I rolled, came up to my feet, and ran. "Yell all you want, asshole! You're gonna die here either way! You've been used harder than anyone ever has!" His yelling stopped, which I took as a good sign. It was not. He appeared in front of me, propelled by the lei in a way I'd never seen before. His hand gripped my throat, and defilement seeped into my skin. His face was contorted in a mask of rage. I tried a lei-infused punch to his gut, but the second I tried, my defenses weakened, and the ambient energy around us slipped in. It felt like razor blades scraping against my entire body. I let out a strangled scream and abandoned the attack, grasping wildly at his arm with my own normal strength. It wasn't enough. Tiny stars started popping into existence at the edge of my darkening vision. "Come on, Jiyan!" I felt a massive spike of defilement behind us, and prepared for the end. Instead, a sharp wave of power tore through the tendrils connecting him to the Master Leyline. The newly severed tendrils flailed erratically. In an instant, his power ebbed. I pulled my leg back, infused it with as much lei as I could, and brutally kneed him in the crotch. He raised a foot off the ground. His visage of rage turned into a contorted mask of pain. His jaw dropped, although nothing came out except a tiny squeak of surprise and agony. I did it again, and once more for good measure. His whole body shook, his eyes unfocused. Jiyan appeared behind him, wrapped her arm in a sleeve of defilement, and plunged her hand into his back. He'd already been racked with pain, so this death blow didn't really change his features. Jiyan pulled her bloodied hand out, and I felt the pure essence of defilement pulsing from her palm. It was unlike anything I'd experienced before, in the worst way. Before the Lord dropped, I reached out, took hold of his head, and snapped his neck, just to be sure. It wasn't over, though.
"Fuck, Danic!"
Jiyan's eyes were locked on her hands, where the mote of darkness sat. The power from it roiled outwards in all directions.
"I can't contain it! There must be something around here!"
"Shit, shit, shit!" I bolted towards the Master Leyline, still enveloped in the aura of defilement. Jiyan hadn't kept up the bubble. It seemed like all her efforts were expended just to hold the moat. Dark Leyline was scattered around the courtyard, just like in Dareen. With waves of lei, I smashed my way through them, sending the black metal careening through the streets. For a moment, I despaired, thinking it hopeless, but I finally found what I was looking for. Somewhat like the original dark cubes that the Lords had used to harvest the defilement, this one was larger and more cylindrical, but its function was clear. Pushing aside my doubt that I didn't know how to use it, I grabbed it and ran back to Jiyan, who'd fallen to her knees. She cried out when she saw me. "Oh, fuck!" Her arms and face bled heavily from numerous cuts and fissures in her skin. Her body shook from the effort of containing the moat. I held out the container, hoping she knew what to do with it. She didn't. The waves of power buffeted my shield, ripping it apart and tearing my skin as well. I squinted against the onslaught as the two of us poked and prodded the device with our twin power. Finally, we figured it out. The artifact popped open, and for a brief second I could almost see the complicated matrix of energy that lay inside it. It contained both natural ley and the defilement in a confusing mix of arcane patterns. As interesting as that was, Jiyan slammed the moat inside and I closed the device as quickly as I could. The torrent of pain ended. With wordless, shuddering groans, we both fell to the rocky street, panting. Chapter 6. I could only focus on two things, breathing and maintaining the shield of ley around my body that kept the defilement out. Jiyan lay close by, her laboured breathing the only sound in the ruined courtyard besides my own. Minutes later, I summoned the will to speak. "That sucked." The comment was met with soft, gasping laughter. A few more minutes passed, and eventually I felt Jiyan's protective bubble slowly grow to envelop me. With a deep exhale, I let my own magic go. The relief was almost euphoric. I managed to prop myself up on my elbow. Jiyan still lay flat on her back. I crawled over to her, wary of the defilement-containing Leyline sitting near us. It felt like even accidentally jostling it would be a bad idea. "You okay?" She swallowed and cleared her throat.
I will be.
I scanned the town, seeing only wrecked streets and lifeless bodies. As time went on, I thought I could very faintly feel the defilement around us start to ebb. Or was that just my imagination? I asked Jiyan.
Yes. The waves coming off the master Leyline are receding, if slowly.
We stood. It required everything we had. "Let's head back to the... Oh, shit. Do you remember which house we came out of?" We locked eyes for a moment.
No. Do you?
I shook my head. There were other things to focus on at the time. Well, let's go looking. We saw the inside. If we barge into enough, we'll find it eventually. She laughed shakily and said,
If my legs last that long. Oh, and let's not forget this.
She bent down and gingerly picked up the mote of darkness contained within the Leyline. "Careful with that." She raised an eyebrow at me.
You think?
"I do." We plodded down the street in the direction that we both agreed we'd probably come from. As we went, we looked in windows or peeked in doors if they were open, stepping over numerous corpses along the way. We had no luck. "I'm sure we've passed it by now," I said, although every single time I've ever thought that, it hasn't been true. Sometimes I'm almost there, sometimes I'm not even close yet. As we walked, the air cleared noticeably, the miasma of defilement wafting away.
Well,
Jiyan answered, shaking her head.
I have no idea. I thought I did, but now I'm questioning it. Wait, do you hear that?
I was getting really tired of not hearing things at this point. No.
This way.
What is it?
Voices, I think.
We crept down a few more blocks before I heard them as well. Damn, let's hide. I didn't manage to get the words out before Jiyan tripped over a body and fell loudly to the ground, dropping the mote, which clattered down the road. She looked back at me with horror in her eyes. My muscles protested loudly as I scurried to get the mote and help her up, but it was too late. We'd been heard. The voices got louder and more excited as they got closer. We tried to hide in the nearest house, but the door was firmly locked and I couldn't summon enough power to bash it open. Even if I could have, it would have resulted in more noise and drawn attention. While we panicked, 3 Druzha men and 2 women rounded the corner, all dressed in normal enough-looking clothes with improvised weapons in their hands. One had a fire poker, another had a rake, but the rest carried brooms. All 7 of us stopped and stared at each other, baffled. Since no one took the lead, I said, hello. One of the men replied, Hi. They looked us over thoroughly before fixating upon the moat's container in my hands. We're not your enemies, I said, which might or might not have been true.
Did you,
one of the women said,
stop the other lord?
So they know about the lords. Yes, he's dead. We've stopped the ritual at the Master Leyline. The five withdrew into a huddle and started a fierce debate about what to do next, looking over their shoulders at us intermittently. While this happened, even more people showed up. Shit, I whispered to Jiyan. This is getting a little out of hand. Be ready for a fight.
I don't have the strength for that, Danic.
Neither do I, but it might be that or die. She nodded grimly. Finally, someone who looked like they might be in charge approached us. He stood a little taller than me and had some muscles under his shirt. He puffed out his chest and said, You're a lord? I met his gaze. Well, yes and no. I'm a human. I'm not affiliated with the Masters or anything that happened here. The two of us stopped the Lord at the Master Leyline. You killed him? The two of you? Yes. This was going to be a fun conversation. He scoffed. Don't expect us to fall to our knees and bow to you about it. Murmurs of agreement ran through the assembling crowd. I hadn't been. We would have taken care of him soon if you hadn't. A few scattered people in the throng echoed the sentiment. Holy shit, is this a dick-measuring contest? That's what we've just wandered into. Do they really think they were about to wade into the defilement and put an end to that guy? Really? I stared at the guy's stupid, scaled face, my eyes wide. Don't escalate this, I repeated to myself a few times. Tired as I was, I didn't think it'd be hard to obliterate this crowd of morons. Still, of course, I said in my most reasonable, non-pandering tone. We were actually hoping you could help us with all of this. Wannabe leader guy furrowed his brow, a little taken aback at my request, it seemed. What do you want? Where'd you come from, anyway? I wasn't about to tell him the truth. We've been chasing the Masters. My conversational plan banked heavily on the fact that these people weren't fans of the Doomsday Cult. That seemed likely enough, seeing as their town had been decimated in recent events, but you never knew. We happened upon this town by chance. We wouldn't presume to involve ourselves in your affairs, but it was kill or be killed once we'd blundered in. If you could point us in the Master's direction, we'll leave. There. We were morons who'd mistakenly shown up and bumbled our way through it. Also, I assumed the whole kill or be killed thing would resonate with the Druzha, based on what I'd always heard of them. Whispers ran through the crowd. Quite a few people openly eyed Jiyan with distaste. I had no idea what standard Druzha thought of the Sardani, but I knew it wasn't so friendly the other way around. Jiyan remained silent, her eyes downcast. Leader Guy conferred with a few others and turned towards me, puffing his chest out slightly less. East! There's an old fortress! Now get out! I nodded and took Jiyan's hand, pulling her up. The entire crowd escorted us straight out of the town. Once the houses gave way and the view opened up, I stumbled a little at the scenery. Based on what I'd heard about the Druzha lands, I'd thought it would be simply barren desert. Instead, an endless grassland stretched out to the horizon, waves of green blowing in the breeze. Don't come back! A lot of people yelled as we passed the edge of town. Jiyan and I walked directly away until the settlement dwindled in the distance. I stood with my hands on my hips. Well, that was stupid. Jiyan scoffed.
Did you expect anything else? They're Druzha. There's not really a reality in which they thank us for saving their sorry lives.
I don't know. I shook my head. All the Druzha I've ever seen were cultists or whatever. I thought regular people might be a little better, especially since we did just save their asses. She just shook her head. There's another huge problem, though, I said.
Yeah, the others. What do you think we should do?
Wait, I think our first option, which isn't good, is to go back into town. I'm sure as shit not explaining the actual situation to those people. Not that I think they'd listen or get it, but they're not going to let us camp out in some random basement.
I should think not.
We could take a breather, go back in and kill them all, I said in a level tone. Jiyan cocked her head at me, unsure how serious I was. I chuckled. I'm not considering that one. She curled her lip.
As much as I dislike the Druzha, wholesale slaughter of innocent townspeople probably isn't the best way forward.
Then I think there's only one thing to do.
And that is?
Wait outside the town until Belle and Vera get tired of waiting and come through. When there's inevitably a scene, we'll swoop in and, I don't know, deal with it however seems best at the time. My eyes turned to the east, where this supposed fortress stood. The Masters already had a head start, and this stupid situation wasn't helping. This was a lot easier in Doreen, where the people liked me and were a constant help.
They'd better come soon, and with provisions.
I grunted. Right, that. This entire thing had gone sideways in some completely unexpected directions. Part of me wanted to storm back into the town, lay out some demands, and beat the shit out of anyone who questioned me. But that felt so incredibly wrong. Damn it, I muttered. Let's get going. We leisurely walked back towards the Druzha town, doing our best to keep the rolling hills between us and whoever might be looking out this way.
Do you think the lords are gone now?
Jiyan asked. I hope so. On that note, the last lord there, you said he wasn't a true conduit, right?
No, he wasn't like me. Although he was a little closer, I think.
What's that mean? He could produce defiled ley? She held out the moat she'd been carrying and looked down at it.
I'm not sure about that, but he had been altered.
I imagine so, if he had that thing inside him without dying instantly. We'd stopped and stood idly in the swaying grass.
Indeed. If I had to guess, I would posit that he was one of the last experiments before the Masters achieved their true goal.
How so?
I think they would desire to make themselves a better version of what they made him. A conduit, like me, but able to harness this moat's power. Tap into the biggest Leyline they could and flood as much of the land as possible with defilement.
The biggest Leyline they could, I mused. Oh, it's just that they've been focused on master Leyline inside cities, and while I never gave it any thought, I assumed that was their only play. By corrupting a master Leyline, they could infect all the channels flowing through a city and affect a larger area. But are there bigger Leyline? Jiyan snorted.
I'm hardly the person to ask.
Ah, good point. We picked a spot relatively near the town, under the shade of one of the very few trees that dotted the land. The sun slowly drifted across the sky, and boredom really began to set in. My irritation seemed to increase the longer that we wordlessly sat there, alone with our thoughts. By the afternoon, I was hungry, and pissed, mostly at myself. I'd done a poor job of hiding my various grunts and grumbles as Jiyan perked up from whatever trance she'd been in and gave me a wry smile.
Having a good time, are you?
I grumbled louder. She chuckled.
Would you like to revise the plan?
I don't know, I said, leaning back against the tree. Honestly, it's either more of this, or we go in there and start a big fight. I looked down at my hands, and at this point, I'm just not sure I could beat someone up without killing them. I glanced over at her, thinking about the dangerous power coursing through her veins as well. Could you? She barked a laugh.
An odd sentiment, but no, I do not think so. If you wanted me to splatter them into a spray of gore and bits of bone, that's simple, but to injure them enough to make them stop fighting and not permanently harm or kill them, I don't think so.
Her smile grew as she spoke. You, enjoying this conversation? She glanced over, a wide smile still on her lips.
Perhaps I am, Danic. I've not experienced such things before. Most of my life has been consumed by subtle politics and not overstepping my bounds. As a minor noble, giving offence to the wrong person could be catastrophic in a number of ways. But now?
She snapped her fingers, conjuring a bit of defilement that seeped into the grass beside her, withering it into dust almost instantly.
I could kill anyone I wanted, for any reason, and they'd be powerless to stop me.
Her eyes flashed as she spoke, and then she looked over to me, and the mania cooled.
It's a new experience. Don't go thinking I'll be the next lord.
That's for the best, I said, giving her a level look. You mentioned the other day something about having power so no one would have it over you.
Oh, yes. When I was imprisoned, all my thoughts were bent on revenge, killing Zendar and the others. I hardly gave a single thought to any after, but in the very brief time I've spent with you, Vera, and Lady Balmora, I've begun to wonder what I'll do once we're done. So many new options will be open to me.
Not going to try and go back to your old life? She spluttered and heaved, hiding her mouth with her hands to stifle her laughs. She closed her eyes and let them pass.
No,
she said with the widest smile.
No, I shan't be doing that.
Also for the best, I said, mirroring her smile. But if not that, what? She patted my hand.
I don't know. I believe I'll visit my new friends in this lake house they're so wont to discuss. Such a bucolic life isn't for me, though. What is? Well, I have the freedom to find out, and I think that's beautiful.
I squeezed her hand. You'll always be welcome at our idyllic country house.
I appreciate that. I really do.
Some more boring time passed. I ran a hand over my face. Okay, I said tersely. If we go in there, we're going to have to rifle through random houses, since neither of us bothered to remember where we came out.
Correct.
And even if we do find the right one, which is debatable, we might just be left standing there because we can't open the portal from this end.
Also correct.
You know, I said flatly, when we came through the portal, this was not one of the possible complications I'd imagined. I glanced at her. She smiled. Are you not bored?
Oh, insanely.
How do you handle it?
I'm used to it, you know? Standing around wasting time is practically the nobility's favourite thing. Sometimes it's standing around being decorative. Sometimes it's listening to music at a ball and thinking about how great you are, while discussing how great other people are not.
Suddenly, she turned towards the town.
Do you hear that?
I gritted my teeth and growled, No, I do not.
Something's happening.
In town?
Yes.
Fuck it then, let's go. We went. We heard several shouts as we got closer. Shit, faster! Both of us pushed off with our magic, propelling ourselves through the streets and over bodies that hadn't been removed yet. While I worried about what we might find, I was intensely relieved to be doing something. Anything. We rounded a corner to see Vera, fully encased in her armor, swinging wildly at random Druzha, creating an open space for Belle, who stood against a wall, hugging herself in fear. "Screw this! Do whatever you need to, Jiyan!"
Noted.
I flew over a roof and slammed into the ground, creating a crater around me and knocking Druzha to their backs. Jiyan whipped through the crowd, tendrils of her power flowing out, picking people up and flinging them away. "Get out of here, Vera!" I yelled. "Head east! I'll get Belle!" She didn't hesitate for a second and soared through the air and out of sight. "Belle!" I reached out and wrapped her up. She slid her legs around me and held on tight. "We're leaving! Jiyan!" I turned to see her hovering in the air, flinging Druzha around with a malicious smile on her face. Still, she followed along when I sped away. We sailed over the rooftops once more, and we were out in the grass in no time. Vera grasshopper leaped ahead of us. I turned and looked at the town, but it wasn't as if anyone was going to give us chase. They were nothing more than villagers pissed off at being intruded upon, even if we did totally save their asses. Chapter 7. We made sure the village was well out of sight over the horizon before we stopped underneath another rare tree. Vera's helm came apart and magicked down to become part of her armor.
What the shit was that?
I gave her an apologetic smile. One of these straight-up dumbest situations we've been in for a while. Jiyan and I gave them a full accounting of our little misadventure, leaving out none of the boring parts. Belle nodded thoughtfully. Vera scoffed.
You should have just kicked all their asses and blown down their houses until you found the right one.
I locked eyes with her, but she stared me down, completely serious. They were innocent people, just as much victims of the doomsday cult as anyone else.
Fuck 'em.
I looked to Jiyan for support. She gave me a tiny shrug.
I wouldn't have phrased it so crudely, but the sentiment is there. If you'd suggested we go back into the town, I'd have followed you.
You said wholesale slaughter wasn't the best way.
Not the best, no. Did I say I'd refuse it if you decided upon it?
I floundered. Belle?
I agree that not engaging in wanton murder was a good and reasonable choice.
I held out a hand at her, glaring the other two down. Thank you. Assorted snickers greeted this, and I even had to smile myself. Anyway, let's head out. I surveyed Belle and Vera, noting their distinct lack of any bags or food. You didn't bring anything with you, huh?
We didn't expect that shit show,
Vera said.
So, nope, we don't have a thing.
I grumbled some more. Are there things to hunt out here, then? Like reasonable things. I don't want to see another Coonaraf as long as I live.
Probably.
Good enough for me. Let's go. The three followed me without comment as I stalked off into the tall grass, heading vaguely east. A little while later, after my simmering anger cooled off, rational thoughts started up again. We needed to search for a fortress in this rough direction, and that was literally all the information we had. After a long, slow exhale, I felt the ley flowing through the land, letting the undulations pass through my mind. A river flowed to the north. A little oasis of trees stood to the south. Far to the east, at the end of my senses, little lines marred the land. We walked on, and I tried to puzzle out these feelings, eventually realizing that they must be roads. A brief discussion ensued, and we decided that the only logical choice was to head that way. The sun started down towards the horizon, and Vera volunteered to go and find some food while the rest of us made camp. Well, I made camp. Jiyan and Belle watched. For a mercy, it only involved magicking a fire pit and some chairs like last time. After another brief discussion, we came to the conclusion that sleeping out under the stars was the best and only option. The trees were practically non-existent, and grass wasn't suitable for building lean-tos. No one wanted to sleep under a magicked mound of earth. In lieu of a fire with actual wood, I conjured a fireball and had it hover in our little pit.
I've never been properly camping before,
Jiyan said as we sat around and watched my fireball flicker.
But this is just as dreadful as I'd imagined it to be.
She tried adjusting her chair time and time again with her dark power, but in the end it was just dirt, vaguely uncomfortable any way she shaped it. She settled on a design that propped her back up and let her stretch her legs out on the ground. Belle sat in a more standard-looking design of a chair, which is what I'd originally made. After trying a few variations of my own, I ended up making a cube that let me lean back and stretch my arms out. It wasn't great. Vera returned with some small furry animals that were reminiscent of possums hanging from her hand by their tails. Some tension flowed out of my shoulders at the sight of them. As much as I'd enjoyed the Kunaraf steaks, I didn't want to eat more bug meat if I didn't have to. We moved away from the fire, and I helped her dress them. Any trouble?
Nah, we've got smaller versions of these things near home. They scare easily and are pretty dumb.
They wouldn't yield steaks, but we'd get a decent amount of meat from them.
So,
she asked while we worked.
What's the plan? Raid this fort?
That's the long and short of it, yes.
Huh. I'd hope for more.
Yeah, me too. I think once we get close and see what we're dealing with, we'll have a much better idea. But in the end, it's pretty simple. Kill all the cultists.
Yeah,
she said softly. I turned to her. What? Her eyes flicked back.
Well, are you worried?
Not really. Why? Are you? She stopped slicing into the creature for a moment.
Maybe.
I'll take that as a yes. She put the knife down and sat back, sighing.
It's just...
I waited.
It's a little different this time.
How so?
Well, we're headed into the, heart of the Druzha's power, for lack of a less dramatic way to say it. And there's this whole moat of darkness shit now. I don't know. It seems more dangerous than it was, even when we were fighting huge groups of lords.
I tried to meet her eyes, but she wouldn't look at me. There's something else. She smiled and looked away.
Damn it. I've never been great at hiding my emotions.
I'd recommend that you don't even try. She snickered.
Yeah, fair point.
She still didn't turn back, but her hand snaked its way into mine.
I'm just... scared now.
Of?
Losing things.
Ah.
I want that lake house, Danic. Well, okay, not the house itself, but that life, you know? The thought of sitting by the water with you and Belle, not a care in the world. Oh, I want it. Like, so bad. More than I've ever wanted anything else. More than I wanted a life of adventure. But I can't stop thinking about getting killed. Some Druzha arsehole taking that future away from me. Or Belle, you know? She's not a fighter, and she's on this last step of the journey with us. And Yezendi or not, I don't think a random Druzha arsehole would hesitate to kill her.
I had to ask. You don't worry about me being killed?
Nah.
She waved that thought away.
You'll be fine.
She quickly caught my eye and smiled.
Seriously, though, if I need to worry about anyone, it's not you.
She closed her eyes and, a second later, sniffled.
I'm so scared. In a way that I've never been before. And it's hard to handle. Feels like we're almost there, you know? A step or two away from actually having that life, but the hardest, most dangerous part is left. You know whatever we're walking into has to be worse than what we've seen before. Every part of this journey has been like that. We lucked out so hard that Jiyan was on our side.
Well,
Ended up on our side, let's say.
more accurate. I pulled her in as tightly as I could while we both still wore our armor. Even around the campfire, it hadn't seemed like a good idea to take it off. I wanted nothing more than to reassure her that no one would be dying, that we'd all make it out unscathed. But I couldn't. She'd know they were just words. I couldn't promise anything about an unknowable future. She leaned into me for a while before slowly pushing away.
Let's finish cutting these up, and, Danic, I feel a little better just having said it out loud.
I wrapped my arms around her and planted several kisses on her cheek. We will have that life. I'll do anything and everything in my power to make it happen. I love you. She turned and pressed a kiss onto my lips.
I love you too.
You know, I said, smiling, we should get Belle to disperse the translation effect so that we can finally hear that in each other's language.
Maybe when Jiyan's not right there making it a little awkward.
I chuckled. Yeah, maybe you're right. We finished dressing the possum things and made our way back to the fireball, which I'd left burning and was pleased to see that it hadn't fizzled out. Jiyan cocked an eyebrow when we came back.
Took your time? Having a little heart-to-heart, were you?
Vera blushed hard.
No, we were fucking. It was hot.
This exchange went over Belle's head, and she pouted and let out a tiny,
"Oh."
As Vera started setting the meat to cook, I leaned in close to Belle and whispered, "We weren't really fucking. You didn't miss anything." Her cheeks coloured.
Ah, yes, good.
After we ate, there was still a little daylight left, so we all agreed to keep going until nightfall. Our wordless trek through the long grass took us over hill after hill, and I was just about to call it done for the night when we crested one last rise to see what could only be the fortress that we sought. And what a fortress it was! In lieu of the crumbling, ramshackle affair that I had expected, a truly formidable citadel stood before us. Its walls towered over the grassland, and sitting behind high parapets loomed massive ballistas. We could only see a single, huge gate shut tight and protected by a thick portcullis. "Well, shit," I said. Everyone nodded in agreement.
Knowing the Druzha's reputation,
Jiyan said,
I would have been impressed at a barely functional palisade, let alone this monstrosity. Seriously?
Vera nodded vehemently.
This thing looks legit.
"I think," I said softly, "that we all gave the warmongering people too little credit for their tools of war."
What are we going to do?
Belle asked with a shaky voice. "First of all, we're going to go back a few hills and make camp, and then I'm going to scout this place out."
Not alone you're not,
Vera said. "We're going to scout this place out." She nodded, mollified. "After that, we'll talk about plans." Chapter 8. Night had fully fallen by the time Vera and I made our way out from our new camp. We moved through deep shadows, illuminated only by the sliver of a crescent moon. I let my worries drift away. Belle was safe with Jiyan. I had no doubt she'd eviscerate anything that wandered in, Druzha or otherwise. Vera said nothing as we made our way back into sight of the fortress. "You okay?"
Yeah, just, what I said before. Shit's getting more and more dangerous.
I slid my hand into hers. "It'll be fine, one step at a time."
Yeah, you're right.
We discussed our tentative game plan before I magically muffled any sound we made. Being seen didn't seem like much of an issue. The fortress had lights, but they weren't all-encompassing, and the starlight did nothing to help. One of the more subtle improvements Belle had made to both of our suits of armor likely with Riss's help, was to eliminate all shiny reflective surfaces, which I hadn't noticed until now. Still, I kept my eyes and ears open, even though Vera would hear anything before I would. First, we made a large circuit around the building, seeing what we could see. A few Druzha patrolled the outside ground, carrying torches. Sneaking by them proved incredibly easy. Dispatching them later wouldn't provide any significant challenge, if any at all. The walls, however, provided much more protection than the lackluster guards. The high walls formed a solid square, and it turned out to only have the one large and heavily barred entrance. The gate had a small opening for single people, but it still involved raising the portcullis. Breaching it didn't seem like a great plan. We dropped back, and I let the silencing spell go. Well, thoughts? Vera just grimaced at me. Yeah, I kind of thought the same.
I'm not sure this is going to be a stealth mission.
Me neither. And that really concerns me, since we have no idea who or what's inside.
Could we scale the walls instead? Can you magic us up there?
Well, I shook my head. Even using the ley, I have to have something to grab onto or push away from. Those walls look pretty smooth.
Cut a hole in one like we did in Doreen? You can tell if someone's on the other side, right?
Yeah, I can. I think that's the best bet. Let's go in again, get a lot closer this time, and see if we can find somewhere to slink in. Some unoccupied storeroom or something. Shrouded in my veil of silence once more, we crept back down. The patrols were still laughably easy to slip by. As we came upon the wall, I suddenly cried out. Naturally, that was muffled. I grabbed Vera's arm a split second before she ran headlong into the shimmering aura of ley energy that surrounded the stone wall. The ley from the earth was coiled up and intertwined with ley from the air, creating faint trails that led back into the fortress. She looked back and said, "What?" Although no sound came out, I could make out the shape of her lips. I shook my head and pointed back the way we'd come. We headed back towards the camp. When we dipped under the protection of a rolling hill, I let the magic drop. There's some force field or aura or something going on.
Oh.
Her eyes widened in surprise. Questions for Belle. We found her and Jiyan chatting quietly but amicably when we returned. Startled at the sound of us returning, Jiyan seethed with power for a moment before letting it dissipate again.
Ah, there you are. You didn't just go in and kill them all without us, did you?
Not as such.
Pity. Or maybe not.
I smirked and leaned against my cube, which I'd created again for lack of a better option. I'm sure you'll get your fill of action, but we've got some questions for Belle first. Belle started, her glowing eyes locked on me.
Me?
Yep, and I hope you have answers. I explained the phenomena I'd seen. She sat quietly for a moment, her eyes flicking this way and that as she considered what I'd told her. Then she inundated me with a slew of questions that I mostly couldn't answer. Types of ley involved? Sure, no problem. Relative distance? Also fine. Matrix style and relative flux? I didn't even know what those words meant in this context. Belle giggled at me.
That's fine, Danic. I think I know enough to guess. Although I'll admit, I am having a hard time not underestimating the Druzha, even given my history with them. I've almost rejected a few theories in the last 2 minutes or so based solely on my bias. I tend to think things are too complicated for anyone who's not Yezendi, but I, of all people, should know better.
So what might it be?
Based on the magics involved, and the fact that it extends beyond the walls, I should imagine it's generated by a Leyline inside that would act as an alarm. That in itself is not the important part. I believe that having such a thing would be a precursor to other stronger Leyline that could have a variety of effects.
Such as? A rueful smile crept over her face.
This is purely conjecture, you understand, based solely upon the implication of the alarm Leyline, but it's highly likely, especially for Druzha, that while they might have offensive capabilities, there are other eventualities that would be worse for us. There are Leyline in existence that could be used to destroy records or seal against power. Perhaps even yours or Jiyan's, if they have a large enough Master Leyline in there. Perhaps you could force your way in, but they would have time to call reinforcements or perhaps create a portal to escape, although I think it unlikely. Even though they did it before?
Vera asked.
What we saw at Torquesta seemed cobbled together at best, and, more to the point, it was clearly done without a true understanding of the processes needed. It worked, but I don't believe they could reliably replicate it. If they could, they'd have done a better job at Torquesta.
So we need to slip inside and disable whatever failsafes they have.
Aren't we just here to kill them all?
Vera asked. I gave her a big smile. Well, yeah, ultimately, but we don't actually know what's going on in there, or if this is the end or not.
Indeed,
Belle said.
To truly stamp out this threat, we need to know much more than we do. Not least of all how to deal with this one mote we've captured.
Jiyan took out the containment Leyline and set it on the ground.
Yes, doubt we can just leave it like this, or throw it into a chasm somewhere.
Belle shook her head.
That might be a roundabout way of achieving the Druzha's goals. Perhaps that container breaks and it seeps into the ground and works its way into a natural leyline convergence.
We all winced at the thought.
So, we need to kill everyone here and make sure we can learn everything we can about their plans before that knowledge can be destroyed.
Vera grumbled.
Why'd it have to be so complicated? Here I was hoping we could swoop in, cut Zendar's head off and be done with it. You know, like we've kind of been doing. Without the Zendar decapitation, though.
If only, I said. We don't even know if he's here. It's likely, yeah, based on all the shit going down in that Druzha town, but that only really proves, or maybe just heavily implies, that he was here. Silence met that proclamation. As we sat, Belle's shining eyes grew slowly but progressively wider. You okay? I asked.
Well, I'm coming to an unpleasant realization.
Uh-huh.
I should come with you when you infiltrate the fortress.
My own eyes widened. You should? Her lips pressed into a thin line.
Yes. As intelligent as you are, I cannot fully equip you with the knowledge to deal with whatever's inside, unknown as it is. My direct expertise will likely be required.
No one liked that plan. Distaste sat heavy on everyone's face, mine and Belle's included.
Belle?
Vera said. She shook her head.
There's no point in talking me out of it. I need to go. If the circumstances were less dire, believe me, I'd be finding any excuse not to, but with all of Mirras in the balance. I don't like it,
Vera said. Jiyan remained silent, looking down at the mote of darkness. All right, I said. Here's the plan. If I didn't start talking, fear and anxiety would work their way through us all. I didn't want to put Belle in direct danger any more than Vera, but I could see the obvious wisdom in her words. Killing the Druzha was a nice thought, but I think we all suspected it somehow wouldn't be the end. We're all going to sneak in. We can get through the alarm field, right? Poke a hole in it and sneak inside? Belle nodded. I'm going to go back and find a good point of entry. Just me, Vera, she grumbled. Then we're going to slip in unnoticed, hopefully skirting any of those laughable patrols, but if we have to kill a few, so be it. Then we'll work our way to the center and take out whatever failsafes they have. My voice was firm, but inside I knew how flimsy this plan was shaping up to be. So many unknowns and only one chance to do it right. But either we tried or we lost. No other options. The thing I'm most worried about is that they destroy any evidence of their plans.
Not lords or masters?
Jiyan asked. I gave her a smile oozing with authentic confidence. Between you, me, and Vera, they wouldn't stand a chance.
And if they have another conduit? A loyal one?
My smile faded. In that case, Vera, I want you to grab Belle and get the hell out of there. Should such a person or people exist, Jiyan and I will kill them. However, I think we'd level the fort in the chaos. Yeah, if that happens, nothing much is going to survive for us to examine after, but it's better that we remove any conduits. There were grim nods all around. As I was speaking, Belle's eyes remained wide, and I noticed her hands trembling slightly.
When?
She asked. Right now. Her head bolted up.
What?
We either do it now or you work yourself into a panic. It's already nighttime, and any hesitation on our part just lets them get on with their evil plans. So suit up, everyone. Well, metaphorically. We'll all head down there, I'll slip in and find a good entrance point, and we'll all go in together. I reached out and took Belle's hand in mine. I'm pretty sure I speak for everyone when I say we won't let anything happen to you. She took a long, slow, shuddering breath.
Oh, okay.
I pulled her up, smoothed over our little makeshift camp, and we went. Vera and I walked a little ahead. I leaned over and said, You're mainly in charge of guarding Belle, okay?
You got it.
Jiyan and I will dispatch or blast apart anyone we need to, but we'll be focusing on offense. Belle's never seen real combat, so she's probably gonna make all the beginner mistakes. I need you to watch over her and guide her along. She smiled.
You can count on me.
I returned the grin. I know. The three of them waited in a little valley nearby while I headed towards the fortress again. The patrols, if they could even be called such, wouldn't have kept out a determined turtle with bells on. I wondered why there was such a lackluster showing here. Was this not their final stronghold? I shook my head. Thoughts for later. I skirted the very edge of the alarm aura. Finding a suitable entry point proved incredibly simple. The inside of the building meandered about in a complex and inefficient design that looked like cobbled-together floor plans. The fortress had likely stood for a long time and had been reconfigured whenever someone new took control. Either that, or they intended for it to have the worst layout I'd ever seen. Either way, a deserted storeroom sat at the end of a winding hallway and would be an excellent starting point. Chapter 9. Belle's teeth were audibly chattering when I returned. Jiyan and Vera sat on either side, offering words of encouragement. Belle? She looked up at me.
Oh, okay.
I took her hand again. You'll be fine. It's not like this is the very first time you've been in a dangerous situation.
No, but...
Her eyes lowered.
This is the first time that... Oh, this is embarrassing to admit. It's okay, Belle,
Vera said softly.
We probably won't laugh at you.
Despite her anxiety, Belle smiled.
Thank you. Okay. Well, this is the first time that I don't think being a Yizendi will matter. My whole life I've been this sacrosanct person because of my race and being an artificer. No one would dare touch me. Even when I was in prison, I never succumbed to abject terror, but here, now, knowing what they want, they just run me through.
Before I could react, Vera pulled her in and hugged her tightly, pressing Belle's face into her neck.
Don't worry. We have you.
A little softer, she repeated,
We have you.
With a sob, Belle clung hard to her. I noticed a smile creep over Jiyan's face, mirroring my own. Belle stepped back, a little more steel in her spine.
All right, let's do it. Let's get it done.
It'll be over before you know it, I said. I took the lead, followed by Vera, Belle, and Jiyan. Under my silencing spell, we easily made it to the edge of the fortress. In the dim light of the stars, the shadowed wall loomed high overhead. I let the magic drop, conferring briefly with Belle about how to best get through the field of ley. While we whispered, Vera tapped me urgently on the shoulder. Naturally, one of the useless patrols stalked directly towards us. They hadn't seen us yet, but they soon would. 2 armored Druzha held torches aloft. Their circuits had been random and punctuated with constant breaks, so it was a shock that we might actually have to deal with them. "Jiyan?" I whispered. She nodded, with a tiny smile just perceptible. "Quietly." She shrugged, still smiling. I gave Vera a nod, which she returned. Jiyan and I went opposite directions, flanking the Druzha from either side. I kept up the silence, but Jiyan moved out of my range. That worked out for the best, though. She had power but no practice, and the guards immediately noticed her when she passed into their flickering torchlight. With a burst of power, I launched myself forward, landing directly behind one of the men, bringing my aura of silence with me. I wrapped my arm around the Druzha's neck and spun, slamming him into the ground. I formed a blade of raw power and slipped it through the vital ley connections running down his spine. Jiyan had grabbed the other man by the face, his blade rebounding off the thick layer of defiled magic coating her body. She lunged forward, tipped him back and over, and crushed his head against the ground, a pulse of magic exploding outward, sending chunks of flesh, skull, and brain in a small arc. Oh, for fuck's sake. With a small bit of conjured wind, I extinguished the torches and made a mental note to do that first next time. I dropped the silence and stared at her. "I thought I said quietly," I whispered. She coolly met my eyes.
Your magic muffled the sound, as I knew it would.
I groaned and shook my head, but couldn't help smiling, which she saw. When we returned, Vera gave me a thumbs up. "Let's hope they don't have to check in or something," I said. "Although based on how this place seems to be run, I don't think that's a thing. Still, we should assume the clock's ticking now." With only a little more discussion and some very tentative tests, I tore a decent hole in the ley field. "Everyone in!" It snapped shut behind me, leaving us enough room to comfortably work.
What now?"
Belle asked in the tiniest voice I'd ever heard.
"Oh, just watch,"
Vera said. Having done it a few times, slicing into the rock and sliding it out seemed like second nature. I didn't even need to silence anything. The makeshift door smoothly came out with hardly a sound. "Everyone in," I said again. Putting it back in place proved just as easy. The room we were in was deserted, so I conjured a little ball of light, illuminating piles of junk and rusted weapons that were coated in a thick layer of dust. Hang on. I stretched my senses outward, getting a much clearer view of what lay inside the fortress. And I was not impressed. My brow drew down. There's hardly anyone here.
"How can that be?"
Vera asked.
"We know they're operating here. The moat proves that."
"I don't know." I shook my head. there's no use trying to figure it out from right here. I let the trails of Ley wash over me again, trying to find a goal. There's a room above on the 3rd floor. I can't be sure, but it seems to have a decent amount of lacing inside. I can't feel any defilement, though. Jiyan had a faraway look while I'd been scoping the place out, doing the exact same thing that I was.
You're right. I can't feel a thing. This has to be the right place,
Vera said, a little too loudly.
Let's just go. We'll bust into that room you found and figure something out.
She didn't explicitly say it, but I also feared that this would lead to a dead end. Based on Belle and Jiyan's sour expressions, the sentiment was shared by the whole group. With a huff of annoyance, I led us out into the winding hall. When we came to an intersection, I held out a hand for everyone to stop. An unsuspecting Druzha came around the corner. Much like the sentry outside, I grabbed him, spun, and slammed him into the ground, snuffing out his life. Vera gave me another thumbs up. As we made our way through the old, sparsely decorated stone halls, the tension of an upcoming battle fell away, replaced by a growing worry that this would all be moot. Vera wanted the next kill. As soon as another Druzha, a woman this time, came around the bend, Vera's sword pierced her throat before she could even flinch. Jiyan took the next one, a man alone in a kitchen, cooking something vaguely off-putting. In a way, it counted as a stealth kill. The poor bastard's head exploded in a shower of gore before he even knew we were there. The smell only got a little worse than it already was. Jiyan? She turned away from the carnage, a malicious smile on her lips.
Yes, Danic.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. After we're done here, you and I are going to have a chat about stealthily killing someone. She shrugged.
It's perfect stealth if there aren't any witnesses left alive afterwards.
I groaned and narrowed my eyes at her. Hilarious.
I thought so.
Vera snickered. Belle still looked like she was fighting not to throw up and had missed the entire exchange. The path to our destination offered no more resistance, and before we knew it, I pushed open a heavy iron door into a large central room strewn with lacing. I didn't know what any of it did. Belle? She scanned the room, one eyebrow rising high.
This is a mess.
The back of the door sported a heavy lock, and the room only had one entrance. All right, here's the deal. Vera, you stay in here with Belle. Lock the door when Jiyan and I leave. We're going to go clear out the rest of the place, outside sentries included. Can you shut off the alarm from inside here, Belle? She flitted from machine to machine, eventually stopping in front of one that looked no different from the rest as far as I was concerned.
Yes, here it is.
At her touch, I felt the aura fade away. Great. Jiyan?
Of course. Any etiquette you'd like me to follow?
Nah, there's no one of note here. I think we'd know by now if there were. Just finish the rest off. Loudly if you want. Doubt it matters. Start screaming and I'll come running.
That shan't be necessary,
she said in a low voice before striding out the door. I rubbed my head, hoping this wouldn't give me a headache. She's enjoying this way too much.
Oh, well,
Belle said with a tiny smile.
Let her have this. She's lived a life with no agency.
So she said. At any rate, we'll be back. Don't forget to lock the door. When the heavy thing closed behind me, I waited for the click of the lock before venturing out. The fortress had 5 floors. I decided to head upwards and see what I could see. I met few Druzha on the way up. As I knew they were coming and no alarm had been raised, dispatching them was so simple that I nearly felt sorry for them. Their lives were snuffed out before they knew I was there. On second thought, they were doomsday cultists. Fuck 'em. On the 4th floor, I wandered into a bedroom, complete with messy bed and a pile of clothes. The dust that had lain everywhere on the lower floors was absent here. It couldn't be called clean necessarily, but it had been recently lived in. The hallway led to many similar rooms. Not all were occupied, but more than half were. I caught one unlucky bastard coming out of a bathroom, still buttoning his trousers. His body soon lay on the floor instead, his pants undone. Undignified. I wasn't going to fix it, though. As I went, I could feel small gouts of defilement blooming into existence on the lower floors. I didn't hear any yelling, which I took as a good sign. Perhaps Jiyan was trying to be subtle. Or maybe I just couldn't hear anything through all the wood and stone. Once I'd made a complete circuit of the floor, I climbed a rather ornate spiral staircase to a central room on the 5th floor. Immediately, the decor changed. The rest of the place consisted of old stone and dust. This floor, however, boasted rich tapestries and carved doors that led into lavish rooms. In addition to a ludicrous amount of finery, a central room contained a large, solid wood desk that was strewn with open journals. Sensing that I'd found something of value, I raced over, eager to read whatever had been written there. I stopped, irritated at myself when it became obvious, and not for the first time, that I couldn't read anything on Mirras. After a long exhale, I resumed clearing the floor, which took very little time. I only found a few servants and no one that resembled a master. Having done that, I went up to the roof. It held a circular seating area with plush seats and an overhead canopy, but nothing interesting or useful. Only one guard looked out over the battlements. I snuffed him out and chucked his body over the side in frustration, heedless of the noise it would cause. "This damnable place better not be a bust," I grumbled to myself. I leaned over the crenellations on my elbows, taking in the stillness of the night sky and the twinkling stars. I let my senses flow out, making sure no one snuck up on me. As surrounded by lay as I was, even a knife in the back would be a worthless attack. The fortress had been lived in, and evidently very recently. The piles of clothes and the Druzha cooking downstairs attested to that. The masters, including Zendar, were there even any other masters left, had lived here. They must have come here after infecting the last lord with the mote of darkness and leaving him in the town to explode or whatever. But where are they now? I felt, rather than saw, Jiyan in the grass below me, reducing the last patrols to eviscerated corpses. Still no screams, though. She did well. I pushed off the stone, ready to descend through the building, when I thought better of it. I threw my legs over the side and fell to the ground, creating a tiny earthquake around me as I landed. Jiyan, still close by, reacted by exploding with power, her eyes flashing in the dark. "It's me!" There was a noticeable pause before she released her power.
"Ah, Danic, please don't do that."
I chuckled and put my hands on my hips. "Sorry, so is it clear? I took care of the upper floors."
"Yes. Can I assume that you didn't meet any meaningful resistance?"
No lords. No masters, magical or otherwise. I found some things that might or might not be useful, though. You?
Nothing. Nothing but bastards begging to be made into corpses."
Did any of them see you coming? She laughed a deep and throaty laugh.
"For a little while, no. But then—"
Uh-huh.
"I got bored."
The urge to chide her passed through my thoughts. I threw it away. "Had a little cat and mouse, did you?" She tilted her head at me.
"I don't know what you just said to me."
I guess not everything gets translated. Pounce on your prey for fun, did you? Played with them a little?"
"Perhaps."
"I'd say that's not a good thing, but doomsday cult. Fuck 'em." Her wide smile crinkled her eyes.
Indeed. If you want my opinion, which you didn't ask for, anything outside of outright torture is fine.
Oh, so there is a line, huh? I gestured for us to head towards the front of the building.
I've been privy to some truly heinous people in my day. Cruelty begats more cruelty. Striking down some cultists is fine. Making them suffer for the sake of it is not. Well, not much. I've seen somewhat normal people go down that road, getting more and more evil as they went.
You know, I can't say I've witnessed exactly that, but humans aren't a lot better.
A pity.
We shared a look.
You know,
she said,
let's not dwell on this, lest we start agreeing with the Druzha.
She meant it as a joke, and we both laughed. Still. We marched right up to the portcullis, still shut tight. How'd you get out here? I asked.
Well?
She sheepishly looked away and pointed. I turned to see a chunk of the wall in ruins, large chunks of stone sitting on the grass outside, along with a battered Druzha body. When I looked back, she met my eyes.
He called me a saldy bitch. Said he was going to do some colourful things to me. He might have...
She cleared her throat.
Suffered. A bit.
A brief examination of the corpse revealed 2 broken arms at the elbow, 1 broken leg at the knee, and a copious amount of blood. His face still stared lifelessly in a rictus of pain. I shrugged. Fuck him.
Oh, Danic, I like your attitude.
I looped an arm around her shoulders as we walked in through the broken wall. You know, at this point in my life, I don't think that my friends and I should have to put up with anyone's bullshit anymore. Fuck 'em all. She laughed brightly.
How refreshing.
Chapter 10. The lower floors were much less deserted than the upper ones, and we stepped over quite a few corpses of Jiyan's making. Unlike mine, which were completely intact, Jiyan left people mostly recognizable, and that was it. You, want me to show you how to sever people's natural ley channels? I'm sure you could do it with your power as well. She shrugged.
It might be fun to learn, as an academic exercise.
We shared a look. She smiled. I didn't. She smiled wider. We made our way back to the central room and knocked on the door.
Who's there?
Vera called out. It's us.
Us who?
Can you not recognize my voice through the door? I can clearly hear yours. She unlocked and opened it, but the point of her sword greeted me through a tiny sliver of an opening.
Okay, then.
She let us in and, at my narrowed eyes, shrugged.
Gotta make sure. Who knows if some stray lord can mimic people's voices?
Oh, we're just making up powers that they might have now, are we?
Do you want me to protect myself and Belle or not?
She asked primly. With a grin, I replied, Fair point. Made any headway while we were gone?
Yeah, sure, but...
she said before Belle could get a word in.
Did you clear the place out? Any lords? Any masters?
No and no, nothing of the sort.
Huh.
Yeah, I know, but I found some things that might be useful, we'll see. But first, I said, turning towards Belle, anything here?
Well, I can tell you one thing. They didn't teleport from here, though they tried.
I arched an eyebrow. Oh, did they now? She snorted and looked around the room with barely restrained mirth.
Yes, much of these Leyline have been reconfigured to create a teleportation array. However, my guess is that Torquesta were correct. They have no idea what they're doing.
I guess you really were integral to their plans. Her lips narrowed.
I was, yes, but the human lords were a stepping stone, one that served its purpose, I believe. By the time you saved me, I was no longer necessary. Sometimes I wonder if the Druzha would have kept me around for much longer.
A tense silence filled the room before I said, "Let's not think about that one too hard. You're here, safe and sound. Now, about the teleporter."
Ah, right. As I said, they tried. If I tasked a novice who had only a superficial textbook knowledge of teleportation with building a real Leyline, I believe this is what they would have come up with. If you know a little bit about the subject, many of the things they've done here make sense.
Not all of them? A high-pitched laugh escaped her before she composed herself.
Oh my, no. I simply cannot fathom what they were thinking with much of this.
Is this stuff only for teleportation?
Ah, no, it is not. The alarm Leyline is in this mess, as are some others tailored towards defense, but hardly any of them were active, even when we arrived. So they weren't expecting us?
Jiyan asked.
Or they didn't care if we came here?
Belle slid her claws over one of the machines.
Impossible to say. At least the second one, if not the first. But you said you found something, Danic?
Yeah, upstairs in one of the gaudier rooms, there were some journals piled on a desk. I can't read them.
Did you try?
Vera asked in a completely level tone. Yes, I did. Are you amused? She made no attempt to hide her massive grin.
I am.
Great, how nice for you. You want to come up and read them for us?
As if. I'm sure they're written in the Druzha script. I don't speak that shit.
Oh.
It's fine,
Belle said.
I do. Well, enough, at least. As interesting as that sounds,
Jiyan said.
I'll go start clearing out the corpses. We're going to be here for a while, aren't we?
Amidst a bunch of resigned grumbling, I said, "Yeah, I'm sure we are. We should air out some rooms upstairs, too." She left, and the three of us headed out. "Coming with?" I asked Vera.
Oh, yeah. I want to stake out some nice rooms before anyone else calls them. Are we,
Belle said with crimson cheeks.
Not going to share a room? If some Druzha arsehole has a big enough bed, then sure we are. If not, I gotta get the one with the nicest view before Jiyan steals it out from under me. You know how nobles are.
The room containing the large desk and journals didn't have any corpses to step over. As I thought about it, it was likely that no one was allowed in except whatever master claimed it. Was it Zendar? Belle leafed through the journals, squinting at the scrawled text.
Whoever wrote these has atrocious penmanship.
Can you read it at all? I asked.
Yes, although I think this is going to take a lot more time than I had previously thought.
Well, it's our only lead, as far as I can tell. She nodded.
I'll make sense of them, don't worry.
We'll leave you to it then, if you're okay with that. She nodded again, her eyes locked onto the tomes.
If you're sure there are no more Druzha here, then that's good enough for me.
She looked up and smiled.
I must say, while I get the impression that you and Jiyan were somewhat put out that there wasn't a great battle here, I couldn't be more pleased about it.
I gave her hand a squeeze. We kind of were, but I'm glad you didn't have to take part in one. I turned to yell at Vera, who had sprawled out on the bed in the next room. Want to go help clear out corpses?
No.
Gonna anyway?
Yeah, I suppose.
We started in a room a few doors down, deciding to just pitch the bodies out the windows and deal with them all outside.
So, there's something I've been meaning to tell you,
Vera said with a mysterious grin. I straightened after removing another corpse. Okay?
I don't think you've noticed, but Jiyan wants your cock too.
My brain short-circuited for a moment as I stared at her. You sure about that?
Oh, yeah, she totally does. She's not all thirsty for it like Belle was.
She giggled.
But I've seen her stealing glances at you when you're not looking, and she's asked some pointed questions, too.
Like what?
About our relationship. You, me, and Belle. And how open it still is. She's pretty good at dissembling, like most nobles are, but...
You know that about nobles?
Bah, I assume it's true. Gonna tell me I'm wrong?
Well, no.
Damn right. Anyway, she's dropped those questions into random conversations, all innocent-like, but come on. She's not asking for the sake of conversation.
Oh, Vera, you're the best wingman a guy could have.
The... what now?
I explained the concept. It's not exactly on point, but you're helping me get laid all the same.
I'm helping us get laid?
Fair point. You know, Jiyan's quickly become a part of the team, but I didn't really get the impression she was going to be a part of the bedroom team, too.
She's been all subtle about it and shit. Probably can't help it. You know, on account of her being a noble and all. Can't just say what she wants.
You're being kind of negative for someone who wants her in bed, I said with a wry grin. She held out her hands and smiled.
She's nice and hot, but I gotta give her shit anyway. You know, behind her back and all.
Maybe soon you'll be able to tell her to her face that her orgasms are too prim and proper.
I might just do that.
We continued clearing the trash out of our new fortress and met up with Jiyan. The three of us lapsed into easy conversation about nothing important, but Vera and I stole glances at each other constantly. It wasn't the time to make a move, though. Or so I thought. Now that I knew to look for it, I noticed some extremely subtle turns of Jiyan's head in my direction when I normally wouldn't have been looking. She didn't drop any not-so-innocent questions, though. An hour or so later, we'd cleaned out the inside of the building. Jiyan had the same idea we did and chucked the bodies outside to deal with later. Unfortunately, that time was now.
Ugh.
Vera said, looking at all the bodies strewn around the building.
What now?
Pile them up and burn them, I guess, I said. This part should be a lot faster, though. And indeed, it was. Using our powers, Jiyan and I whipped corpses around in the open air, collecting them into a large pile on the northern side of the fortress. Some assorted limbs and pieces of innards didn't make it, but it was close enough.
Won't this attract scavengers?
Jiyan asked about the little bits that we'd inevitably missed.
Sure will,
Vera said.
Then we'll cut 'em up and eat 'em. There's food in the kitchen stores already. Druzha food.
Jiyan deflated.
Ah, yes. Perhaps some more scavenged meat could be.
She threw her hands up.
I'd be so glad when this adventure is over and we can get back to society.
Vera scoffed.
Speak for yourself.
The bonfire roared into life after I flung a few fireballs into it. Jiyan wanted to help, but I couldn't be sure what the defiled Ley would do. She could create things that mimicked fire, but it wasn't actually fire, and this pile of burning bodies would smell bad enough as it was. We stood upwind.
Well,
Jiyan said,
this has been an interesting diversion and all, but I'm not used to staying up at all hours. I'm going to bed.
Vera's drooping eyes didn't look a lot better, but she stood stoically and said nothing. You know, you could go get some sleep too. I'll take the first watch out here. Her gaze drifted over to mine.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm not going to deny that I'd love to collapse right now. I'm going to change the sheets on that huge-ass bed and fall into it. Don't wake me up until lunchtime, yeah?
You got it. I stood and watched the grim bonfire for a little while longer before going back inside. With the Ley to help, I didn't need to keep watch from the roof or patrol around the edges of the fortress. Also, the place only had one door. A meandering walk took me around all the rooms I'd ignored before due to the lack of Druzha in them. First, I stopped in the kitchen with the thought of sampling something as a midnight snack, forgetting that Jiyan had messily killed some poor bastard in here a little while before. Blood darkened the wall behind the stove. It looked like Jiyan had made a shallow attempt to clean it up, probably just with her magic. she hadn't done a great job. Still, I couldn't figure out if the mildly repugnant smell that permeated the room came from that or whatever had been cooking when we'd made our way through. Either way, I lost what little appetite I'd had. Wanting to distance myself from any thoughts of food, I went up to the 4th floor and toured the bedrooms. As I opened each door, it became clear that many more were occupied than I'd thought. Rifling through the Druzha's possessions didn't reveal anything particularly enlightening, only that they didn't have much worth having. If anything, it seemed more like an army barracks than a home. All of it, though, looked to be hastily abandoned. Back down on the 3rd floor, I opened a heavy door into a large room that we hadn't bothered entering before. Oh, shit! Emptied racks of weapons sat in neat and tidy rows. Only a few were left behind. This armory had been kept clean. The thick layer of dust that lay over much of the fortress was absent here. Zendar came here after leaving that last lord to die with the moat. He gathered whatever forces he could, left a skeleton crew, and went where? Chapter 11. I found Belle asleep with her head on the pile of journals. As gingerly as I could, I picked her up and carried her towards the bedroom.
What are...
Shh, go back to sleep.
I fell...
Shh, it can wait until tomorrow.
No, but...
It can wait until tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I lay her down by Vera, who didn't move or make a noise. Shutting the door behind me quietly, I returned to the room with the journals on the top floor to see if Belle had accomplished anything. Laying beside the journals, she'd written a translation in a prim and angular script. I tried to read it. "Son of a bitch!" I said quietly, amazed at my ability to make that mistake over and again. I wandered up to the roof instead, where I leaned on the edge and looked out into the night. The bonfire still raged. Thankfully, the wind blew the smoke away from the fortress. Part of me expected someone to show up for a middle-of-the-night chat. They did not. My thoughts drifted back to Earth and the life I'd left behind. Luckily, I didn't have a dog or cat that might have starved by now. It occurred to me, which it really hadn't before, that I had just disappeared. I'd walked into some weird situation and never came back. John had called me in the night to investigate an anomaly which had turned out to be a legitimate portal to another world. Of course, no one on Earth would believe that or even think it to begin with. What they would think, or had already thought, was anyone's guess. I was sure they'd assume I was dead, though. My apartment had to have been cleared by now. My obituary must have been written by someone. What would it have said? I smiled at the thought. My obituary existed in another world while I was here with actual magical powers trying to stop a group of assholes from destroying Mirras. Nobody would believe that. I wouldn't. I stood there for the rest of the night, letting my thoughts go freely until a bit of light started to show over the horizon. Waking Jiyan proved to be a massive hassle. She'd chosen one of the side rooms and bolted the door. With a bit of finagling, I managed to open it with Ley instead of bashing it in. She was deeply dreaming, and I had to shake her quite a bit before she even responded. Then I had to defend myself from an instinctive blast of defiled Ley until she realized what she was doing. Instead of apologizing, she laughed.
Is it morning already?
No, not really, but I need to get some sleep.
Ugh, and you woke me?
The others can't effectively guard this place like you and I can. She grumbled and made a show of being put out, but she got up. After she'd gone, I chose one of the other smaller bedrooms and sank into the lumpy mattress. I didn't want to wake Vera or Belle, although they'd probably protest this later. The bed wasn't the best, but it was definitely better than the ground. Sleep came quickly. I dreamt of Kunarafs. At first, it was a nightmare, but then I held out my hands, shot rockets from them, and blew up the horrid things. I awoke to find full daylight streaming in the windows. "What the hell?" I muttered. I plodded upstairs to find both the outer room and bedroom of the master suite empty. The journals had disappeared as well. Having felt around and found everyone up on the roof, I joined them. Vera, Belle, and Jiyan sat on the plush seats underneath the overhead canopy. A cool breeze wafted through, creating a rather comfortable place in the shade. Vera had shed her armor and laid back on a long couch, her feet hiked up over the back. Jiyan was sunken into a huge chair with a glass in her hand, filled with a dark, clear liquid. "What's that?" She smiled and handed it to me. It was pure booze. I choked a little, not expecting that in the least. "A little early, isn't it?"
It's after midday.
I took another little drink, prepared this time. Not exactly top shelf, but it's nice. She took it back.
It's fine. I didn't expect anything fancy out here.
Belle hadn't looked up from the journals, still scribbling more notes. "Making any progress?" She grunted, still not looking away.
Not really. I didn't know where to start. Some journals contain things I already know, alongside the wealth of truly stupid musings.
Getting some insight into their thoughts? She waved a clawed hand disdainfully through the air.
If you can call this awful thoughts, it's more like mental sewage if you ask me.
Did you have high expectations from a doomsday cult?
Well, I suppose I shouldn't have, but I did. The masters were well-spoken, and I thought that, while their ideologies were terrible, their reasoning would be respectably ordered. It is not, though.
Bunch of crazy psychos?
More or less, yes. The Druzha's history is constant warfare, and I would tire of such a thing personally. Whoever wrote this journal decries endless violence, but in the next sentence writes about how literally everyone everywhere needs to be messily killed. And that's from the coherent parts.
I winced. So, are you...
Getting anywhere? Kind of. Oh,
Jiyan said.
I just remembered. Tell her about our conversation the other day.
She looked at me expectantly. I held her eyes. What conversation?
About the big lacing.
I sighed. The big lacing? She turned to Belle.
So, we were talking about the Druzha using the master lacing inside cities, and Danic wondered if there were bigger ones they could infect instead. I meant to bring it up with you at the time.
Belle leaned back, sinking into the overstuffed chair and setting the journal aside.
That's actually a good thought. If their goal is to spread the defilements as far and wide as they can, then they'd want the most interconnected lacing they could find. Naturally, master lacing inside settlements would be a good choice.
Would they be headed to the Sardani capital or something then? She shrugged.
While the city is bigger, the master lacing there are the same size. There's more, and they're more connected, yes, but they're also much more heavily guarded. And the days of the masters having free run of the city are over, I think.
Is there anything else then? She tapped a claw on her chin.
Well, I mean...
She chuckled. What?
There's one option, but it's a long shot.
She paused for dramatic effect.
The translation lacing. But I hardly think that would be their goal. You mean like the ones in the sky?
Vera asked, sitting forward, now interested in the conversation.
Exactly, the ones floating in the sky.
Belle's tone clearly conveyed that she thought it obvious the Druzha wouldn't possibly target such a thing. I picked a seat and sat down. You said it was a long shot, and it sounds like it, but surely there's some way to get up to them.
Of course. You can teleport to them.
I wasn't willing to let this conversational thread go. The Druzha had done some awful things already, and I didn't think that this was out of their league, despite Belle's jovial tone about it. Are there existing teleportation Leyline that can do that?
Yes?
Belle? Her cheeks coloured.
Sorry, this is all privileged information. I'm not used to giving any of it out, let alone all of it. The teleporters are in Yezar.
A sinking feeling settled in my gut. Belle? A purely hypothetical question. How defensible is Yezar?
Against an outside force? Not very. It's nestled in the mountains, but...
She chuckled.
No one attacks Yezar. It's never happened. You surely don't think...
Well, I took a look around this place last night, and it's pretty clear that there were a lot more people here very recently. And there's an armory that's been cleaned out. She stared at me, her mouth hanging open.
They wouldn't.
The Doomsday Cult wouldn't attack Yezar. You think literally anything is out of bounds for them. Did we tell you about the dissected lords at Torqueshta?
But Yezar is...
Sacrosanct, I finished for her. Maybe for the rest of the world, not for these people.
Oh my...
She leaned back with wide, stunned eyes. So, no one has ever attacked Yezar, you say?
Nope. No one would dare. We'd blacklist whoever did it. Without our aid, infrastructure would fall apart. Even the Druzha rely on us to an extent, although only certain Yezendi will make that trip, lucrative though it can be.
So Yezar's sitting there, unknowingly waiting on an invading force with no real defenses to speak of. Or if they do, no one's practiced in using them. Also, the enemy might have conduits with them, presenting a threat that no one would be prepared for anyway.
Oh, no,
Belle said quietly before shaking her head.
Okay, this is still all purely speculation.
It was, but it wasn't. Keep looking through the journals and see if we've missed something. But if you don't find anything by the end of the day, we should make new plans to overtake them on their way to Yezar.
Oh, well, that won't be an issue.
No?
No, I can create a functioning teleporter to carry us there. If the Druzha left here recently, even at a hard march, it'll take them weeks to make that journey. I could cobble the Leyline together in a matter of days, especially with help.
I thought the junk downstairs wasn't anywhere near being functional.
It's not as it is. I could make it so. And you're forgetting my internal Leyline, which they didn't have.
Right. She sneered down at the journals and sighed.
The more I think about this, the more I think you're right. It is the best play for them. And I could spend more time on these, but I think it would be a waste. I should go downstairs and get started right away. Also,
she added, pushing the books onto the floor,
I don't want to stare at these piles of trash any longer. I'll help,
Vera said as she sprang up off the couch. When we all stared, she shrugged and asked,
What?
You seem a little too excited, I said.
I'm bored as shit.
I flashed her a smile. Fair enough. Should we all head down?
I'm busy,
Jiyan said as she took another sip of her booze.
Thank you, Danic, but no.
Belle got up and gave me a tight smile.
More helpers isn't always so helpful. The room's a little cramped with things anyway.
She and Vera headed down, leaving me with Jiyan. The cool wind kept up, ruffling the canopy. My chair's cushions nearly engulfed me the longer I sat there, thinking about what I should be doing. Jiyan and I locked eyes for an almost uncomfortably long time.
Would you like me to get the bottle from downstairs?
I considered it. Nah, I don't want to start day drinking.
Suit yourself,
She said, taking another sip.
It's rather popular among the Saldani nobility, seeing as how much of our lives are spent being decorative.
Decorative isn't something I'm really keen on being.
Nor should you be. However, I'll be remaining here unless something worth getting up for happens.
Her eyes lingered on me as I left the roof. The rest of the day turned out to be fairly intolerable. I checked on the pyre and sent a few more fireballs into it for good measure before I opened up a massive hole in the earth and dropped the remains inside. Then I stood there for a few minutes, wondering why we hadn't just done that in the first place. A part of me knew that I should be taking this time to relax. The only thing worth doing was what Belle and Vera were already doing. I poked my head in a few times, hoping they had heavy things that needed lifting or needed some practical construction advice, but they shooed me out with smiling faces and firm tones. Jiyan was tipsy within the hour. She made a show of patrolling the outer reaches of the fortress, even though she still had a glass in her hand. With nothing else to do, I started practicing using the lei to climb up the edge of the fortress and jumping off again and again. It was fun, kind of. When the sun had made most of its trek across the sky, the prospect of making dinner leapt to the forefront of my mind. I met a slightly more sober Jiyan in the kitchen. We looked through the stores of food and found some things.
This is even worse than I expected.
She grimaced down at the dry food bars, salted mystery meats, and labelless bottles that lined the shelves. Out in the kitchen, we tried to set something up. The stains in the wall proved too much, however. The lingering smell of death wouldn't go away no matter what we did. You just had to blow the guy's head up, didn't you? She gazed coolly back at me.
He had it coming.
Sure, but... I gestured at the stubborn gore. She sighed.
You know, I never thought a wild, gamey Kuniraf steak would truly sound appealing, but I find myself fondly thinking of them now, looking at the options we're presented with.
What kind of stuff would you normally have?
Only the finest, Danic. Even little nobles like me wouldn't be caught dead eating anything that could be called pedestrian. The liquor I've been drinking all day would be considered rather gauche amongst my friends.
You had friends? I winced. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that personally.
Oh, I'm not in the least bit offended. Don't you worry. You're rather correct to ask, actually. To answer your question, I did have friends after a fashion. It's rare, but if you can manage to meet someone with similar social standing as you and none of your goals are at odds, it's possible to become friends with people. Not an everyday occurrence, you understand, but I had them, although I wonder if they miss me or not. Do they think me dead? Probably. Did they weep? Probably not.
Jiyan, would you like a hug? She turned and regarded me with the widest eyes I'd ever seen on her.
A hug?
Yeah, just a normal hug. You seem like you don't get many.
A genuine hug? Devoid of political meaning? What an oddity. I think I would like that.
I wrapped her up in my arms, squeezing her tight. Over her shoulder, I saw her tail swishing back and forth like mad. She started giggling and then tried and failed to stifle them. I kept holding her, waiting until she stepped away, which she didn't. Her arms slid up my back, pressing gently at first, but then gripping my shirt and squeezing hard. Her giggles subsided as we stood there, silently, in that horrid kitchen, held in each other's arms.
I see why people do this.
I laughed sharply. Surely you've been hugged before, at least by your family, right?
Not really. Decorum is important. Maintaining it in private makes it second nature in public.
That sounds like a line.
It is one often repeated by my mother and father.
I pulled her in a little tighter. She lay her head on my shoulder, her fuzzy ears brushing my face. So, If I can ask, what are you going to do when we're done? Not go back to being a noble, of course, but have you given it any more thought? She slowly shook her head, still pressed against me.
No, not really. Not anything more than idle, unrealistic musings. I'm not really sure what paths will be open to me. If I don't reveal my nature, I'll be treated as I always have been. If I do, perhaps I'll be reviled. Or someone will attempt to dissect me before I rip them apart.
She finally let go and stepped away.
Truth be told, I'm along for the ride now, fighting the Druzha, but after? Perhaps something will come up during our travels. We're headed to Yezar, after all, and while the likelihood that someone will want to dissect me there is high, the odds of them violently trying to do so are low. Maybe I'll be valuable somehow, with these abilities that have been forced upon me. I simply don't know. But,
she said with a faraway smile,
being freed from my old life is an unexpected gift. I'll make the most of that I can. For now, I'm content with not being decorative anymore.
Well, I'm happy for you. I actually can relate pretty hard with being ripped from your old life and being given magical powers that you never dreamed of. She grinned widely and looked down.
Danic, why did I never think of that before? We really have had similar experiences in that way. Perhaps I've been too focused on myself.
It is easy to do, especially in life-altering situations.
Danic, are we friends?
Of course we are, as if you have to ask. Her cheeks coloured faintly.
And Vera? Do you think she feels that way as well?
Oh, I know she does.
Huh.
And obviously Belle does.
Yes, Lady Belmora was one of my only real friends. That I should meet her here, that she should be part of all this insanity.
She shook her head.
Unimaginable at best. Well, forgive me for asking, but I've spent my life being a useful tool. Even now, I could be considered such a thing to you and the others. To hear that I'm not...
She sniffed with a tiny ghost of a laugh.
What's more is that I believe you when you say I'm not merely that. To have someone speak plainly, to have 3 people speak plainly, I didn't think that many people existed in the world who do such things.
I put my hands on my hips. Shit, Jiyan, I think it's for the best that you got out of your old life. She leaned back on a wooden counter and licked her lips, her eyes downcast.
I think that's the biggest understatement I've ever heard. The more time I spend with you 3, the more it puts everything I've ever experienced into a new context.
Don't say it was all a load of bullshit.
It was all so meaningless.
She took a deep breath.
Well, in some ways. Many, perhaps. Even my relationship with Lady Belmora is different now. Back then, we were still constrained by our situations. Even though we truly cared about each other, which is something I can only fully appreciate now.
I think Belle's come around a little bit too, to tell you the truth. Hanging out with Vera and I will do that to someone, it seems.
Hanging out. Yes.
She chuckled.
I can't say I've ever done anything that would fit that description.
Chapter 12. In the end, we settled for a dinner of salted mystery meat, canned vegetable-looking things, and water from the well, since no one wanted to crack open a bottle of whatever the Druzha normally drank. No one really liked it. We ate on the rooftop patio while the sun dipped below the horizon. Well, I asked, how much progress did you 2 make? Vera said something with her mouth full, but I couldn't make it out.
We did reasonably well,
Belle said.
I think another day or 2 will see it done.
You sure you don't need help?
Hey!
Vera yelled.
Don't you go stealing my helper position. It's mine. You back off.
She smiled, but was deadly serious. Afraid of being bored?
I sure am. Helping Belle has been a lot of fun, too, except when she tries to explain matrices to me.
Belle forced down a mouthful of mystery meat and shuddered.
It's difficult not to. Talking through things is how I ground myself. If you weren't there, I'd be saying it all out loud to no one anyway. Well, as long as you don't expect me to remember any of it.
Vera leaned over and stage-whispered to me.
I don't even know what a matrix is, anyway.
Belle's brow raised.
Truly? It's very simple. I think you should have understood by now. It's... No, I don't want to hear again.
Vera clamped her hands over her long ears and shook her head. Belle pursed her lips, but did stop talking. I see it's going really well, I said. So, when you're done, is this portal going to plop us down in the middle of Yezar or what?
Oh my, no. Despite our assumption that no one will attack the city, that's too much of a security risk to let anyone portal into the city itself. Although the prevailing thought is, I'm not proud to say, keeping undesirables out.
Jiyan smirked. Vera rolled her eyes.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You can get us in, though, right? I asked.
Of course. Jiyan would likely be let in regardless. You're somewhat of an oddity. All right, very much an oddity, directly involving lay manipulation. They'd practically carry you in. And,
Her eyes trailed over to Vera.
Oh, you don't even have to say it. I'm dollar-eye riffraff. The exact type of undesirables that aren't supposed to get in.
Belle cleared her throat.
Yes, well, let's just say it's good that I'll be there.
Vera quickly chewed a huge mouthful of the nameless vegetables before chugging an almost full glass of water.
If anyone gives me sass, though, I'm going to punch him in the face, okay?
A strangled grunt passed Belle's lips.
Please, do not do that.
Vera shrugged.
I won't, as long as no one gives me any sass.
She grumbled.
This is going to be a people-heavy sort of thing, isn't it? Yes. Damn. Stick with me,
Jiyan said.
I know how to talk forever and say nothing, diverting attention away from you.
Once we were all done forcing down dinner, Belle and Vera got right back to work, leaving me and Jiyan alone once again.
Why don't you take the evening off, Danic? I hardly think anything's going to happen around here. If it were, it would have by now. I believe the threat to be elsewhere.
That sounds nice and all, but what does it even mean? There's nothing to do around here. Taking the night off would be sitting right here until I fall asleep. Not like I can read anything. She stood and gave me an enigmatic smile.
Come up to the master suite in a few minutes.
What? She flashed me a bigger grin, turned and left. Surely not. I took a long, deep breath and sank deeper into the chair. Surely not, I said aloud. 15 minutes later, I got up, thinking that enough time for this mystery situation. I let my senses expand to find two people, obviously Vera and Belle, in the central chamber, doing who knew what. I didn't spy on anywhere else. The door to the master suite stood slightly ajar, and when I pushed it open, a fragrant scent wafted by. Huh? I stepped in and scanned the room, finding nothing amiss. Jiyan?
In here?
I followed the sound of her voice into the bathroom, where a full tub and a robed Jiyan waited for me. What's this? She sat on the edge of the large claw-foot tub next to a broad window with a view of the rolling plains.
I asked Vera what I could do to repay the kindness you've all shown me. She didn't really have an answer, but upon my suggestion, she thought you'd like being attended to.
Attended to? I asked with a tilted head. What does that mean? She trailed her hand through the water.
A little bit of luxury. Pampering, if you don't mind the term. Now come, settle into the bath and we can begin. I will assist you.
She rose and glided over to me, possessing a smooth grace I hadn't seen in her before. Her fingers came up and started unbuttoning my shirt. I closed my hands over hers. Vera and Belle are okay with this?
Oh, Danic,
she said, laughing softly.
This isn't sex. It's...
She smiled wryly.
Sex adjacent, I'll admit. It's a service that the highest of lords expect. I am adept at providing it.
She slid her hands out of mine and continued.
Although this will be the first time I've ever been excited to perform it. I've never been coerced, but I can't say I ever did it for its own sake. So, relax and let me take care of you. Unless you truly don't desire it.
I didn't say that. She closed her eyes and smiled, her hands working deftly on my shirt until she slid it over my chest and shoulders to let it drop on the floor. Her eyes locked onto mine as she undid my pants. Sex-adjacent indeed. She laughed throatily.
It's meant to be titillating. Something performed by beautiful women to make a man feel powerful, desirable, and, if you'll excuse the term, lordly. The actual sex would be provided by concubines and consorts, women of lower castes. Still, don't think of them as slaves. Many choose such a thing willingly, for it's one of the only avenues to upward mobility.
She shook her head.
But that's neither here nor there.
She slid my pants and boxers down to the floor, and I stepped out of them. Her eyes went up and down my body, lingering only briefly on my cock. I thought she'd comment, but the only reaction she gave was a tiny smile and lidded eyes. Her hand raised to my back, lightly guiding me towards the tub. When my leg went into the hot water, an involuntary shudder ran through my body. Smiling, I lowered myself gently into the piping bath and rested my arms on the edges of the tub. The floral scent permeated the room, and whatever oil Jiyan had used clouded the water, turning it vividly purple. She brought out a stool and set it next to the bath, fanning her dark robe out as she sat. It looked like she wore nothing under it, giving me a rather revealing view of her cleavage. Where'd you get that?
I took the liberty of plundering anything I could around this place. Most of the things were garbage, but this and one other room contained rather opulent trimmings, this robe included. I did give it a wash before putting it on. I'd rather not think what sort of Druzha wore it before me. The oils and things I'll use were stockpiled. Whoever these masters were, whatever war-torn life they came from, they knew finery, that's for sure. They had things that wouldn't be out of place in the Saldani Palace.
Well, they did have the king in their pocket.
Ah, true. That would explain much of this.
She took out a washcloth and a bar of scented soap, lathered up, and after dipping my arms into the water, she ran it across my skin. After the adventure we'd been on, it felt amazing. To my delight, the tub had a headrest, which I leaned back into while she worked.
If you like, tell me about your world. Do you miss it?
I closed my eyes. Honestly, not really. There are some things, burgers, for example, I explained. But at the end of the day, I think a lot like you do. I have so much more agency now. This power that runs through my veins, it's almost intoxicating sometimes.
I understand,
she said softly. Back on Earth, I couldn't just slug someone in the face, even if they deserved it. I'd get arrested, probably. At least have charges pressed against me. But now? Well, not that I ever would, but I could kill someone for looking at me cockeyed. At her urging, I lifted each leg out of the water to receive the same treatment. She chuckled.
Yes, I have similar thoughts. Do you want to know a secret?
Of course.
I daydream about points in my life, unpleasant little memories that never go away. I think about how I would have handled them if I had the power I do now. Do you know what the best ones are like?
Done with my arms and legs, she ran a cloth over the rest of me that she could reach under the water, hesitating only briefly on my cock. I kept my eyes closed, but smiled. What are they like?
I surround myself with power,
she said darkly.
My body roils with it, warping the air so that everyone can see, and they,
she went on, voice dripping with malevolence,
are afraid.
When she paused, I asked, and then? A bright laugh cut through the air, immediately lightening the mood.
Oh, well, there's no and then. Just that one beautiful moment when they know fear. They understand that they no longer have power over me. Could never have it again. That I am someone not to be trifled with. And that's the whole fantasy. Anything more would spoil it, I think.
No exploding heads?
Tempting, but would still ruin that moment.
Think you'll ever get to live it out?
Who's to say? I suppose it depends if anyone tries to trifle with me. Have you had any such moments?
Now that you mention it, yeah, I have. Not exactly like you described, but some guy did break a dagger on my chest once while I stood there and smiled. She ran her hand over my chest.
I'll have to try that sometime.
I highly recommend it. She stood and walked behind me, her hands slipping under my head. In short order, she shampooed my hair, the water for rinsing it running down the headrest, as if it had been designed for it, which it surely had been. She folded it down, which was something else it did, and said,
Sit up, if you please.
I did. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her dripping a little oil in her hands before they slid over my shoulders. She squeezed and firmly worked my muscles, causing an involuntary groan deep in my throat. That's nice.
I'm glad you think so.
Just on the edge of my senses, I could feel a tiny bit of defiled ley running through her body. Are you using magic for this?
You noticed. Muscled men like you can benefit from a firmer hand. Mine are naturally... Well, I am a pampered noble in many ways.
You were, you mean? She froze, and I could hear the tiniest gasp before she resumed.
It will be some time before I stop thinking of myself that way, if ever.
You don't have to.
No, but I would like to. Jiyan the minor noble is gone. Who exactly is replacing her is not yet set in stone, but still.
Our conversation faded away, and we lapsed into a comfortable silence while she massaged my shoulders, chest, back, and arms. Afterwards, she took out a weird little lace-in shaped like a cube with an indentation and asked for my hand. It was for clipping fingernails. When she finished with my fingers and toes, she set it aside and leaned in close, pausing just before our lips met, a question in her eyes. I smiled and slipped a hand around her neck and pulled her in. We pressed our lips together before she pulled away. Her gaze settled onto mine, a strange gleam in her eyes. What?
During my imprisonment, I imagined many eventualities. Escape was ever among them, as was death. Or often escape, revenge, and then death, either from my own hands or others. Something I never imagined, not even as a wild fantasy, was finding someone who could relate with my predicament in any way. While my own contains many horrors that yours does not, we are more similar than different, I think.
I took her hand in mine. I'm glad we were able to rescue you. I know it's only been a little while, but already, I can't imagine this adventure without you. She blushed and looked away.
Thank you, Danic. That means more to me than you know.
She turned back with vicious eyes and added,
I'm glad I didn't kill you.
Same here.
Would you... Like a friendly rematch sometime.
I looked her up and down. You know, that might be fun.
Indeed. Someone you don't have to hold back against.
You know, I don't think I've ever held back. I've only fought lords and Druzha masters. I didn't exactly have any sympathy for them. She threw her head back and laughed.
Nor should you have. They deserved it.
Jiyan, if it's possible, do you want me to leave Zendar's death blow for you? Her eyes drew down, and her feral smile returned.
Yes, Danic, I would. I would like that very much.
If possible, you understand. She nodded.
Of course.
With a sigh, she leaned in and kissed me again, which I firmly returned. As she sat back, her robe came a little undone, revealing one breast. Her gaze met mine, her breath coming quickly. With a shuddering breath, she composed herself and closed her robe before retying it.
Not yet.
I smiled at her. Whenever you're ready, if and when that time ever comes.
Thank you, Danic. It has been some time since I've been with anyone at all, and during my imprisonment I hardly thought the chance would ever come again. I need to acclimatize to the idea.
Take all the time you need. She nodded.
I won't deny it's been on my mind in some way for most of our time together, once we didn't end up killing each other. And the way the three of you act with each other, well, it's enticing. I did end up asking Vera straight out today, after slipping some leading questions into our conversation. I don't know if she noticed.
She did. Jiyan's jaw dropped open, and she paused before saying,
Oh, perhaps I gave her too little credit.
Yeah, you're not the only one. She has a long history of being underestimated.
Ah, I see. Perhaps I should apologize.
Nah, I'd let it go. Just keep it in mind for the future. She grinned.
I will. I really will. I don't want to mar this new friendship.
She shook her head.
Well, now my service is complete. Is there anything else you desire?
Nope. I really enjoyed this, especially the company.
Me too. We'll have to do it again sometime.
Chapter 13. Jiyan still slept in her own room while the rest of us took the main chamber. Belle fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, but Vera and I stayed up chatting quietly.
So, was it hot?
I smiled, although she couldn't see in the dark. Well, yeah, but that's not the word I'd have chosen for it. It was intimate. I'll have to do it for you sometime. She snuggled in close.
I'd like that.
Apparently, she and Belle had made a lot more progress than they thought they would at the start.
I think that by the end of the day tomorrow we'll be done. Maybe sooner? Or that's the impression I get from Belle. Most of the time I don't have a clue what she's saying.
Matrices?
Yes!
She hissed.
Fucking matrices. Always with the matrices. You know what? I still don't know what one is. Some magical...
She waved her hands excitedly.
Arrangement or some shit. I don't know. Ugh. Let's get some sleep. I'll probably have to hear about it more tomorrow.
In the morning, we all grudgingly accepted another meal of salted meat and canned mystery vegetables. We valiantly tried to find anything else at all, but there was nothing. Out under the rooftop canopy again, inside the fortress somehow made eating the food even worse, Belle forced down one last bite and said in a pained voice,
We're going to finish by noon.
Vera nodded, grimacing over her breakfast. Jiyan had eaten some vegetables, pushed her meat away, and went back downstairs to return with a small glass of booze. Oh, shit, I said.
Fuck it,
she replied as she sat back down.
I cannot stomach another bite. Not a single one. This,
she said, raising her glass,
is to burn away that taste. Lady Belmora, if there's anything I can do while I'm still conscious, please let me know.
Belle nodded and pushed her empty plate away, looking like she might be seeing the breakfast again very soon, but she kept it down. She and Vera left while I finished my own with only slightly more decorum. I turned to Jiyan and growled, "Damn it, give me a drink of that." It helped, a little. She and I patrolled the perimeter while Vera and Belle worked, for lack of anything better to do. The hours crawled by, the sun refusing to move more than a hair's breadth at a time. Finally, however, they finished. Vera leaned out over the edge of the crenellations and yelled,
"It's done! We fucking did it! Let's get out of this shithole!"
We needed no further urging. Everyone packed up the few belongings we had and the fewer things we wanted to bring with us from the fortress. We assembled in the central chamber where Belle and Vera had been working. I hadn't been properly in the chamber after that first time. It had transformed dramatically. Before, I could only make out a mishmash of weird lacing and strange channels of ley. Now, it looked almost futuristic. A wide dais dominated the space, surrounded by a complex lacing. The ley flowed smoothly through it, and I could see wisps already floating in and out of Belle's body, interacting with her internal lacing.
"I assume you're all ready, then?"
she asked. We all fervently agreed.
"Stand in the center, please. We'll all make the journey at once. It'll make it easier on me."
We crowded in, and I gave Vera's arse a little squeeze before things started happening. She turned and winked. The lacing whirred to life, ley flowing swiftly through them in a complex pattern that I could hardly follow. With a pop, the world shifted, colours racing by in a blur, and then it was over. The trip was nothing like I'd experienced before. "Damn, Belle, that was smooth." She beamed.
"Thank you. Making the trip with you makes it so much easier to perform."
She raised her hands and added,
"Here we are. Home."
We stood on a mountainous platform, a dais underneath our feet, very similar to the one we'd just departed from. Over craggy outcroppings of rock, I could see the tops of golden spires contrasting starkly against the bright blue sky. "That's Yezar, huh?"
"It is." "How long since you've been here?"
Vera asked.
"Oh, well, quite a while. Maybe almost 2 years now." "Damn, the longest I've ever left the village. Oh, well, it's been this adventure we're on right now, and it's not been all that long anyway."
The sun mercilessly beat down on us, and the cool breeze from the Druzha plains was only a memory. "Let's head in, eh?" I said. Our dais stood in a line with many others, surrounded by a small network of lacing. I asked about them.
"They're beacons,"
Belle said.
"used to pinpoint the location for the teleportation. If one's already in use by someone else, it won't send a signal for anyone else. You wouldn't want to appear right on top of someone else."
The path we followed had been carved into the rock itself. Heavily patterned railings and markers dotted the smooth, well-worn road. As we went around a soft curve, Yezar came into view. A tall, gleaming gate stood before us, with sweeping designs carved into it, depicting all manner of things. There were scenes of battle, domestic scenarios, and a lot of weirdness that I couldn't make sense of. The entire structure shone and appeared to be fashioned from solid gold, or at least covered with it. Belle chuckled when I asked about it.
"Nope, not a single mote of gold there. It's all stone. The carvings are really there, but the rest is an illusion overlaid on top with a system of lacing. Don't tell anyone I told you that. Outsiders aren't supposed to know. They're supposed to just be in awe."
Vera scoffed loudly.
"I'm practically shitting my pants. I'm so awestruck."
Belle snickered and tried to cover it up.
"Well, yes, that's how you're supposed to feel, without the massive sarcasm." I'll bet I am.
I leaned in close. You used to be in legit awe of the Yazendi.
Yeah, that's before I met Belle. Her stories have kind of taken the wind out of their sails, you know?
Belle took the lead, marching us up to the side of the enormous gates. They stood 5 stories tall, at the very least, and looked wide enough to let a couple of tanks through, side by side. A strange Leyline sat beside them, looking like a cross between a surgery robot and a piece of modern art. When we approached, it came to life, various channels of ley flowing into and then out of it, creating a hologram of a tall man in front of us. The magic settled into place, and he seemed to be a real person, standing right there. His eyes shone bright blue, and he had tiny horns protruding from his forehead. He wore golden, very ceremonial-looking armor, but had no weapon. "Greetings! Welcome home, sister! Welcome to Yezar, honored guests!" He bowed deeply. "May I have your name, sister?"
I am Umara Belmora.
Vera and I both started and turned to stare intently at Belle, who didn't notice, and shared a confused glance. "One moment, please." The man turned and partially disappeared, only his back still in sight. Perhaps he had stepped out of the Leyline's camera or whatever it was. Soft sounds drifted through the connection before he froze. When he turned and rematerialized, he wore a massive but obviously fake smile. "I will require another moment, please." He vanished. "Belle?" She turned, her face screwed up.
I don't know. This has never happened before. I can't imagine what it could be.
Luckily, this little event took place beneath a small overhang, keeping us out of the sun's direct rays. The Leyline sprung to life again, and the man appeared once more. "Ah, hello." "Yes," I said, my patience starting to run thin. After the terrible breakfast, boring patrolling, and the hot day we'd been thrust into, I very much wanted to get into some place with air conditioning, which I knew for a fact existed on this world. Well, there's been a bit of... how best to say this?"
Please, just speak plainly,
Belle said. "Yes, well... I am sorry to be the bearer of this news, Lady Belmora, but you have been—" He flashed her a pained smile. "Excommunicated." Belle's shoulders slumped, and her eyes grew wide. In a surprisingly emotionless voice, she said,
What?
"Yes, apologies. I double-checked with the Bureau of Records, and it's official. And no, I cannot disclose the particulars of how or why. Regrettably, you and your retinue will not be granted entry into the city. If you require aid in teleportation to a destination of your choosing, it will be rendered. You have but to ask." A grim silence passed over us all, including the Yazendi man still projected in front of us.
What the sweet fuck does excommunicated mean?
Vera yelled. While it seemed at first like a rhetorical question, she rounded on the man and stood in his avatar's face. He actually took a step back from her, partially fading out of view. He looked imploringly at Belle, but she stood there in shock, her gaze unfocused. You see... While the man had stepped back into focus, he leaned away from Vera's angry face. "In some extreme instances, citizens can, at the will of the High Council, be removed as a resident of Yezar, forfeiting all rights and privileges normally afforded to them, including entrance into the city."
The fuck does that even mean?
Vera roared. He sputtered, trying to find new words. "She is, that is to say, well, exiled."
Finally, a coherent sentence. Also, fuck you, exiled. Why? Why would that happen?
A part of me wanted to intervene on Belle's behalf, but Vera was doing a bang-up job already. "I'm afraid I cannot say—" Vera opened her mouth to unleash another venomous onslaught. I don't know, the man wailed. I don't know. They wouldn't tell that to someone like me. Vera pointed a finger at him. She yelled wordlessly.
We didn't come this far for some political shit to stand in our way. The Druzha are coming, you stupid bastard. I will rip your spine out your arse and... Vera,
Belle said softly. We all turned to see her bent over, tears flowing freely down her face. All three of us, Jiyan included, went to her side. Belle? I asked. She said in a high-pitched voice, shaking her head. She sniffled and shook, her mouth opening and closing, her lack of words saying more than anything else would.
My home.
A calm rage filled my body. I laid a hand on her shoulder and softly asked, Belle, where is that man? Physically, I mean. Her eyes drifted upwards. I looked out and around the overhang to a small tower directly above us. Up there? She nodded. Wait here. I sped up the side of the wall, my earlier practice coming into good use. At the top, a wide window looked out over the mountain pass, and 2 guards stood behind it, one of which was the man we'd been speaking with. He yelled out something in surprise, but I couldn't hear what it was through the glass. The ley ran through it, reinforcing it in a way I'd never seen before. It didn't matter, though. I reached out with tendrils of power, severed the magical channels flowing through it, and ripped a huge chunk of the window out. It didn't shatter like normal glass. Only small shards splintered off. The rest I threw away into the rocky terrain before I floated down into the room. It reminded me of the top of a lighthouse. Spiraling stairs led downwards from the circular room, whose centre was dominated by a large amalgamation of Leyline. I flashed the men a wide smile that did nothing to cool the ire in their eyes. Hello. Neither replied. I'm Sir Danic. Maybe you've heard of me, maybe not. Either way, we're going to resolve this situation here and now. I understand you probably won't have the authority to undo this excommunication. I took another step closer. I could feel the raw power radiating from my body in a way it never had before. Based on the way the men winced, so could they. While I kept my voice calm and level, it was all I could do to keep the anger that surged through me from exploding in a torrent of ley. Belle's tear-strewn face sat prominently in my mind. Someone was going to hurt for causing it. Let me tell you how this is going to go. You're going to contact whoever you need to inside the city. We will all be allowed inside, and then this business is going to be resolved. If that doesn't happen, I will tear down this fucking gate! It had been some time since I'd augmented my voice. It felt good. It also shook the entire tower. Once the men stopped cowering and uncovered their ears, they regarded me with terrified eyes. Okay? I asked in my calm voice. They nodded vehemently. Good. I'll wait below, but not for long. I descended from the tower without another word. The others had heard my tirade. Jiyan eyed me with a cool smile. Vera's expression said she wanted me to bend her over right there. She probably actually did. Belle leapt into my arms, still sobbing loudly. I wrapped her up snugly. We'll get this figured out, don't you worry.
But there's never been an excommunication that's been reversed.
This'll be the first one, then. She laughed, despite herself. It will. I'm going to either speak calmly with or beat the living shit out of anyone and everyone I need to in order to make them listen. Both, sometimes, if necessary. She stepped back and wiped her eyes, saying nothing. A few brief minutes later, we all heard a smaller gate, which was worked into the larger one, opening. Instead of multiple tanks abreast, it was just a normal-sized door. The man I'd spoken to came out, no less terror on his face. Sir Danic? Lady Belmora? He asked in a high-pitched tone. You and your retinue may enter the gatehouse. I went in first, followed by Belle, Vera, and Jiyan. The gatehouse loomed much larger than it had seemed from the outside, boasting another huge set of double doors on the far edge. The inside hadn't been glamoured to look like gold, although it hardly seemed any less ostentatious. The amount of intricate carvings, statues, and reliefs left barely any flat surfaces or straight lines except the floor. And, as an added bonus, it had air conditioning. We all sighed in relief as we passed through. We all waited there in the intensely uncomfortable, not for me, presence of the gate guard. No one spoke. Finally, a far door opened to admit an old man in a... It wasn't a wheelchair. It had legs. But it performed the same function, walking the frail man over to us. Whatever hair he'd had fell out years ago, and small horns jutted out from his brow. Wrinkles covered his face, along with a smattering of wispy whiskers. His eyes, however, shone with a bright, sharp golden light. Just like Belle's. She rushed over.
Father,
she said, and gave him a very prim and proper bow.
Belmora,
he said in a raspy voice, before reaching out to take her clawed hand in his.
I am overjoyed to see you here,
he said in a soft and flat voice, but the fire in his eyes matched his words.
Come, many things have happened.
His gaze flicked over to me before landing back on Belle.
Your friends are welcome to come as well.
Chapter 14. We followed him out of the gatehouse and into the city. And what a city it was! Gleaming spires stood tall in every direction, each building covered in more decoration and art than I'd ever seen. People whizzed by on a myriad of strange machines. The magic that flowed through every facet of the city was nearly overwhelming. I'd never felt anything like it before, and I mentioned it to Belle.
Oh, yes. Yezar stands here because this is the largest confluence of ley lines in the entire world. It's both the reason the Yezendi settled here and the cause of our unparalleled advancement of Leysin. Experiments can be performed here that simply wouldn't be possible anywhere else.
Pride rang through every word she spoke, her smile bright, and her eyes on the towers as we went. Vera gawped at everything just as much as I surely did. Jiyan looked bored. At my raised eyebrows, she shrugged.
I've been here before.
I see. I leaned in close to Belle and whispered, Hey, what's your dad's name?
Tethin. Please, don't address him by it. He doesn't like it. You don't need to call him anything, really.
Noted. Tethin led us to the base of a moderately tall tower and activated a Leysin that opened the doors inside. We followed him directly into an elevator that rocketed us upwards. Unfortunately, we didn't go all the way to the top. I heard a muffled,
"Aww,"
from Vera, a sentiment that I shared. We stepped out into a room that would have been at home in a steampunk novel, just without the steam. Numerous Leysin filled the space. Some sat on tables, some the floor, and some were worked directly into the ceiling. Only about a third of them had ley flowing through them, so I guess this had to be a workshop. At Tethin's sharp command, a few servants rushed out, cleared off a table, and organized some chairs around it, leaving space for the old man. We all sat. Tethin took his place. We stared each other down for some time. I was content to let someone else speak first. Tethin tapped at the table, his shrewd gaze lingering on us all, one by one, without expression. Finally, he pointed at me while looking at Belle and said,
This is the Lord?
I am not a lord, I said at the same time Belle said,
He's not a lord.
Ahem.
Long pause.
He has the powers of a lord, no?
Belle shrugged. I do, I said. Tethin exhaled raspily.
You made a scene at the gate?
He asked me. Yep. He nodded approvingly.
Good, good. Those witless runts probably wouldn't have even told me my daughter had returned if not for you.
His attention drifted over to Vera.
This is a dollar eye.
His tone implied that he'd never seen one in the flesh before.
Yeah, I am, arsehole.
She is so over this place already. This is going to be really funny. I wonder if she'll get into any fights that I'll have to help finish. The colour drained from Belle's face. Tethin, however, just snorted.
Charming.
He pointed a gnarled finger at Jiyan.
Saldani Jiyan.
She looked coolly back at him.
We normally phrase it as Jiyan of House Saldani, but yes. How did you know?
He tutted and slapped the table.
Yezar makes it its business to know everyone else's business. Also, if you've been here before, we have Leyline that can capture and recognize your face. Don't tell anyone that,
he said with a wink. It was impossible to tell if he was serious about the Leyline or the secrecy of them.
Father.
He sneered and muttered angrily.
You want to know about it?
Of course I do.
He grumbled before yelling out,
Tea!
At first, I had no idea what he was doing, but servants promptly rushed out of adjoining rooms to cover our table with cups and saucers, and, a moment later, many pots of tea, which they poured for us. I didn't know if they'd been waiting on his command or they had Leyline that could instantly produce tea. Either way, it tasted great, and they provided heaping plates of cookies as well. Vera and I eyed each other while surreptitiously trying to jam as many as we could in our mouths, erasing the memory of the horrid food of the last few days. Jiyan did the same, but with much more grace. Belle absently picked at one.
So, Father.
Yes, you want to know.
He sighed heavily and deflated, some of the curmudgeoniness leaving his demeanour.
Your excommunication. How it galls me to say those words aloud.
How long ago did this happen?
Belle asked, her eyes not leaving the bits of cookie on her plate.
Not long. I fought against it.
She perked up, her eyes wide.
You did?
He met her eyes and looked away, ashamed.
Yes, I did.
He sighed again.
You're surprised to hear that?
Well,
No, you're right to be.
His eyes drifted around the room, and he grumbled loudly.
That I should have to say this in front of your friends.
He threw up his hands.
Fine, so be it. I have been an absent father, at best. I have come, over these last few years, to realize that. Once I secured my place in the annals of our history, I paused my experiments, which I had never done before. Gone was the lifetime of ambition, and in its place, I spent time with my thoughts, not about the next new Leyline, but reflecting on my life.
Belle leaned in, her eyes wide.
I am proud of what I have accomplished, but,
he said, slowly looking up to meet her gaze,
I have a few newly discovered regrets.
He growled and angrily took a large sip of tea.
Our relationship is one of them.
His face screwed up as he glanced around the room.
Is this part of my penance, airing my feelings in front of these strangers?
Belle gave him a small smile.
You could have asked me into another room.
Tethin started.
My dear, that was rhetorical. I have placed myself in this position willingly. Self-flagellation, if you will.
Oh, Father,
she said, her eyes downcast, but the same smile gracing her lips anyway.
How like you. What's life without?
Tethin laughed uproariously and slapped the table.
A sense of the dramatic! You were listening!
On the few occasions you deigned to speak with me.
He flinched, but his own smile remained.
What a barb! How you wound me so deftly! You've really grown up during your travels, my dear.
Bell's eyes widened.
Yes, you heard correctly. That was praise. I will admit, it sounded weird to say it out loud.
It sounded odd to hear it, but I loved it.
He chuckled and sighed, his eyes unfocused. After a moment, Jiyan said,
The excommunication.
Tethyn growled, the mirth leaving his face completely.
That, yes.
He waited until he met Bell's eyes.
You aided the Druzha.
As many have before me.
Yes, however, it turns out that you aided the wrong Druzha, as if there are any right ones. You helped summon the so-called lords from wherever they came from.
It's a world called Earth, I said. Tethyn slowly turned to me.
Another world, you say?
Yes.
Not the first time in recorded history, but certainly remarkable.
Not the first time. He turned back.
Belmora, your internal Leyline.
She rattled off some completely incomprehensible words. The only ones I could make out were cross-matrixed, and they were sandwiched between foreign syllables so weird that I couldn't tell where one word ended and another began. Tethyn nodded.
As I suspected. You'll regale me with the particulars later, and I'll help you write a paper on the topic.
Well, if...
No ifs. We'll get this idiotic excommunication business handled.
And on that subject...
Jiyan said evenly.
Apologies. It's easy to become sidetracked. So, yes, word came of the Druzha's workings in the Sultani capital, and your involvement in it. Many thought you'd been coerced, but others said you must have been willfully aiding them.
He paused before saying,
It was the first one, wasn't it?
Bell shrugged.
At first I was enthralled by their highly advanced Leyline. I saw a unique opportunity and I leapt on it, heedless of the dangers. It was only when I'd overcommitted myself that I truly began to understand what I'd done. And by then it was far too late. In the end, Danic and Vera saved me.
That one too,
he said, pointing at Vera. She stuck her tongue out at him. He didn't react to it.
Yes, father, Vera too.
Lots of surprises today. Well, at any rate, you were lumped in with the Druzha, and the High Council thought you need to be held accountable for your actions. Thus was the judgment handed down, while the Druzha and their technology were declared anathema.
Bell perked up.
Really? Then the reason that no other Yezendi appeared in Darin?
Yes, the council wanted to wash their collective hands of the events, thinking it would stain our sterling reputation. The story, should anyone ask, is that one rogue Yezendi aided enemies of the world, who is now unaffiliated with Yezar.
Unexpectedly, Bell smiled.
You defended me.
Tethyn laughed sharply.
I did. Would it please you to know that I called the High Council a bunch of sewage-quaffing, gutless, duplicitous cowards?
You did?
Tethyn puffed up.
In open court.
No.
I did.
What? Did they throw you out?
He stayed puffed up, but his smile faltered.
Also yes.
Father.
Oh, don't go changing your opinion of me. I'm still an arrogant old bastard, but I did enjoy putting them in their place for my daughter's sake. I only wish something had come of it.
So what can we do about all this? I asked. He grumbled even more.
Well, now that's a little tricky.
Oh,
Bell said.
There's something you should know.
She stopped and started a few times before shrugging.
The Druzha are planning on killing all the peoples of Mirras, and they're coming here to do it.
Planning on what?
Killing everyone, I said. Or maybe all life. It wasn't exactly clear.
Bring about an apocalypse?
Tethin barked.
Unthinkable! Impossible! That's the biggest load of malarkey I've ever heard in my entire life! Breach Yezar! Attack Yezar! Complete balderdash!
He turned and leaned in towards Bell.
Really?
Yes, father.
Those upstart bastards!
He ranted and raved incoherently for a few minutes while the rest of us sat quietly and waited. When he was done, he shook his head and said,
You won't be able to convince the High Council of this unless you have incontrovertible proof. Do you have incontrovertible proof?
No. It must be done, father. There must be someone who's willing to listen. The fate of Mirras hinges on this.
Bell has mentioned, I said, that an attack on Yezar is so unthinkable that the city is not really well defended.
That is correct.
The enemy has... Well, perhaps you should just show him, Jiyan. It'll make things a lot quicker. She stood, a minuscule smile pulling up the corners of her lips. She raised a hand, waited for dramatic effect, and conjured a roiling ball of pure defilement that seemed to suck in the light and sent shivers up my spine. She must have really been concentrating on it. When she finished, she sat back down without a single word, that same smile barely perceptible on her lips. Tethin sat back, dumbfounded for a moment.
A living conduit,
he breathed. Bell perked up again.
You know of them?
He sneered and shook his head.
Not my area of expertise, of course, but when these wild allegations of yours came through, I looked through what sources we had available and consulted a few colleagues. They were loath to discuss the issue with me. Am I correct in thinking that this, he waved a hand at Jiyan, was previously impossible?
It's new, yes,
Jiyan said.
I would like to point out that I didn't volunteer for the transformation.
Then there are more conduits on the way into the city? And what of the lords?
We've been pretty sure, I said, that all the lords were dead like 3 different times now, and they keep popping up. I don't really think there are any left at this point, but, like I said, we've thought that numerous times.
As for the conduits,
Bell said,
I believe we must assume they exist. Whether they're Saldani or the Druzha themselves were able to affect the change in their own bodies is unknown, but ignoring the very real possibility would be foolish.
Bam! That's exactly what the council will do!
Even if I walk in there and lay waste to their vaunted chambers?
Jiyan asked. Tethin laughed loudly and mercilessly.
You think those pompous bastards would know the truth if it tore their faces off? Unlikely. They have one concern alone, making sure that Yezar's reputation remains clean. Keeping directly out of others' affairs is a large part of that.
What? I leaned in. I'm pretty sure they're involved in everyone's affairs. Tethin grinned maliciously at me.
Yezendi individuals do that. Yezar itself is above such things, or so they'll tell you.
They can't honestly expect anyone to think there's any difference.
Oh no? They can indeed expect that. Perhaps they truly think it themselves, shoved up their own backsides as they are. Either way, getting them to believe that someone would threaten this city itself? Bah! Like I said, incontrovertible proof would be required.
And Jiyan's not enough?
Perhaps you aren't listening to me, Danic.
I grumbled and slammed a fist down on the table. Damn it, the truth is that I fully believe you. Some humans are very much the same way, but it doesn't matter. We'll either convince them or I'll kill them and force this city to react. Silence met that proclamation. I met everyone's eyes in turn. If there's no other option, it'll have to be that. The fate of the entire world hinges on this. There's no time for half measures. Jiyan nodded approvingly. Vera slapped the table.
I say we start with that. Otherwise, you know how long this'll take?
She growled.
fucking politics.
Tethin turned to Bell.
How long until the Druzha actually arrive?
We can't know for sure, but we believe we have at least a week or two. We found their stronghold, which they'd recently vacated, and they can't use teleportation, believe me. So, even with a heavy march, it would take them that long to get here from Druzha lands. The downside is there's not much stopping them between here and there. They can skirt the Saldani's power rather easily.
He took a long and raspy breath.
Danic,
Yeah?
I'll be perfectly frank with you. Your idea of murdering the High Council and taking martial control of Yezar isn't the worst possible idea. It's very close to that, but I could think of worse. Still, we must at least attempt to make the Council see reason.
How would we do that? He threw up his hands.
I have no idea. I'm a scientist, but I have friends. Give me a day to call in some favors and we'll meet again.
My chair creaked loudly as I sat back. As long as we keep the fast option on the table. Also, could we see the static portals to the translation Leyline? He tilted his head at me.
And why on Mirras would you want that?
Bell explained the Druzha's actual plans.
Ingenious, especially for them.
At our incredulous reactions, he scoffed.
Well, it is. Now, let's get moving. And by that, I mean leave my apartments and I'll get moving. Entertain yourselves with the city or something in the meantime. I'll arrange lodging for you while you're here.
He started to leave, his chair whirring into life before Bell stopped him.
Father, thank you for believing me. And in me.
He patted her hand and smiled fondly.
Of course, my dear. I may be a terrible parent, but I'm not stupid. You've only ever wanted what's best for people. In that way, you've outshone everyone else in this damnable city.
Chapter 15. Tethin barked a series of commands to his servants, many of whom scurried away quickly.
Someone will show you to whatever apartments they arrange. Just wait downstairs. I'll send someone for the lot of you when things are happening. Danic, Jiyan, try not to kill anyone. It would make this all much harder.
As long as they don't have it coming, I said, as Jiyan muttered.
Well, we'll see.
Tethin glared at us both with narrowed eyes, but said nothing more. I regarded everyone once he'd left. Are we just going to stand here? I'd like to see this city while we have the chance. Vera, predictably, grumbled about the people. Jiyan shook her head.
I think a nap is in order.
Belle slid her fingers in between mine.
I'd love to show you around. Besides, they might try to kick me out if you're not with me.
I squeezed her hand. Just let 'em try. I asked Tethin's servants if they'd be around to show us to our lodgings later, and they assured us that it would be no problem. As we turned the first corner away from the tower, I noticed quite a few eyes on me. I whispered to Belle, "They don't know who I am, do they? I mean, I guess I am human after all."
It's probably the armor more than anything else. No one really goes around armored in Yezar.
Oh, yeah. I've been wearing it for so long now that it felt like a second skin. And of course, Belle had made it to be easily wearable in the first place. I'd take it off, but we're already here. Let them stare. And stare they did. We toured a lot of little shops and looked into the windows of many workshops like Tethin's, although I could only assume that whoever owned them had much less status than he did, since the shops were on ground level. The whole city smacked of over-design for the sake of it. Gargoyles dotted every rooftop in a plethora of styles, and most buildings were covered in gilt or bright metallic paint. The towers were mostly gold, which I assumed was for the sake of looking at them from the outside. I imagine that they probably had some version of a homeowners association to enforce it. Tower Owners Association? As we went, I heard constant whispers and sometimes outright conversations about us with no attempt at subtlety. Most revolved around me. Of course, most had to do with my humanity. Some didn't know what to make of it. Some pretended like they did. A few had actually heard of humans. "Don't they know about the lords?" I asked Belle.
Oh, well, Yezendi who live in Yezar are about as cloistered as you can get. A lot of us think this is the pinnacle of civilization. And, to be clear,
she said with an embarrassed smile,
I kind of think that. But they imagine everything outside the walls isn't really even worth knowing. So yeah, it's possible that they've not heard a single thing about the mess we've been in. They wouldn't know of the lords, and definitely not of you in particular.
Huh. We drifted along, looking into more shops and strolling through little parks filled with lush greenery and colourful plants I'd never seen before. As I listened, it became clear that I wasn't the only topic of discussion. I heard the words exiled and excommunicated and, more alarmingly, traitor mentioned. Based on Belle's ever-darkening expression, she heard them as well. "You okay?"
Well, no.
"Want me to kick someone's ass? A lot of someone's asses? Would that help?" She snickered and slipped an arm around me.
Probably wouldn't be a good idea.
"I didn't say it would." She snuggled in closer.
I'm glad you're here.
We tried to see more of the sights, but the constant murmurings of the crowd were getting to Belle, and, if I was being honest, they were getting to me too. When she suggested we head back, I agreed. It was for the best. I'd have probably slugged someone on the next street or two. We found one of Tethin's servants waiting for us. The woman took us one street over and into a similarly sized tower. Sadly, our elevator wasn't destined for the top floor there either. It stopped somewhere midway up the tower. The doors opened into a moderately lavish hotel-type room with a nice view of the city and a furnished balcony. We all went our separate ways to settle in. After inspecting the place briefly, I stepped out of my armor and left it standing in the middle of the living room, next to Vera's. Vera sat outside on the balcony, glowering down at the mass of people in the street below. Belle and I joined her.
Jiyan taking that nap?
Belle asked.
Oh, yeah,
Vera said.
She pretty much flopped down as soon as we walked in the door. By the way, there's cookies in the little kitchen. Your dad's people sent us here with a shitload of them. I didn't argue. I did eat too many of them, though.
Belle sighed.
You know, I think Jiyan had the right idea. I've been holding back a torrent of emotions since we got here. I think I might go sob into my pillow and pass out, if that's okay with you two.
I gave her a big hug. Of course. Let us know if you need anything. She rested her head on my shoulder.
I will, but just knowing you're here means so much.
Vera reached out and patted her back.
Let us know if you need us to beat the living shit out of anyone, okay?
She stepped back and laughed.
Danic already offered.
Vera nodded.
Good.
Before she left, I stopped her. Hey, we do still have the moat, right?
Yes, Jiyan has it. It will be important, but only once things really start happening. Assuming they do,
she added with a curled lip. Once Belle had retreated to one of the bedrooms, I went to the kitchen, loaded up on cookies, and came back out to sit down beside Vera. I waited until she turned towards me and held her eyes. She gave me a long-suffering expression. You're thinking that this is the fattest load of shit, aren't you? I said.
Oh, sweet fucking crap, yes! The absolute fattest!
She growled.
Imminent danger is on its way. And what's blocking anyone from doing anything? That's right, dumbass politics. We all have to worry about the city's reputation, because that fucking matters more than the city itself, right?
I just listened calmly as she let it all out.
I'm sure this so-called High Council, she said, making a bunch of mocking hand gestures, is up there making the stupidest decisions possible for the stupidest reasons they could, thinking the entire time about how great they are.
Probably.
Totally. Ugh!
So, I said, when I got an opening, there are some parks around town. You want to go see them? They had trees and everything. She froze, her rant disrupted.
Trees? Huh? Out here?
Yeah.
Probably got matrices in them or something.
I chuckled. They might, but they're still trees. I hear you like those.
Damn it, I do.
Well, let's go then.
Fine.
We got up and headed towards the door, both walking right past our armor. Not going to suit up? I asked.
Nope.
Huh. I thought you'd want that layer of separation between you and everyone else.
Normally I would, but here? I got stopped 4 times on the way over. 4 times! To walk a single street. People wanted to know all about it. Unsurprisingly, people here know a Leyline when they see one. They had questions. Questions I obviously didn't want to answer.
Did you make it over here without punching anyone?
Barely. And only because Jiyan gave them some babbling non-answers for me. You know, like nobles do. Came in handy this time, though. So, anyway, yeah, no armour for me. I'm sure they'll all notice I'm Dollar-Eye, though.
I don't know. My humanity might be a little more alluring.
Huh. Good point. I hope so.
In the end, we both drew a lot of stares and conversation. Vera kept her focus straight ahead through narrowed eyes. I didn't know that I'd ever seen a less approachable face than the one she made, and the people we passed seemed to think the same. In short order, I found one of the parks Belle and I had just toured. It contained fewer people, which instantly brightened Vera's mood. Right up until she got close to a tree.
The fuck is this?
She muttered. What?
Look at this shit.
She waved a hand at the tree. It looked like a tree to me. At her expectant expression, I examined it harder, and I saw something odd. It had the normal channels for ley that most trees did, but the currents inside it flowed haphazardly. The fuck is this? I muttered.
Yeah, right?
Vera tapped on the tree's bark.
Something's weird here.
How can you tell?
I don't know, just can. I'm right, though.
I cast my gaze lower, seeing a few Leyline underneath the soil. Huh, there's Leyline in its roots. She regarded it silently, taking in the base all the way up to the canopy.
Oh, this shouldn't even be here.
What shouldn't?
This whole thing. This shouldn't be able to grow in a climate like this. Oh, I can't believe I didn't think of that immediately.
Ah, the Leyline are likely helping it survive then. I waited for her to explode, to rant about how it was an abomination and should never exist and so on. All she said was,
Huh, neat.
Neat? She shrugged.
Well, I mean, they've made devices that help this tree live. I guess that's pretty cool.
Really? I'd half thought you'd want me to burn it down. She stepped back, aghast.
Of course not. It's a tree.
Kind of thought you'd think it an affront against nature. She tilted her head back and forth.
It kinda is, but I'm cool with it. Want to climb it?
I smiled brightly at this unexpected reaction and suggestion. Yeah, I do. You want my help, or would you like to do it the old-fashioned way?
What do you think?
Meet you at the top, then. I lifted off my feet, finding plenty of handholds for the ley on the way. Vera took her time, gracefully climbing and hopping her way up. When she arrived, I'd picked out a huge, thick branch with a lot of area for sitting, nestled away in a cloud of leaves that blocked the view of anything below. The bark underneath us proved surprisingly smooth.
Oh, now this is nice.
She sat down beside me and leaned in.
I sure didn't think I'd find somewhere like this in Yezar.
I wrapped my arm around her. There's a lot of surprises here. What do you think of Belle's father?
I liked him a lot.
I snorted. Really? You called him an arsehole?
Yeah, but he listened to us and just, believed. No convincing, no incentivizing him to help or whatever. I'm sure he is an arsehole in a lot of ways, but he's so much better than I expected from anyone in this shithole.
I squeezed her firmly. You think any big city is a shithole?
Yeah, and I'm right.
That lake house sure is going to be nice, huh? She exhaled, a small semblance of a laugh.
More than you know. It's going to be somewhere where I belong.
I leaned over, resting my cheek on her bright blue hair. I want to build it for you, to be there with you. You deserve it. A shuddering breath passed her lips.
What a weird day it was, finding you in the forest. If only I'd known what was to come.
Quite the adventure, huh?
Wow, sure could say that.
She gazed off into the tiny gaps between the leaves. What's going on in your head there?
Oh, well, I was thinking about me, who I was, who I am, and how little time has really passed between those things. Alarmingly little, really. Do you remember when you met me? Like, extremely recently?
Yes I do.
I wanted to see the world so badly. Wanted to be famous and accomplished and cool.
And now? She grinned and nestled deeper under my arm.
Is it possible to be so world-weary so quickly? I've outstripped my wildest fantasies, done things I'd never imagined. If you told me beforehand what we'd be doing, I just wouldn't have believed you. But now we're out here, seeing it all, doing it all. Oh, fuck, I just want to go home.
She broke into a fit of giggles.
Oh, shit, how very dollar-eye of me.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. We collectively looked at the world and said, nope. That's why we live in our tiny little villages, away from everything else. There was a time when we were more, but that was long ago. And most like our slow, idyllic lives. I always kind of hated that. And now?
Nothing wrong with changing your opinion based on experience.
Yeah, I know. Well, logically, I know. But it almost seems like a betrayal of past me, which sounds really dumb, but there it is.
Nothing wrong with changing your opinion based on experience. She smiled.
So I've heard.
Chapter 16. For a while, we sat there in silence, enjoying the small breeze that wafted through the leaves and the muted sounds that drifted up from the city below.
You think anyone can hear us up here?
Talking? I doubt it. Even in the closest towers, I doubt they really could. We'd be hearing them in that case.
Yeah, that's a good point,
she said, starting to unbutton my pants. Oh. I leaned back and let her work. With soft giggles, she undid my pants and pulled out my cock, enthusiastically putting it in her mouth. My head rested against the smooth bark, and I sighed. With my eyes closed, I focused on the sounds of the city below, the wind passing through the leaves, and Vera's mouth sliding up and down my length. My hands quested underneath her shirt, running along her smooth skin and cupping her breast, squeezing and working down to her hardening nipple. Now you know, I said, you probably shouldn't scream up here. She pulled off of me long enough to say,
I don't see why not,
before taking me into her mouth again. I ran my hand through her long hair. Valid, we sure didn't care in Doreen, but I don't know what type of scene it would cause here, and with our own precarious situation, getting caught fucking in the trees might actually hurt us in the long run. She raised up, unbuttoned her own pants, and slipped a hand down inside.
But I like screaming. It's fun.
Her lips were instantly back on me. I slipped my fingers down the back of her loosened pants and squeezed her round ass. I agree, I love hearing you scream, but for the reasons I just mentioned, you should keep it quiet this time. Here's a question. Can you keep it quiet? Her tongue slid up and down my cock, before she sat up and shimmied out of one of the legs of her pants and underwear, letting them dangle. Her body slid over me, her wet pussy pressed against my long, hard cock. She leaned down into my face.
And if I say I can't?
I'll fuck you anyway. A fit of giggling ensued while she raised up and slid me in between her lips. I set my hands on her hips, guiding her body slowly down on me until I was fully inside her. She squealed and squirmed, pulled her shirt up and shoved her boobs into my face. My hands gripped her ass and she started to bounce on my cock. I sucked, pinched and rolled both of her nipples, eliciting more suppressed squeals.
Imagine them all down there, Danic, going about their business. No idea that the undisputedly hottest dollar-eye woman in the world's getting railed above their heads, getting stretched out and fucked by the hottest guy on Mirras.
They knew in Doreen. I wanted them to know there.
Don't you want them to know here?
She sped up, bouncing her ass down hard on my cock.
Don't you want them to know how hard you make me come?
She shoved her tits into my face, keeping up her rhythm.
How you give me the most intense orgasms I've ever had. Every fucking time.
Her words came out breathlessly, one hand braced on the tree behind me and the other on my chest. I thrust back into her as much as I could, my hands running all over her body, never touching enough, gripping her ass, squeezing her huge boobs, or bringing her face down to mine so I could shove my tongue between her lips. Her moans got louder and louder as her body slammed against mine, her warrior's stamina never flagging as she impaled herself on me. The sights and sounds of her body washed over me, intoxicating. In that moment, I wanted her to scream loud enough for the whole world to hear. I grabbed her hips and pounded her for all I was worth, my cock sliding deep into her body as electricity surged throughout my entire being. She wrapped her arms around me, still bucking, her skin pressed against me.
Fuck! I'm almost there. Oh, fuck! Oh, I'm not going to be able to...
I didn't slow down in the slightest, just kept pounding into her.
Do it! Fucking do it!
Oh, fuck!
Her entire body trembled, her legs spasming. I kept my grip on her ass, kept fucking her through her orgasm. She threw her head back and let out the loudest scream, her body quivering and jerking. Her eyes rolled up into her head and she collapsed on top of me, still moaning loudly, completely out of control of her flailing body. I pulled her in tight as the show she was giving me sent me over the edge. I erupted deep inside her, shooting an endless load into her spasming pussy. I shuddered and shook, holding on to her, using the tiny bit of focus I had left to make sure we didn't roll off the tree branch in our orgasmic euphoria.
Oh, fuck!
She repeated as her shaky breath finally slowed. I groaned and blinked myself back to the present.
Holy shit!
With a heroic effort, she raised up on shaky arms and kissed me deeply. My lips pressed back against hers, my arms around her. We kissed until we could control our bodies again.
Do you...
she asked.
Think they heard me?
I think the people in Doreen heard you.
Good.
I nodded. Chapter 17. We stayed in the tree for a while after, seeing if we'd caused a scene or not.
I don't think anything's happening,
Vera said. I'd been scanning the area with the ley, and while some people had come into the park afterwards, no one stuck around. I'll bet no one knows what it was. Probably couldn't correctly guess it was someone coming in the treetops. She giggled loudly at that.
Well, why would they? I'll bet we're the first people to have banged on the top of a tree here.
Pretty likely. Want to head back?
Yeah. See if we get any stares.
Our feet hit the ground amidst a few gasps from the people in the park, but it seemed to be more from us floating down from the top of a tree rather than relating to us fucking. Even with all the lacing they had, it seemed that no one could float like me. We both gave everyone huge grins, wondering if they would make the connection. The mood had lightened noticeably, and Vera even smiled along the way. Right up until we stepped inside our tower's doors. Danic? Two official-looking Yezendi stood inside the foyer, a man and a woman, dressed in colourful uniforms, emblazoned with a red and gold animal-looking symbol that I'd never seen before. They held heavily ornamented golden spears. The weapons looked decorative, but the people did not. Yes? We need you to come with us, the man said. And why is that? You're under arrest. He did not elaborate. No. The two glanced at each other before leveling their spears in my direction. We can do this the hard way or the easy way, I finished for him. I don't like saying this, but do you know who I am?
We do?
The woman said. Unlikely if they think they can take me by force. Vera had fallen into a fighting stance, although she had no weapon. I put my hands on my hips. I'll tell you what, if you tell me why you're arresting me, I'll consider coming along quietly. I can always just get up and leave at any point. There's probably not a door or wall in this city that I couldn't bash my way out of. Besides, maybe I'll find out some interesting or useful things. The man cleared his throat. The slight wrinkles on his face implied middle age, and the calm determination in his eyes said he'd seen combat before. He wasn't afraid of me, even though he should have been. You assaulted our people at the gate and caused a significant amount of property damage to Yezari structures. It has been decided that you will answer for these crimes. I grunted in reply and laid a hand on Vera's shoulder. I'm gonna go with them. Tell the others, especially Belle's father.
But...
I shook my head. I'll be fine. She pressed her lips into a line, suppressing some objection, I was sure.
Okay.
The Yezendi guards weren't impressed as I flashed them a winning smile. All right, let's go. Hold out your hands. Oh, handcuffs. They really don't know who they're dealing with if they think those are worth anything. The moment I held my hands out, they slapped what looked like a long, golden brick over my wrists. The lacing's internal components shaped themselves to match the contours of my arms exactly. I gave it an experimental little push and pull without any lei flowing through me, and it remained rock solid. The tiniest upturning of the guard's mouth said he thought me suitably trapped. A daydream of slowly but inexorably pulling my arms out of the device formed in my head. How I wanted to see his tiny, smug smile crumple in the face of my power. I left the cuffs on. Vera's expression said she wanted to skewer these two and be done with it, but she headed up to our rooms with only a few backwards glances. My smile didn't seem to reassure her. Once she'd gone, I turned to my would-be captors and cheerfully said, "Well, let's go. Where are we going?" They did not answer. Naturally, I drew even more stares and whispers as soon as we were out the door and into the street. I flashed every single person my brightest, most confident smile, which befuddled most of them. As we briskly moved through the city, I found myself having a fun time. We made our way to an aerial transit system, like an elevated train, except instead of train cars, it had small pods that held a few people at most. My escorts activated some lacing built into the system, calling down a pod. People moved swiftly out of the way, and we stepped inside. It had seats around the edges, but we stood. I thought about sitting anyway, but elected not to, the smile still wide on my face. Yezar whisked by in a blur, the golden towers bleeding into each other. The tracks led directly inside one of them, where we stopped and got out. The opulence I'd seen everywhere else was markedly absent here. Our destination had sleek grey walls and no decorations at all. "Charming," I said. They did not reply. We moved into a short hall leading to a large elevator. Much to my disappointment, instead of heading up high, we began to descend. We'd started off a few stories above the ground, but the trip didn't stop at the basement or even a sub-basement. We just kept going. When the elevator stopped, I guessed we were nearly as far below ground as the tallest towers stood above. The doors opened into a similarly sparse and utilitarian hall. We took many winding twists and turns down identical hallways, so many that I couldn't imagine they were all necessary. I reached out with the lei, feeling along the underground bunker, and found the elevator shaft very close by. I chuckled to myself. They'd been intentionally trying to confuse me for the sake of it. They gave my laughter questioning looks, but I just kept smiling and said nothing. When we eventually stopped, we stood 3 short turns away from the elevator, even though we'd turned about 12 corners during our trip. A door opened in the middle of a seemingly smooth wall, powered by hidden lacing. They shoved me in. A tiny prison cell greeted me. The toilet and a thin bed were the only furnishings in the cramped rectangular space, lit by a recessed light above. The two turned to leave. "Hey." They reluctantly paused. "Here's the deal. I don't mind going along with this for a little while, but if the plan is to leave me waiting down here for any real amount of time, there's going to be trouble, okay? You let your superiors know that." They met my eyes and said nothing before they turned to leave. "Hey, aren't you going to at least take off these handcuffs?" The door slid shut. "Arseholes," I muttered. I laid down on the bed with its thin mattress and pathetic pillow. I could have folded the pillowcase in half a few times and given myself more padding than it provided. As the silence stretched on, I realized I really had to take a piss. I regarded my fancy handcuffs. I'll leave 'em on for now, I said to myself. Undoing and then buttoning up my pants afterwards with the lei proved a lot more challenging and fiddly than I'd imagined, but I got it done and flushed, all with magic. The straight, polished walls had been carved directly from bedrock. Earthen lei flowed easily through them. I could feel many cells just like mine, but only a few held prisoners. I didn't want to know why they were there or what would be done with them. The Azendi seemed like highly civilized people, but sometimes the worst atrocities were committed by people just like that. Should I break everyone out? I gave that some serious thought. Nah, I might be busting out real criminals. Would be kind of fun, though. After about a half hour, or what seemed like that long, I got tired of my handcuffs. I'd wanted to play along as much as I could, but this asked too much. With the lei flowing through me, I pulled my arms out as if the cuffs were made of cardboard, the metal deforming and the lacing inside breaking. I set the mess on the ground and laid down with my hands behind my head. Mostly, I thought about the cookies upstairs in our room and how much I'd like to eat too many of them again. Okay, I said to myself an hour later. That's enough. Still not wanting to make too much of a scene, I tried to figure out the lacing that opened the door. It took a few tries with a couple of different flows of magic, but I managed to get it done. My door slid right open. Of course, I could have punched my way right through it, but I still wanted to be civil. Enough. Sort of. The 2 guards that had escorted me down were sitting at some sort of command station nearby, along with one other man. "Hey, so," I said as I rounded the bend. For a second, the 3 stared at me in utter befuddlement. My rude escort was the first to recover. He grabbed his spear from where it stood against a wall and rushed me. Naturally, I had bolstered myself with the lei. I really wanted him to try and stab me so he could see just how ineffective it proved, but he stopped the weapon a finger width from my face.
How did you get out?
Before I could answer, he yelled,
Get back in your cell before I cut you down right here and now!
For someone who'd, as far as I could tell, seen actual fighting, this guy really couldn't read the room. I grabbed the haft of the spear with one hand and put the other on his chest, pushing back with a moderate amount of force. He went flying, his grip on the weapon slipping right off. With twin cries, he slammed into the woman and they both tumbled to the ground. The third man regarded this situation with wide eyes. He picked up his own weapon, but stood frozen, his eyes locked on mine. You can try it if you want. The first man got to his feet and stood warily, trying to size me up, his hands wide and his stance implying that he'd be launching himself at me soon. I rolled my eyes and threw the spear down a hallway behind me. Listen, dipshits, stop jerking me around and get someone important down here right now, or I'm just going to leave. If you try to stop me, I can't promise that I won't hurt you. My opponent sneered and stepped forward, ready to pounce. I punched the corner of the stone wall, taking out a huge chunk of rock, which heavily thudded to the ground. Next one's gonna be your face. He finally got the picture. Great. I'm gonna go sit in my tiny cell now. You've got 10 minutes to make something happen, or I'm leaving. And I'll break anything I have to in order to do so. That includes you. Without waiting for a reply, I turned on my heel and left. I returned to the cell and closed the door behind me. After what felt like 10 minutes later, I stood, irritated. When I opened the door, I came face to face with a very surprised woman in highly ornamented clothing who'd been almost ready to come get me by the looks of it. Just in time, I said with a forced smile.
Hello, Danic.
Yes?
My name is Tenora.
Her eyes shone with a blue so light that it appeared nearly white. A tight ribbon pulled her hair into a severe ponytail, and she wore many pieces of colourful jewellery, which I marked as lace-in by the magic flowing through them.
I am here to escort you to the Low Council.
I only get the low council, not the high one. She favoured me with a tight smile.
All business goes through the Low Council first. Truth be told, most things are handled by other entities, but you are a special case, let's say.
Uh-huh. Tenora, was it?
Yes.
Great. Let me tell you something. I'm willing to play along in this little song and dance, but only up to a point. I'm already rather irritated by being left down here to rot. Exactly how long would it have taken for someone to come get me if I hadn't made a scene? Her eyes drifted to the side.
Well...
Let me show you something. I turned and picked up my broken handcuffs and, without another word, twisted the metal things over and over, the material bending easily in my hands. Tenora's eyes widened. Come this way, I said. Somewhat surprisingly, she followed me. The other guards, who had been standing outside my cell, followed her without comment or expression. Neither of them were the guards I'd been dealing with. I showed them the wall that I had broken. I punched it again, taking out another huge chunk in a spray of dust and pebbles. Now, if you would be so kind, please stop jerking me around. I was enjoying this for a little bit, but I'm not now. I stepped uncomfortably close, towering over her. My eyes contained no traces of humour when I said, "This meeting with the Low Council will be productive." She swallowed.
I will see that it is.
I flashed her a smile. Great! Judging by the expressions on everyone's faces, the elevator ride out of the dungeon was incredibly awkward for them. Or frightening. Probably both. I stood there with my hands on my hips, wondering if I should have bothered going along with this in the first place. I hadn't wanted to make waves until necessary. I wanted to let Tethin handle things the way they were normally handled in Yezar.
Screw that, I guess.
Chapter 18. The Low Council didn't meet in the tower directly above the dungeon, which came as no surprise. We took a slightly larger pod to another seemingly random tower in the city. Tenora sat, but none of the rest of us did. The two guards, both men, warily watched me throughout the entire trip. Good. They understand what's up. Tenora led us all to a smaller antechamber in a larger tower near the top. I gazed out the window at the city.
Good thing the Druzha are taking a while to get here. Damn it, Vera's right. Politics are stupid.
Tenora left, presumably to speak with the council before I had my audience or whatever was about to happen. The two men stood on either side of me. One of them wouldn't look directly at me. The other could hardly look away. I flashed him a winning smile. Been a guard here for long?
I'm a member of the city security force, sir. Often called by the acronym CSFR, pronounced Sesfer.
Very nice. Ever fought a Druzha? He chuckled.
I've never seen a Druzha.
You're not missing anything. Been outside of Yezar?
I visited the Saldani capital once.
Like it? He tried to suppress a smile and failed.
Not really.
We laughed. Yeah, I thought it was just okay.
Can I ask, sir, what,
He gestured generally at me. Oh, I'm a human.
I see.
I smiled. I'm from a world called Earth. I was summoned here, kind of, by one of my now girlfriends whom I rescued with the help of my first girlfriend. She was in the clutches of a doomsday cult, which is, coincidentally, heading to Yezar right now to flood the world with defiled ley and kill all the people on Mirras. I'm here to convince the council, or whoever I need to actually deal with this incoming threat. He blinked.
You're serious?
Yep, about all of it. The other guard leaned in.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit.
I nodded. Yeah, I hope the council listens. If they don't, I'm gonna have to make them listen. Sesfer number 2 shook his head.
I should have stayed home today.
A few minutes later, Tenora came out and gave the same tight smile she had before.
Well, Danic, I spoke with the council.
I'm guessing by the look you're giving me that you tried to do as I asked, but it didn't go well.
That is correct.
I appreciate your trying. Are they ready to see me now? To grant me an audience or whatever?
Ah.
A tight smile turned into a pained one.
This event isn't an audience. It's a sentencing.
I see, I said flatly. Well, that makes it a little easier, actually.
It does?
Yeah, there's no situation to salvage. If everything's already screwed, then I can't screw it up anymore. I can just do what I want.
Okay.
She glanced at the men.
This is going to be interesting. Come.
The council chamber's ceiling soared so high that I could barely make out the paintings spread out across it. Massive windows ringed the octagonal room, letting in a flood of light. The council sat behind an elevated judge's bench, looking down on everyone else in the room. Seating for an actual audience ringed the room, and all seats were full. As I scanned the space, I caught sight of the others, along with Tethin, in one of the front rows. Vera looked like she might kill someone within a few minutes. Belle's face twisted in a horrified rictus, and I wouldn't have been surprised to see her pitch over and vomit into the central dais. Jiyan sat primly without expression. This wasn't her first council rodeo, I imagined. Tethin looked vaguely pissed, but I hadn't seen another expression on his face. Tenora and the men led me to the center of the room, deposited me there, and left. The one I chatted to gave me a hopeful thumbs up, which I returned. The murmuring around the room dwindled to nothing as the council stood. 5 Yezendi glared down at me, 3 men and 2 women. The man in the center spoke, his voice amplified by a lacin worked into the bench, coming out from hidden speakers all around the room.
Danic, the human!
I stared back at him lazily. It hadn't been a question, so I didn't feel the need to reply.
You stand accused of assaulting our security force and causing great harm to our outer gate.
Great harm my ass.
In addition, you have forced a former citizen's way into Yezar. You will be sentenced to—
Whoa now! I pitched my voice to carry throughout the room loudly. I don't get to say a single thing in my defense. They exchanged bewildered glances. Apparently I had not been expected to speak. The man resumed.
For these crimes, witnessed by many, which you have perpetrated without question, you will be sentenced to imprisonment, the duration of which will be determined at a later date.
Well, that sounds like forever.
In addition, the excommunication of Umara Belmora will be upheld, and she will be escorted out of the city following this sentencing.
The murmurs started again.
This is our judgment. The sentencing is over.
Okay, hard way it is. I pushed off the floor and rose slowly into the air, pulling every set of eyes in the room to me. The man's jaw dropped, but before I could say anything, he yelled,
How dare you make a mockery of this?
I augmented my voice with the lay, enough that everyone would hear me, but not so much as to shake the walls.
Shut the fuck up!
He did, although it was more out of surprise than anything else.
The only mockery here is the lot of you. The Druzha are on their way to Yezar, with magic that even you don't understand. They have lords with powers like mine, and living conduits that can channel defiled ley.
I didn't actually know if either of those were true. We had to assume, though.
I will not be sentenced to anything. Belmora's excommunication, which is a farce to begin with, will be lifted. You will shut your worthless mouths and get to work preparing to defend Yezar against the Druzha.
One of the women stood and held out her arms.
You expect us to believe these lies? That some cheap tricks will convince us of anything?
Are they really this stupid? They know about the Druzha. They declared their lacin anathema.
I raised my hand and snapped 2 fingers as I pushed a surge of ley out in all directions. I'd caused earthquakes before, but I felt confident I could do this and not knock the entire tower over. The whole building shook as I floated serenely in the air. For a few brief seconds, no one said a thing. But then Center Guy opened his mouth and started bellowing something unproductive. I snapped, shaking the tower again, and again, and again. With a lash of pure energy, I lifted Center Guy up into the air with me, dragging him roughly from his seat. As he floated in front of me, terrified, I spoke again, making no attempt to spare him from the booming power of my voice. They come with powers like mine! No need to mention that I was personally far stronger than any other lord I'd ever met. As an act of kindness, I set the man back down amidst a deafening silence. I crossed my arms and waited. Finally, one of the other men on the council stood.
Even if this is true, you cannot think that living conduits of defilement are real. The old Saldani Empire created them, but they were nothing more than husks.
Oh shit! At least one person knows what the hell is going on, at least a little. I smirked. Jiyan? She'd not moved an inch or reacted to anything yet, as far as I could see. Without a word, she leapt down from her seat to the open area in the middle of the room. She breathed a small sigh before raising up into the air with me. With a small voice pitched just for me to hear, she said,
They won't be able to see anything, so I'm going to have to be a little drastic to make them understand.
It's a drastic situation. She nodded, raised her arms, and closed her eyes. In a burst, power roiled out from her body, a heavy miasma of corruption that blanketed the entire room. Wrapped up in my own power as I was, I felt nothing. I could tell, though, that she wasn't really trying too hard with it. Enough to make the point, even though she could likely kill everyone here if she'd wanted to. Everyone else, however, definitely felt something. I murmured.
I shielded the others before I came out here. Did you not feel it?
True to her word, Vera, Belle, and Tethin sat unfazed. I did not. There were other things to pay attention to.
Fair enough,
she said with an evil smile. We floated there, watching everyone squirm in discomfort and growing nausea. I felt a little bad for the people in the audience, but they had come to watch my sentencing for entertainment, so it was fine. No one had even puked yet. Enough's probably enough, I said. Jiyan shrugged.
Sure you don't want me to ramp it up for effect?
No, not yet. If they give us any more business, go nuts. Make 'em all puke their guts out.
Let's hope it comes to that,
she said, cackling, before she relented, dispelling the defilement. We waited while everyone recovered, which took a few minutes. I floated down to stand on the council's bench, directly in front of Center Guy. In my normal voice, I said, I wanted this to be civil. This could have been a conversation, but you forced my hand. The Druzha are coming, and Yezar needs to prepare. I would like to think that Jiyan and I could repel them ourselves, but that might or might not be the case. Here's what's going to happen now. Belmora's excommunication will be rescinded immediately, as of right now. And the High Council, or whoever the fuck makes the real decisions around here, will be contacting me shortly. Shortly. The defense of Yezar will begin today. I will not suffer a single iota of resistance to anything anymore. The fate of Mirras itself is on the line, and you pompous bastards won't be getting in my way anymore. With that, I turned, leapt down to the floor, and, with Jiyan at my side, strode right out of the chamber. Just as we passed the door, the room exploded into a wild cacophony, people yelling and carrying on. We side-eyed each other and smiled. No one even tried to escort us out. When we got to the elevator and started to descend, I turned to her. I think that went pretty well. You?
Oh, I don't know. I wanted an excuse to do a little more. Flex, as it were.
You like them being afraid of you.
Of course I did. I spent my life on the other end of that dynamic. It feels nice.
Just don't go overboard with it. She shook her head.
No, I shan't become the thing I hated. Just play around a little. But to answer your question, yes, it did go well, I believe. The audience was a blessing. If this had taken place behind closed doors, the council might have doubled down and denied everything for whatever reasons. But now, the story will spread. Tales of our power will surge through the city, magnified in the telling. And the threat of the Druzha? The populace will be terrified within the hour.
I didn't really want to create a panic.
What must be done must be done. Only a handful of things work to get the powerful to move. The collective, incensed will of the people is one of them, if you can manage it.
Good point. I was imagining beating the shit out of the High Council personally, but this might actually be better, as long as things don't devolve into random chaos.
No, I think the Yezendi too prim and proper for that. Now, the Saldani...
She just smiled. Chapter 19. With nowhere else to go and not wanting to answer questions of a crowd, we retreated to our rooms. Thankfully, Jiyan knew the route back to our tower. When we got back, she fell into a chair on the balcony and I raided the pile of cookies, which had dwindled alarmingly since I'd seen it last, probably because of Vera. The others showed up in short order. In lieu of a greeting, Vera said,
Shit, that was awesome! Did you see the looks on those stupid assholes' faces? They were terrified!
She burst into laughter that went on so long she had to sit down. Belle's complexion had returned to normal, but the sickly expression remained. "How are you doing?" I asked, as I wrapped an arm around her shoulders.
That was a ride.
I led her to the couch to sit down next to a still giggling Vera. Tethin came in on his walking chair. His mouth curled into a sneer, but the gleam in his eyes said otherwise. He came straight up to me.
In all my years, I've never seen such a show. A Yezari council cowed, bullied. I almost liked you before, Danic. I really almost like you now.
High praise.
Yes, that's how it was intended. I should think things are in motion now. My only criticism is that you didn't let me do anything. I was making plans, calling in favors, all moot now.
Apologies, I said with a wry smile. I meant to wait, but they forced my hand.
I'll let it slide this time.
He wandered over to the cookie pile and glowered down on it.
Oh, this won't do at all.
He pulled out a small cube and activated it. I could feel a small pulse of energy fly away, and a minute later, one of his servants appeared.
Yes, Tethin?
She said.
Cookies! Many more!
Yes, Tethin,
she replied with a prim bow before scurrying out the door. Despite Tethin's seemingly rude demands, the servants weren't showing any open disdain for him. Also, I'd only seen him yell for cookies and tea, so maybe it wasn't such a bad job. Cookies and tea appeared shortly after. Tea had not been requested, but received a very approving nod when it showed up. How long do you think this is going to take? I asked him while we all wolfed down a truly absurd amount of cookies. Even Belle wasn't immune to the cookies' siren call. The tea tasted of cinnamon and cloves, with only a little bit of variation from Earth's flavors.
Who in Mirras knows?
Tethin said, scowling.
Nothing like this has ever happened before. Could be minutes, could be hours.
He smirked.
But after the show you two put on, I don't think it'll be days.
It turned out to be about 15 minutes. A heavily armored man knocked on the door, interrupting our post-feast regrets. He wore a deep frown, and his gilded armor must have been ornamental, as it restricted his movement quite a bit. He attempted, despite his demeanor, to give a proper bow, but only got about halfway there.
Sir Danic.
That's a good start.
Your immediate presence, along with Lady Jiyan, is requested in the High Council's chambers at your earliest convenience.
Requested? At my earliest convenience? This keeps getting better. We're ready now, I said, glancing over to Jiyan. With wide, embarrassed eyes, she stifled a loud burp.
Yes, I am ready.
She stood slowly, draining the last of her cup, which I thought was her fourth.
We may depart now.
I let her loop her arm in mine as we headed out of our apartments, meeting everyone's eyes in turn. Tethin smiled, as much as I'd ever seen him do, which wasn't much. Belle looked nervous. Vera's lips were pulled back in a wide smile, likely hoping for a repeat of the events with the Low Council. I gave her a surreptitious thumbs up, even though I was internally ambivalent about the thought. On one hand, yes, it would be fun. On the other, I desperately wanted to avoid dealing with any more obstinate dumbassery. The ornamental man said nothing as he led us through the streets to another pod, which took us to Yezar's tallest tower. This time, we actually did ascend to the top. I stopped and gazed out of a window in the gilded hall before the High Council's chambers. Yezar shone brightly in the sun, the most beautiful city I'd ever seen. Too bad it was filled with idiots. We walked right past huge chamber doors and made our way to a small room down a long, curving hall. We entered a miniature version of the Low Council's chamber, complete with bench and 5 opulently dressed Yezendi, 3 women and 2 men this time. The man led us to the center, which sat slightly below the bench, letting the council still look literally down on us. He then left. He tried to keep it together, but his haste was poorly hidden. I put my hands on my hips and waited.
Sir Danic,
the woman in the middle said. High Councillor, I replied, which seemed right. No one corrected me.
Lady Jiyan.
She gave them a proper bow. What followed was the most surprising, refreshing thing I'd encountered in my entire time on Mirras. They respectfully asked questions of both of us and then paused to listen to our answers, no matter how long they were. After a few minutes, I stopped them to ask for chairs, which were swiftly brought in. I recounted my entire adventure, starting with being awoken in the middle of the night, all the way up to that very minute, only leaving out the steamy and personal parts. Jiyan spoke of her association with the Druzha and then her capture and the subsequent experimentation that she survived, leaving nothing out. I openly stared at her during the parts that she hadn't discussed with us before, which were like a real-life horror movie. When she finished, I slipped my hand into hers and whispered, "Fuck, Jiyan. I'm so sorry you had to endure that." She lightly squeezed back and smiled a tiny smile, but said nothing. When all questions had been asked and answered, followed by a lot of conferring between the council members, the middle councillor shakily stood and said in a quivering voice,
Thank you, Danic. Jiyan, that was quite the tale. To be perfectly honest, we would have doubted much of it if it had not been for the events in the lower council, witnessed by many. That the Druzha can pose such a threat.
She shook her head.
If you'd asked us if we could imagine such a thing just this morning, I believe we all would have said no.
She took a long breath and continued.
We have more questions for others, including the newly reinstated Umara Belmora.
You've lifted the excommunication?
We have. Such a thing has never been done before.
Good. That was all I had to say about that.
We will speak again later. Thank you for coming.
Her eyes had been unfocused for this entire speech, and they remained that way as we left. Outside the door, no one waited for us. I snickered. I wonder if the guy that brought us here should have waited. Jiyan laughed lightly.
I think we can manage on our own.
At the bottom floor, when the doors to the elevator opened, Belle and Vera stood waiting. Belle's bright eyes crinkled upon seeing us.
How did it go?
Extremely well, I said. Like, way, way better than I ever would have hoped. They were, get this, reasonable.
Are you shitting me?
Vera said, her hands on her armored hips. Nope, they actually listened. She scoffed.
Unlikely.
Agreed, but it happened. You're wearing your armor again. She shrugged.
They wanted Belle to come alone. I told this arsehole,
she said, pointing at a man I hadn't noticed wearing the same armor as our own escort,
that I'd rip his arse out through his arse if he tried to stop me.
The Yezendi escort, who sported a suffering expression, said,
I didn't know what that meant, but I didn't want to find out. The council asked only for Umara Belmora, but they didn't explicitly say she had to come alone.
His shrug said that it wasn't his problem. Belle smiled and gave Vera's hand a little squeeze, eliciting a blush like I hadn't seen in some time. Well, good luck. Did you leave any cookies? Vera's face screwed up.
Yes, we did. So many cookies.
I caught Jiyan's eyes. Maybe a real dinner is in order.
I should think so.
Jiyan and I made our way back to the apartments, ate a single cookie apiece, and asked Tethin's servant, who was posted outside our doors, for restaurant recommendations. The woman brightened.
Master Tethin anticipated your request. Here.
She fished out a small, rectangular lace-in from her dress and handed it over.
This will allow you to dine on the master's coin. I'd be happy to show you my personal favorite spot.
That would be lovely,
Jiyan replied. We ended up at the top of a tower at a restaurant that circled the entire upper floor. Every single table was placed up against a plate glass window that wrapped around the entire floor. The waitstaff pulled out our chairs for us and proceeded to unravel and set our napkins in our laps. It was weird, but I rolled with it. When we'd come in, the host took one look at us and paled before falling all over himself to tell us what an unparalleled honor our presence was. After we sat, the waitstaff acted similarly. Their too wide smiles and ramrod-straight postures said they feared that any tiny annoyance would send us off into a magically fueled rampage. Also, I overheard them saying exactly that when they thought we couldn't hear them. I found it all about as tiring as anything else I'd encountered in Yezar. Jiyan, however, couldn't stop smiling. Having a good time? She coolly peered back at me, her ever-present smile still in place.
Yes, Danic, I am. Aren't you?
It's okay. She scoffed and gazed out the window.
I have, or had, acquaintances in the capital that would be dying of jealousy if they could see me now, sitting here at the apex of Yezar, with everyone around me just falling over themselves to cater to my every whim.
It's fine, I guess. She laughed breathily.
You are a rare breed, Danic. If I hadn't known you personally, I wouldn't have thought such humans existed.
Well, you weren't exactly shown the best we have to offer.
True.
Naturally, I couldn't read the menu. I asked Jiyan what the most expensive thing was, ordered that, and called it a day. I let her order the drinks. Wine came with dinner, which turned out to be a dressed-up fish, complete with the head. I tried not to look in its eye as I ate it. Jiyan noticed and chuckled quietly about it. Afterwards, dessert came, which consisted of the most artfully designed plate I'd ever seen. Sweet sauces in a rainbow of rich colours overlaid a white cake with a swirling black centre, and it was all even better than the cookies. Small glasses of booze followed. We got a few rounds of those.
Danic,
She said softly, her eyes out the window. Hmm?
did I ever thank you for saving me?
Oh, probably. Why?
An idle thought among many. If I didn't, thank you. And thank you for not killing me when I tried so hard to kill you.
I smiled. Of course. She sighed and looked down at her hands.
Do you think there's any place for me in this world?
Oh, we're having a heavy conversation now. Probably just as much as there is for me. She glanced up.
I hadn't thought of it that way. No other humans will be left, if there are any at all,
Nope, just me.
Does that make you sad?
Nah.
Really?
I shrugged. Being human isn't special, it turns out. It's the same as being Saldani, Dollarai, or Yezendi.
Not Druzha?
Nah, they suck. We chuckled. Still don't know what you're going to do afterwards? I asked.
I think about it all the time. With the power I command, I suppose I could be an adventurer or mercenary.
I raised an eyebrow at her. Doesn't seem like your thing. She grinned.
The mere thought makes the bile rise in my throat. It would undoubtedly involve sleeping outside and being dirty a lot of the time.
Probably.
Returning to the nobility in any fashion makes my bile rise even more, however. I wouldn't go back to my old life, which I've said many times, but I wouldn't try to force my way into the upper nobility either, as much as I like this,
she said, gesturing broadly around.
The life of wealth and power is, more often than not, one of stress and a fear of knives in the dark. I should know. I've seen those knives slide into powerful backs before.
We asked for one more round in our tiny booze glasses.
But what else is there? I have no skills beyond subservience and subterfuge, certainly not applicable skills. And I'm hardly the age to apprentice somewhere, not that they'd even take me with my soft, pampered hands and my terrible, horrible powers,
she said with a perfectly straight face. I didn't know what to say, so I stayed silent. After she sipped more booze, she turned to regard me.
No words of wisdom?
If I had any, I'd give them to you. You do know you'd be
welcome heir to the lake house.
Yeah. She smiled and turned to the window again. The sun had fallen towards the horizon, and shadows lengthened below.
It's a nice thought, truly. Perhaps I'll take you up on it, bored as I think I would be, but I don't know that I'd be welcome anywhere else, not without reservation.
We weren't presented with the bill, not that I could have read it. I'm sure the dinner cost an exorbitant amount. Chapter 20. Jiyan held onto my arm for dear life on the walk home.
Perhaps 1 or 2 glasses fewer would have been wise.
You can collapse when we get there. You know I could just carry you. It wouldn't be a problem.
Absolutely not.
Her grip on my arm was like iron, as was the determination in her eyes.
I shan't be carried like a babe through the streets of Yezar because I was too deep in my cups.
I couldn't help but chuckle at her. She groaned when the elevator to our apartments ascended, but kept our expensive dinner down. We stumbled in and closed the door behind us, and she let out a long exhale before sinking to the ground. I let her sit. Vera? Belle?
We're in here,
Vera called from the bathroom. Jiyan?
Never speak of this to anyone, Danic, but please, carry me to bed.
I scooped her gently up and took her to her bedroom, kicking the covers off with a leg before depositing her on the mattress. She didn't resist as I pulled the sheets and blanket up over her. Good night. She slipped a hand around my neck, pulled me in, and kissed me briefly on the lips. She closed her eyes and laid back on the pillow.
You're a good man, Danic. Better than most.
I opened my mouth to reply, but her head rolled to the side, her breath already evening out. Before I left, I made sure to tuck her in well. My magic muffled all sound as I left the room and shut the door. Vera and Belle were, as suspected, naked and in the tub, covered in scented bubbles. And what a tub it was! Set into the floor with contoured curves for multiple people, Leyline were worked throughout its design, providing a constant flow of warm water. I stripped and stepped in. Oh, shit, I muttered, sinking into the tub, the heat and jets already easing the day's stress out of my body.
Yeah,
Vera said, smiling.
It's fucking awesome, isn't it?
It really is. So, how'd the thing with the council go for you two? A strangled grunt passed Belle's lips, her face screwed up.
It went?
Not good? I asked.
No, it's not that. The council listened to us, as you said they did for you, but...
What? Vera snickered.
Those pompous shitbags are actually getting ready for the Druzha, and they wanted to consult... Oh, how did they word this? The most learned scholar of the defilement and the Leyline in which it is utilized.
Uh-huh. And that is? Some stuffy Yezendi cloistered up in some golden but ivory tower? Vera smiled hugely.
Nope. It's
Belle said in a tiny voice.
me.
You?
Me. Oh, yeah.
Vera said.
They don't know shit about the defilement.
They don't? The world's foremost experts on the Leylines, and Leysin don't know anything about the defiled Ley.
Jack fucking shit, apparently. Any records,
Belle said, her eyes downcast into the flowing bubbles,
are either forbidden, regarded as unreliable fancy, or apocryphal at best.
She shook her head.
My research into the Druzha's Leysin Darin is the most recent, scientifically sound and practical information on the subject that exists by a long shot. They want to examine our armor,
Vera said.
Belle's Leysin that suck in the defilement are going to be replicated on a massive scale, they said.
Oh, they believe they exist and work. Did you demonstrate?
Nah, Belle just rattled off a whole bunch of unintelligible junk and they took her word for it. I don't know if they understood her or just wanted to pretend like they did.
Belle chuckled.
No one gets to be on the High Council without a lifetime of work with Leysin. They're so integral to our society that it would be irresponsible to do otherwise.
Vera leaned in and stage whispered to me,
That's what she says, but it looked to me like those old idiots were as in the dark about what she said as I was.
In a normal voice, she added,
I'm sure they know a lot about what they know, but I don't think they really understood the defilement.
Belle shook her head, a small smile on her lips.
Either way, I'll be spearheading the work, producing gigantic versions of the Leysin that I worked into your armor.
That's amazing, I said. Here I thought it was going to take a lot more work to bring Yezar's ruling body around. Belle's face darkened.
I think you normally would have been correct, but Jiyan's demonstration scared more people than you might have realized. The low council, yes, but word of what happened in those chambers has spread across the city like wildfire.
I chuckled. Jiyan predicted exactly that.
She was right then. All of Yezar is talking about it. A living conduit. Most of the people weren't even familiar with the ancient Saldani's atrocities, but these stories are spreading as well, giving proper context to what Jiyan is.
And the enemy might be coming with more like her, I said.
Yes. About that.
Hmm?
Do you think that's likely?
Well, I said, sinking lower into the tub, letting the bubbles rise to my chin. They're marching on Yezar in the first place. We have to assume that they believe they can successfully assault it, and they must have considered the possibility that we'd be here.
You're assuming they're not complete fucking morons,
Vera said. Valid, but honestly, I don't think Zendar is. The rest, who knows? Hell, who even knows if there are any masters left besides him, or if they matter? I shook my head. We're really in the dark here. Oh well, all the more reason to prepare this place as much as we can. Belle nodded.
Yes, I agree. However, I doubt my own capabilities to handle all this myself.
Who said you were doing it yourself? I asked.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Vera added helpfully. Belle glanced up.
Well,
We're going to be by your side every step of the way. Did you really think we wouldn't be? She smiled and faintly blushed.
No, I had not really thought about it. The weight of this undertaking settled on my shoulders so quickly, and I am the only learned scholar on defilement at this point. I slipped too much into my own thoughts. We're going to be here the whole time,
Vera said.
If anyone gives you shit or asks too much of you, we'll kick their teeth so far down their throats, they'll be able to eat their own arses.
Belle and I both leaned away from her. Holy shit, Vera, I muttered.
What? We will, won't we?
Well, yes.
Damn right.
Belle laughed, her breath sending a little cloud of bubbles flying.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
After that, we chatted about inconsequential things, leaving the larger topics for tomorrow. Eventually, Belle pulled herself out of the tub and bade us good night. When she'd gone, I poked Vera under the bubbles. The first set had died down, so we'd added more bubble bath, creating a mountain that loomed high and spilled a little out of the tub. You're getting pretty protective of Belle. She blushed hard.
Maybe.
It's not a bad thing.
I know.
She smiled and looked away. What?
I might have, told her I loved her, too.
You did now?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not exactly the same way I feel about you. Or maybe it is. Whatever. I just know I can't envision life without her any more than I can without you.
I know what you mean. What did she say?
She said it back, quietly, while blushing as hard as I do.
She sighed and leaned so far back that she nearly slipped under the water. I couldn't see her around the bubbles.
I can't wait until all this is over. I want...
She paused and laughed softly.
The quiet life that I always hated.
I found her hand underneath the surface. Soon.
Not soon enough.
Yeah.
Oh,
she added quietly.
You'd better get ready, because I got the impression that starting tomorrow we're going to be really busy.
Chapter 21. We were awoken early the next morning by polite yet consistent knocking on our door. I opened it to find a veritable army of people standing outside. Does no one sleep in around here? Vera, Belle, and Jiyan all pulled themselves reluctantly out of bed when I returned and told them who stood outside. We made the crowd wait while we got ready. Some had come for Belle, some for me, and some for Jiyan.
I'll go with Belle,
Vera said as she stepped into her armor. Wearing that today, huh? Her helm slipped up to cover her face.
Yeah, might have to kick some teeth in. Besides, I get enough stares for being dollar-eye anyway, and Belle can field any questions about it better than I can.
I held Jiyan back as Vera and Belle left. Where's the moat?
In my bedroom.
Still contained?
Yes, I'd know if it wasn't. Perhaps it's time to reveal it, though.
Maybe. See what sort of things they're going to ask of you first. She nodded, seemingly unconcerned, and left. I shut the apartment door behind me to find 4 people left of the original crowd. Hello, everyone. I'm Sir Danic. 2 men and 2 women, all Yezendi, of course, greeted me and rattled off their names and their titles, the first of which I promptly forgot, and the second of which made no sense to me to begin with.
So,
one of the women, whose name might have been Leyline, said,
We've developed a new set of armor we'd like you to test.
I'd imagine today would consist of me enduring experiments of some kind, but not like this. Okay, I see. You developed this...
Last night.
I stared blankly at her before licking my lips and saying, Hang on now. I thought you'd be testing my abilities with the ley or something. Are you telling me you made a completely new set of armor in one night, and you want me to do something with it?
Yes, we'd like you to strike it and measure the results.
You want me to punch... Oh, this is armor for your own people.
It is.
I nodded, finally catching up. That's fine then. Lead on. We took a pod to a larger facility that was worked into the side of a cliff with a huge opening that faced outside the city. We passed through a few security gates and came into an open room which sat packed with all sorts of lacing. The magic flowing through the space was almost dizzying. They led me to a large group of equally enthusiastic scientists or artificers. They probably counted as both. They assaulted me with more names and titles, none of which I retained, but I smiled and nodded all the same.
Now,
Leyline said, as I repeated her name in my mind again and again, wanting to remember at least one.
Here's the first test.
She held out her hand towards a young Yazendi man confidently striding up to our group. She told me his name. I didn't even register it, consumed with my thoughts. You want me to test this armor on a living person?
Yes? It will be deployed during the upcoming battle, so we...
Abso-fucking-lutely not. I wonder what the translation Leyline made of that.
But we...
No. I crossed my arms and stared her down. I will not strike a living person for testing purposes unless you prove to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the armor can withstand it. I could see the Leyline worked into the metal and the flows of energy inside them. They hadn't been activated yet, but I highly doubted this stuff could resist even a small portion of my power.
Well,
Leyline said.
I suppose it would be possible to arrange a mannequin?
Yes, do so. A few minutes later, the young Yazendi man stood to the side, looking disappointed that his time to shine had been interrupted. Just you wait. The artificers arranged the armor on a cobbled-together mannequin and set it near the middle of the room. I stood by it, opposite the large opening to the outside. How hard do you want me to hit it? They were all baffled by this question.
As hard as you can?
Leyline said. Okay, you asked for it. As you wish. Fire it up. I bolstered myself with the ley. Here in Yezar it came easier, I assumed due to the fact that the city sat on a convergence of ley lines. Another scientist activated the armor. I watched the ley flow into it, suffusing the metal with power. Middling power at best. As hard as I can, huh?
Yes, please.
Okay. I hit it as hard as I could. Whatever they'd expected, it wasn't this. In the split second before my fist slammed into it, I felt the Leyline resist. It was designed to take the incoming energy and redirect it back out, I was sure. It was not, however, strong enough. It felt like a wet paper bag trying to stop a runaway dump truck. The armor exploded into a million pieces, flying out of the room and off into the distance nearly as fast as a bullet. The artificer's jaws collectively dropped. The young man they'd wanted me to punch went as white as a ghost. It needs to be more powerful, I said evenly, barely suppressing a smile. They silently examined a few bits that had remained behind, scattered around on the floor. Leyline cautiously came up to me, a newfound fear in her eyes.
I, see that you were correct about the mannequin?
Yeah. Are you going to be able to? She nodded, a bit of resolve coming into her eyes.
Yes. Give us an hour.
An hour? That's it?
It will be sufficient for the creation of the next testing model.
I arched an eyebrow. Can I stay and watch? Her face brightened, the fear evaporating.
Of course. Please do, come.
She grabbed me by the hand and led me to an adjoining room that was nearly as large as the hangar we were in. A forge stood prominently to one side, and everywhere else boasted truly outlandish machines, all Leyline, apparently for the creation of other Leyline. For a little over an hour I wandered around, unhindered by anybody. Conversely, they seemed excited that I took an interest, eager to tell me about their specialities. I understood pretty much nothing about anything, but that didn't matter. I listened and nodded and said nice things when I could, flashing charming smiles at everyone. The forging process reminded me of Riss, even though this setup outstripped hers in every way. I wondered what she was doing at that moment. I'll bring Vera home soon. At the end, the final product stood tall and wide, set on a mannequin made for this test. The young Yazendi had been measured and fitted throughout, even though he wouldn't be wearing it while I actually hit it. It looked like a mech robot more than a suit of armor, and I could feel a plethora of Leyline worked into it this time, dwarfing the number that had been inside the first suit. They wheeled it out into the testing chamber and activated it. Here we go. I punched it as hard as I could. A massive reverberation swept through the room as my fist made contact. The armor threw out a shield of ley that mirrored my own, redirecting the force of my strike back towards me. Its power washed over the ley in my body, pushing me slightly back but not affecting me otherwise. When everyone recovered from the sound, Leyline yelled,
Wonderful! Again, please!
I hit it again, with the same result, and, at her urging, a few more times. Each subsequent strike produced a more unstable field of ley, until the sixth blow, which careened through the barrier and smashed into the armor, sending it flying in much the same fashion as the first set. I regarded the group, expecting disappointment. They cheered, smiles all around. That was good? I asked.
It was,
Leyline said.
In a single iteration, we've gone from abject failure to functional resistance for multiple assaults. By the end of the day, we should have a reasonable prototype ready for fine-tuning.
She chuckled.
Or so we hope, but a great success already, all the same.
I hadn't told anyone that all the lords I'd ever encountered were much weaker than me. This armor had a real chance of making a huge difference. So, I asked, this armor is great and all, but will you be able to create weapons to counter the Druzha? Leyline's face scrunched up.
That's not our department's concern, but it is being addressed. However, from what I know, what I've already heard, and what you've demonstrated here, I believe the options will be limited. Our armor will allow the security personnel to halt the Druzha advance, but weapons that would be able to reliably harm you?
Her eyes travelled up and down my body.
I should think only mounted artillery would be even remotely capable. It's one thing to alter the flow of incoming ley energy, but to project it outwards as a weapon? Well, let's say it's been an area of study for as long as there's been a Yezar, with no fruitful results. No, I believe that you and Lady Jiyan will be relied upon to deal with any unconventional threats.
I nodded. That's very practical, actually. If they can actually resist the Druzha forces and help mow down the rank-and-file hordes, surely Jiyan and I will be free to mop up any lords and strike down Zendar. Hopefully. Chapter 22. Around midday, after another round of testing with some more progress, Leyline suggested I take a break for lunch. I hadn't done anything taxing, but I took her up on the offer anyway. They whisked me off to some reasonably fancy and smaller eatery, where I met Jiyan coming in. By design, it seemed.
Ah, there you are. I asked that we eat together.
She smiled, but the gesture didn't touch her eyes. You okay?
Yes, I'll be fine. Can we sit?
Sure. I took her arm, which she didn't resist. The staff, who had been awaiting our arrival, it seemed, led us to a secluded table in a corner balcony of the restaurant. Jiyan ordered drinks for us both, and I admitted to the waitress that I couldn't read the menu and would need some assistance. After we were left alone, I asked Jiyan again how she fared, to no reply. Her unfocused gaze drifted over the balcony's railing and off into Yezar's skyline. I reached out and pressed my hand into hers. She jumped and blinked out of whatever revelry she'd been in.
Apologies. It's been a morning.
I kind of got that impression. What have you been Suddenly, she coughed hard, doubling over. Unable to speak, she gestured wildly at the cloth napkins, which I handed her. She covered her mouth and shut her eyes hard, coughing violently into them. When she finished, she kept them over her mouth, shuddering and breathing heavily. Jiyan? When she finally calmed down and took the napkins away, they were bright red. Jiyan!
It's nothing.
I stumbled over my words, stammering for a moment before I could spit it out. It's clearly not nothing! She folded them over and hid the bloodstains.
It's...
I locked her in a death glare, saying nothing.
They've been using me for testing all morning. They have no other way to create the defilement.
You need to stop.
Out of the question.
Jiyan. She shook her head.
Out of the question. Lest you forget, the fate of the world hangs in the balance here. They need defenses against the defilement.
But you...
Danic.
I sat back.
I'll be fine. I can heal myself, you know.
I glanced down at the napkins.
Yes, I've overdone it this morning. I'll be more careful. But this research, this testing that the Yezendi are doing could turn the tide of the upcoming battle. If there are more like me, we need defenses against them. You could only just barely beat me. What if the Druzha have 5 like me? 10? What if they're stronger?
My eyes dropped to the table. Fuck.
You know I'm right.
I don't like it.
And you think I do?
I looked up to see her smiling. At my quizzical expression, she shrugged.
Whatever happens after, I'm pleased to be of use now. My suffering at the hands of the Druzha might end up being what turns the tide against them. I would like that. Some cosmic justice. And I'm willing to push myself to get it.
I don't want you to... She waved my half-formed comment away.
I know I'll be careful. But Danic...
She closed her eyes and smiled.
I would die to save this world. It would give my death, my life, meaning.
Jiyan. I took her hand and squeezed. I don't want to lose you, but neither will I try to stop you from doing whatever you want, whatever you feel is best. I'll support you in whatever you decide.
Thank you.
She gave my hand a squeeze in return before taking hers back.
It's funny. I never expected any of this, not in my wildest dreams. Who would have? But the strangest thing, oddly enough, is finding someone like you, here at what might very well be the end of my life.
I didn't comment on that.
I lived as a minor noble, being told what to think and say and do ever since I could speak. No one asked my opinion, let alone respected it. To be sitting here, living a life of agency, with someone I've come to quickly care about...
She laughed breathily.
It almost makes it all worthwhile.
Just almost?
Well, once we trounce the Druzha, that will tip the scales.
As we sat silently, a thought popped into my head again. Oh, what about the moat? Can it generate the defilement so you don't have to?
Ah, yes, right. That. I actually told them about it.
She waited, gauging my reaction. Oh, that's fine. I think we can trust them with pretty much anything at this point. Not sure that's the best idea possible, but the more we see and do here, the more I think it's the right thing. She nodded.
I think so too. They were, as you'd imagine, very interested in it, so I had someone come to the rooms and get it. It's in their facility now.
What did they make of it?
They were terrified.
Ah, I said, some tension flowing out of my shoulders. That's for the best.
I agree. I told them what an atrocity it was, but I think my words fell on deaf ears until they witnessed it themselves. They were able to measure it in some capacity while still inside its container. They have not yet opened it, and I demanded that you and I both be present if they do.
Solid choice. Our food came, and we settled into a much more mundane conversation for the rest of it, but the growing unrest in the back of my mind wouldn't go away. Once we were done and headed back to the Yezendi's testing grounds, I asked Jiyan once more to be careful.
I will,
she said with an unreadable smile. I spent the rest of the day punching things, which turned out to be very cathartic. Leyline and the others didn't want me to hold back, so I took my frustrations out on a few more versions of armor. They all contained a ridiculous amount of lacing. As the day wore on, I could see the interactions between them getting more and more complex, which would result in a smaller test model. Then, once that got punched away, a larger model would invariably appear, crammed with even more lacing. At the end of the day, I assaulted something straddling the line between a set of armor and a tank. It weathered my blows effortlessly for some time before even starting to falter. One of the lesser lords wouldn't be able to do a single thing to it by my estimation. As the sun made its way toward the horizon, we called it a day. Everyone stood shakily on their feet, even me, after so much mental and physical exertion. Back at our rooms, I found Vera predictably sitting on the balcony, gazing down at the brightly lit streets and watching the people stroll by. "Hey," I said, as I collapsed into the chair beside her. She raised an eyebrow at me.
They really did a number on you, huh?
Well, it wasn't so much difficult as it was long. I punched stuff for the entire day. Any 1 or 2 of those hours would have been a breeze, but all day long? Yeah, I'm gonna pass out, and no one better wake me up tomorrow. She shook her head, her unbound blue hair falling over her shoulders.
You sound like the others.
Yeah, about that. How were they? I recounted my meal with Jiyan.
Oh, shit. Well, she seemed about as beat as you do, but she didn't cough up any blood that I saw.
I nodded. That's good. Maybe she really did rein it in a little.
Yeah. At any rate, Belle was a lot more dead on her feet than Jiyan.
Oh, yeah?
More mental than physical. We spent the day either consulting with other Yezendi or touring the city. The first part had to do with Leyline to resist the defilement. We were at the same place Jiyan was, but I only saw her in passing twice.
And the city touring?
They were out measuring the ley lines, or something. Ugh, shit if I know. All that talk went straight over my head. You know how it is. I spent my time making sure no one gave Belle any shit.
Did anyone try?
Yeah, early in the morning, some pompous shit-ass starts talking about excommunicated Yezendi and how frightfully dreadful the concept of them is. Not at or to Belle, but in our vicinity, right?
What did you do?
Remember how I said I'd kick someone's teeth down their throat?
Oh, yeah? She grinned widely.
I didn't do that. I punched his teeth down his throat.
I laughed, but it became clear that she had been perfectly serious. You... what?
I punched that stupid fucker right in his mouth. I listened to him talk for a bit, thinking I'd just let it go, you know. Fuck it, not worth it. That shit-ass would not drop it. So I punched him in the teeth with my armoured fist. Some of them broke. Some of them he swallowed.
She beamed. I'm sorry I missed that. What did Belle think?
A little bit horrified, but couldn't really hide her smile.
Nice. And everyone else? She leaned back and chuckled.
Surprised, afraid. They all gave me a wide berth after that, which, you know, I really liked.
Didn't get any sort of trouble with anyone?
Nah, got some shitty stares once in a while when people didn't think I was looking, but no one said shit. Belle's pretty much a celebrity now, even though some people think it's for bad reasons. Either way, what she's doing has the blessing of the High Council.
She smirked.
That's how they worded it too. But it goes a long way here, I guess.
I laid back in the chair, feeling the weight of the day press down on me. Vera must have noticed.
Going to bed? You should go to bed.
Yeah, tomorrow's probably going to be just as long. Unfortunately, tomorrow came way sooner than expected. Chapter 23. Someone shook me awake. I briefly contemplated killing them. "Danic!" a panicked voice yelled. I was in our bed, in our apartments. The voice didn't belong to Vera or Belle. That snapped me fully awake. I opened my eyes to find a frantic Yezendi man standing by my bed, dressed in the uniform of Yezar's security forces with the weird acronym I couldn't remember. "What happened?" I managed to ask. "Is the city under attack?" No, not this one." Vera rolled over, her eyes wide. Belle still snored softly. "A settlement has been attacked," the man said. "By the Druzha you warned us about." "Okay," I said, pushing all traces of sleep out of my mind. Vera and I leapt out of bed and dressed quickly. We regarded Belle's sleeping form and thought it best to just let her stay. We were armoured and out the door in minutes, Jiyan wordlessly joining us in the living room before we left. "What can you tell us?" I asked as we filed into a pod. "We received a distress call from one of our hidden settlements." "Wait, hidden?" He looked at each of us in turn before continuing. "Seeing as the current situation is what it is, there's no point in keeping any secrets. The High Council have established a few settlements around Mirras, located at dense intersections of ley lines. They're hidden through a series of leyline that mask them from view and detection, but—"
The Druzha found this one,
Vera said. "Yes, I know not how, but they did. And we only received a partial communication before things went silent." "What's the plan?" I asked. "That I don't know." We sailed through the late-night sky above Yezar, the bright lights of the city laid out below us. If things hadn't been so dire, I'd have really enjoyed the sight. We ended up in the tallest tower once more, led to a small room near the top. 3 of the 5 High Council members, 2 women and 1 man, sat around a conference table. None of them were dressed in their usual finery.
"Ah, there you are,"
one of the women said. I had not bothered to learn any of their names before, and no one introduced them now. Before she started speaking, I told her what we already knew. She glanced at the man who'd escorted us here and merely nodded.
"Yes, that's correct. The Druzha have assaulted this place, and that's nearly all we know. It is, from a scientific standpoint, a valuable asset, but, more to the point, around 40 people are stationed there for the time being. Their lives are paramount."
Holy shit! Rulers caring about their people more than anything else? Perhaps I misjudged Yezar.
They represent much of the living knowledge we have from the research being conducted at the settlement. Losing them would be a large setback in the field of study.
Oh.
We want you and Jiyan to teleport there, ascertain what you can about the situation, and salvage whatever you can. But, more to the point, this presents us with an opportunity to learn more about our enemies. Am I correct to say that you do not know their exact strength?
The raised eyebrow she gave me implied that the Yezendi had divined much of what I hadn't said. I shared a look with the others. Yes, that's right.
We thought as much.
Given that's the case, you're not going to teleport us directly into the middle of this place, are you?
No, there is a secondary site nearby. An emergency location in case something goes catastrophically wrong. A standard precaution.
How far away?
A quarter-hour's travel. You should be well outside the enemy's awareness.
Perhaps. Let me ask you this. If we go there and find immediately that it's a bad situation, can you pull us right back?
Yes, but once you leave the site, you will be out of communication range until you reach the settlement.
I needed more sleep. Give us a few moments.
Of course.
We stepped outside the small room and into the hallway. Well, I don't like a single thing about this, I said.
No,
Jiyan said.
but they are right. We could learn more about what we're actually up against. Or,
Said Vera.
we could swoop in, kill the shit out of Zendar, and be done with this whole stupid thing. Think about it. They can't know we're coming. We'll ambush them, cut the heads off the leaders, and then just mop up the rest. Easy. Done. Over. Lake house.
I chuckled. I like your enthusiasm, but I kinda doubt it'll be so easy. She shrugged.
Never know until we're there.
Yeah, about that. I gave her a pained smile.
What?
I want you to stay here,
You want me to fucking what?
she said in an even tone.
You think I can't?
I don't want to leave Belle alone in this city. Her mouth worked wordlessly as she pointed a finger in my face. Do you?
Fuck.
She said mostly to herself.
No.
Even with her father here, she needs allies. Someone she can implicitly trust. Someone to punch some teeth down some throats if need be.
Damn it, I want to go with you.
Her eyes drifted to Jiyan, and she let out a heavy, theatrical sigh.
I'm the best choice to stay, aren't I? I don't have magic, and I'm better as a bodyguard to Belle than I am fighting the Druzha.
She growled and punched the wall.
Okay,
She said, her fist still pressed against the gilding.
but if you kill him, make it hurt. Oh,
Jiyan said.
we will.
The two shared vicious smiles. Unexpectedly, she wrapped her arms around our necks and pulled us both in for a hug.
One more thing.
She whispered.
Don't die, okay?
We won't, I said. We'll avoid any unnecessary risks, but if there's any chance to end this now, we'll take it. She nodded, saying nothing more. We filed back into the council's room. We'll do it, I said. They all nodded as if they knew we would. Well, didn't they? As if we'd have said no. Jiyan and I will go, Vera's remaining here.
Of course, we'll show you to the teleportation chambers.
Good thing I wore my armor. Vera exchanged very quick and very, this is a casual and not serious parting at all goodbyes with us both. As Jiyan and I were led through the city once more, I leaned in and whispered, How are you doing? Seriously, how are you? Are you up for this?
Yes, Danic, I'll be fine. I'm rested enough.
I eyed her pretty hard. She looked coolly back.
I'm fine.
Okay. Nothing to be done now except take her at her word. I should have Belle make her a set of armor if we don't end up finishing this all tonight. Our trip brought us to a nondescript little building nestled between a few others, something you'd never look twice at while you strolled by, which was the point, of course. It housed a short but tall hallway with massive, slowly turning fans on either wall and a plaque that proclaimed it the turbine maintenance facility. The end of the hall led to a freight elevator that only went down. The operator, a tall Yezendi man with a dour expression, was dressed in a drab way, but I could sense quite a few lace-in on him. He eyed us warily, despite us being accompanied by prominently dressed security officers. We made the descent in perfect silence. It took a while. Ley flowed through the ground near the surface differently than it did through the bedrock, and the elevator dropped far below that line before we finally came to a stop. The doors opened into the same sort of hall, only longer and with more doors. The security officers produced many different unlocking lace-in on our winding trip through the subterranean paths. Unlike my time in prison, these meanderings weren't merely for show. While they proved confusing, none of the turns looped back on themselves. Eventually, we used a massive door to enter a large room dominated by an arch of patterned metal, clearly a static portal. So, I said, I assume the portals to the translation lace-in are down here, right? The officers exchanged a look, gave me smiles and friendly shrugs, and said nothing. The portal whirred to life, activated by an older Yezendi woman dressed like the scientists who I'd been dealing with. Her eyes contained none of their enthusiasm. Maybe she didn't like being woken up in the night any more than we did. This will take you to the emergency site near the settlement. No one is normally stationed there, so you'll likely be coming out into the dark and will have to find your own way. No problem, I cracked my knuckles. When we're done, how do we get back? You're not leaving the portal open, are you? No. There will be lace in there to send the signal when you're ready to return. He showed us a small console next to the glowering older woman and explained how to use it. Thankfully, it was very straightforward. Are you ready? Jiyan nodded. We are. Good luck. The portal was less like the ones I'd seen before and more like what I'd imagined from movies. Instead of the weird mass of sound and light, this one hovered as a flat, iridescent circle, perfectly contained inside the metal arch around it. With eager smiles, Jiyan and I stepped through. The trip went much more smoothly than my previous journeys. There were no pulling sensations or much of anything, really. We stepped into it, A few seconds passed, and we stepped out into a moderately sized room hewn from stone, right into Zendar's smiling face. Chapter 24. Zendar was the biggest person, let alone Druzha, that I'd ever seen, and he towered over us, surrounded by minions. The last time I'd fought him, he'd been augmented with a network of defiled Leyline that protruded out from his body. This time, they were gone, replaced by a much more streamlined set of devices that were only hinted at, gleaming out from various points along his scaled muscles. I could feel the defilement swirling inside him much more powerfully than it had before.
"Break it,"
he said, smiling. Before we could act, other Druzha who were standing behind the arch we'd emerged from tore into the machine with efficient strikes, rendering the thing useless in seconds. I felt the power flowing out of its channels as we turned. Well, shit.
"Danic, Jiyan, how nice to see you both again."
I scanned the room. Besides Zendar, 8 other Druzha surrounded us, trapping us in a roughly square stone room. Through my fear, I flashed him a winning smile. "Zendar, how fortuitous! Here we were, waiting for your arrival, wondering when and if it would actually happen, and you send us this invitation to kill you here and now! I'll tell you what, this is going to save us a lot of time. Although I think the Yazendi are going to be disappointed that they didn't get to test themselves against you. They're making some rather amazing strides in their own defenses. I almost regret that I won't get to see you flounder against them." He chuckled.
"I'm sure they are, and I'm sure they think they'll matter too. Do you know what their biggest weakness is?"
"Oh, pride, I'm sure." He nodded, still smiling.
"Yes, exactly. Those pompous fools have no idea what's coming. I'm sure you've tried to warn them, but I doubt they'll truly understand. Unlike you almost do."
"Almost, huh?"
"Like most peoples,"
he went on,
"they believe themselves superior. And while their reasons may differ, everyone has them. The Yazendi think themselves smarter, the Saldani more refined with better taste, the Dollarai, well, who even knows what they think? And my own people naturally believe themselves to be better warriors. And while they all have a bit of truth to them, in the end, it's nothing but pure arrogance."
While he rambled on, I tried gauging the power of the Druzha in the room. Zendar seemed to overflow with power. Even his natural lay seemed augmented, somehow. I couldn't make sense of it while he stood there, though. The others bristled with defilement as well, embedded Leyline peeking through their clothing and armor. The room had one door, one exit, and Zendar's big ass stood right in front of it, of course. However, I reached out into the earth surrounding this room and found that, while it sat inside solid rock, only a small distance sat between us and the surface, and in that direction stood the weakest Druzha, as far as I could tell. Zendar continued talking while I stopped listening. Apparently Jiyan had been paying attention.
"Oh, listen here, you stupid sack of shit. Here you are, talking about arrogance as if you're not the most puffed up, self-important jackass I've ever met. Thinking you're above everyone else while being the most vile, idiotic moron I've ever met. You think we all deserve to die? Go fucking kill yourselves and leave everyone else out of it."
She punctuated her last words with a booming wave of defilement in all directions. Zendar's smile faded.
"As if the Saldani nobility would truly know anything about
She leapt at him, screaming, a fiery mass of pure defilement coating her fist.
I guess we're fighting now.
Jiyan could take care of herself. I had to believe that. The odds were too stacked against us for me to do anything else. I turned, propelled myself towards the Druzha I believed to be the weakest, and ploughed my fist into his face. He tried to resist, pulling a shield of dark energy around himself. But he, like everyone else in the room, probably hadn't expected me to turn and target anyone but Zendar. His shield provided less resistance than the second generation of the Yazendi's armor. Still, it took 2 punches to overcome it before my fists sailed through and, in a burst of power, obliterated his head, sending bits of brain and bone against the wall. Wrapped up as tightly in my power as I could be, I started yanking irregular stone pieces from the wall and flinging them randomly around the room at anyone I thought wasn't paying attention to me. My hopes were that the Druzha would think them just attacks and not my escape plan. Zendar laughed as he rebuffed Jiyan's assaults with practiced ease, his own power matching hers.
That's not good.
She fought wildly, sending waves of power slicing around in all directions, while still managing to not aim any at me, which I thought impressive given our lack of space. In the end, no one but Zendar could meaningfully stand against us. The other Druzha tried and failed to hurt us, their attacks buffeting us around but not causing any damage that we couldn't immediately heal. My skin and muscles tore against their magic, but my own lei flowed in, repairing my body and taking the pain away in seconds. They were, however, a little harder to kill than the previous lords had been. That only made my subterfuge all the more believable. I tore stone after stone from the wall, flinging them around while coating them in magical fire. I crushed 2 of the Druzha and burnt a third while making sure the rest were occupied. Jiyan fought Zendar the whole time, screeching and attacking like a demon. Some of the things she yelled were swears and insults, some just wordless rage. Zendar defended himself against her, smugly smiling the entire time, never really attempting to strike back. I did not find that reassuring. Just before I broke out onto the surface, I yelled out to Jiyan, "Here! This way!" For a moment, I thought she'd ignore me, incensed as she was. When I ripped the last rock and bit of earth away, revealing the night sky, she turned and, without any hesitation, followed me out into the airy mountains.
What? No!
Zendar roared from inside the room. I tried to bring the whole place down on them. Between the distance, the hard rock, and my own panic, I couldn't manage it. Would have been nice, though. I locked eyes with Jiyan once we stood under the stars and pointed to the other side of the hole I'd created. She nodded, smiling. The first Druzha to follow us out didn't even see it coming. I sent a speeding, compact ball of fire straight into the side of his head, just as Jiyan threw a lance of dark power into his neck. His body went careening down the rocky slopes past me. His head rolled, burning, past Jiyan. The second one, pounding up through the hole, didn't have time to register this before he too blundered into range, suffering the exact same fate. We got cocky. The third person out was Zendar. With a snarl, he held out one hand towards each of us. Defilement bloomed on Jiyan's side, redirecting her magic up and away. Against me, a surge of lei surrounded his hand, reaching out and fizzling my fire before it hit, sending a harmless shower of magic over his skin.
Fuck! He's a lord and a conduit! Jiyan, run!
The ground underneath me rumbled before tearing up and out, flinging me through the air. As I tumbled, a fireball made of both natural and defiled lei sailed towards me. All I could do was wrap myself in the heaviest shield I could, not knowing where on my body it would hit as I spun. It slammed into my back, more powerful than anything I'd ever experienced before. The force of the blow broke my armor, and the defilement crept into my flesh. It hurt. A lot. The impact stopped me from spinning, but sent me out over the edge of a cliff, open air yawning below me. Willing myself to focus, I scanned the ground below, which was all jagged rock, mired in shadow. The light of the stars did little to illuminate whatever sharp death lay waiting below me. I sent out a spread of glowing orbs, concentrating fully on creating a survivable landing. Another fireball slammed into my side. Through sheer force of will, I ignored the burning fire and leaching defilement. They vied to steal away my attention, taunting me to focus on the pain. My eyes wide, grunting, I simply picked out the least bad place I could possibly land. Another fireball ripped through the air, missing me by an arm's length. Thoughts skittered through my mind. I couldn't have handled that one. I'd have died. I might still die. Is another coming? I brushed them ruthlessly aside as I did the pain, reaching out as far as I could with tendrils of the ley, latching onto the first spires of rock that came close, slowing my fall. A few stones snapped under the weight, sending me off balance. More off balance. Finally, I found enough purchase to meaningfully slow myself. Still, I landed roughly. My poorly ley-wrapped body slammed into and bounced off of remorseless rock, shattering and rending my remaining armor as I went. Some stones snapped, but most didn't, racking my body again and again. I felt my bones breaking, which unleashed an agonizing torrent of pain that I struggled to ignore. Finally, I stopped, landing wedged between stone outcroppings. The only saving grace to this situation was that finding me here, nestled in the shadows of the rock, would be functionally impossible. I worried for Jiyan, but I could only focus on myself now, sitting at death's door. The ley came at my command, pouring easily through my body. This settlement was created at a convergence of ley lines. I grunted and grit my teeth against the agony of my rearranging bones.
Oh, fuck!
I whispered, tears streaming down my face. Agony had just been a word before, a concept. I'd felt pain, intense pain, pain I would have called agony in the moment. It was not this. I didn't stop. I pulled more and more ley through myself, convulsing all the while, thoughts of Vera, Belle, and Jiyan in my mind.
Don't die! Don't die! Don't die! Endure it! Endure it for them! Fuck!
I growled as the last of my bones set into place. Once that was done, the pain finally began to recede. Little by little, my shredded muscles and torn skin knit together, my screaming flesh quieting, my shuddering body becoming still again. When it was over, I laid there for a minute, my eyes wide, piecing my shattered thoughts together.
No time for this.
I wrapped myself in ley, bolstering every bit of my body before rising into the air and starting the climb back towards Zendar and Jiyan. Chapter 25. He'd beaten her. He held her up by her throat, gloating. She didn't move. Blood poured from her torn flesh, her head lolling back. She wasn't dead, though. I could feel the magic in her body, flowing faintly, but still there. You stupid motherfucker! I flipped up onto the ledge I'd fallen from, with Zendar's back facing me. He laughed, lecturing Jiyan on all the world's failings, his voice light and amused. Red ire clouded my vision as I sprinted up to him, the ley muffling all sound. I pulled the magic from my body and pushed it all into my hands, my fingers outstretched, forming makeshift blades. Without a sound, I leapt on his back and plunged my hands into his flesh. The concentrated power pushed away the magic in his body and cleaved into his skin and muscle. With both hands, I grabbed his spine. He screamed, shuddered, and dropped Jiyan. Power flowed throughout my body once again, bolstering every single muscle as I planted my feet on his back and pulled. His entire spine didn't come out like movies and video games had primed me to believe it would. Still, 4 connected vertebrae pulled free in a shower of blood and ripped flesh. I crushed them to pulp in my hands. As I stood there, elated with my victory, a wave of pure defilement crashed against me, knocking me down and away. I rolled to my feet and saw Zendar thrashing wildly, all 4 limbs flailing in pain, sending gouts of power in random directions while he bellowed. "Jiyan!" I ran to her, deflecting some waves of power, enduring others. My hands slipped under her as I ran, and I hugged her tight. Once I got out of range of Zendar's magic, I turned. He still screamed and thrashed on the ground. I could finish this here and now, maybe. I'd hurt him badly, but could I finish him off? While I stood there debating, more Druzha were appearing, probably from the actual settlement. Many of them had dark magic inside them. I shook my head. I can't be certain I could kill Zendar before they got there. Could he recover by the time I killed them all? Jiyan groaned. I examined her body and the power inside. It wasn't good. "Jiyan?" Her eyes fluttered. She didn't speak. "Fuck," I muttered. Propelled by the ley, I skimmed over the uneven terrain, leaving the Druzha behind. So close, so damn close! "Hold on, Jiyan!" As we flew, I tried pouring a little natural ley into her most grievous wounds. Her body, as a conduit, only contained defilement, and I couldn't be sure this wouldn't hurt her more. But that was all I could do. For a few seconds, my fear ratcheted up high. But her wounds responded, closing. A little. The blood stopped flowing as freely. We sped on, and I spared as much power as I could, healing her as the rocks sped by. A grueling hour later, I had to stop. I cried out as the ley failed me. I fell hard to my knees, all my effort focused on not dropping Jiyan, who I'd managed to stabilize if nothing else. My vision blurred, and I panted at the end of my rope. "No," I said to no one, as the last remnants of my strength left me. I tried to stay conscious. I really did. I failed. Sometime later, sensations began to dance across the black void I'd fallen into. Unpleasant feelings. Not the worst I'd felt that day, though. This time I was just hot. My eyes fluttered open as the mild pain of laying on hot rock pressed into my skin. With an involuntary groan, I managed to prop myself up on an elbow and survey whatever shit situation I still found myself in. Jiyan looked down at me. She sat cross-legged and hunched over, all the world's tiredness in her eyes.
"Danic,"
she said, her voice cracked and dry. "Hey," I said in an equally awful tone. "We're still alive, huh?"
"It seems so."
The defilement flowed freely through her body. Her wounds hadn't healed completely, but they no longer looked life-threatening. It took a heroic effort to haul my battered body up to sit beside her. "So it's daytime now?" The tiniest smile graced her lips.
"Your powers of observation have not waned, I see."
"Yep, still got it. No sign of Zendar or the other Druzha?"
"No, thankfully. I could have done nothing if they arrived. Tell me, what happened? The last thing I can recall is being beaten bloody, and then we were here."
"I ripped out his spine,"
"Huh.
she said with a faraway look.
That wasn't enough?"
"I don't think so. He wasn't dead. It hurt him a lot, but I think he'll be able to regenerate." She shook her head.
"I cannot believe he obtained such power so quickly. It seems that tests performed on the Lords bore fruit. And on me. Do you think there are other Druzha like him?
I think that if there were, we would have fought them as well, and be dead.
Yes, that seems likely. But then, what now?
Barren rock stretched out in all directions. First, let's find some shade.
Agreed.
Before we set out, I sadly took off the remnants of my armor, which only amounted to random pieces barely holding on to my body. I set the shards in a little pile, hesitant to leave.
Problem?
Jiyan asked. Not really. It's just that Bell and Riss made it for me, and now it's broken.
Better it than you, I'm sure they'd say.
I smiled. Yeah, you're right. We constantly looked over our shoulders as we went, although if anything had been coming, it would have found us by now. We'd landed in inhospitable terrain devoid of any trees. The shade we found lay underneath an overhang of rock. As soon as we made it there, Jiyan stumbled and fell. I knelt by her side. How are you doing? Her eyes flicked up to mine and back down.
I don't know how much longer I can do this. The fight with Zendar was taxing, to say the least. And healing myself after? There's not much left in me.
To hear her say it so plainly, without preamble, chilled me worse than her actual words.
I'm thirsty, Danic.
Yeah, me too. I felt around through the ley in the rock and found nothing. Grumbling, I stood and walked back out into the sun. The jagged rock extended as far as I could see, but after a short exploration, I found the descending side of our mountain prison. Gotta be a way out down that way, I said to myself. Back in the shade, I sat roughly and tried to meet Jiyan's eyes. She wouldn't look up. We've gotta get out of here. I don't know where we're going, but anything is better than staying here.
I'll
carry you. She exhaled slowly.
I did not want to ask it of you.
If I was being honest with myself, I didn't know that I had it in me. But I was going to die trying. Let's rest for a little bit, and then we'll head out.
In the random direction you've chosen?
Yep.
Well, better than nothing.
She shuddered and took a deep breath.
The portal is destroyed, yes?
Yeah, the Druzha demolished it.
Do you have any idea where we are?
Nope. Do you?
I'm afraid not. The mountains that cradle Yezar are vast. We could be close by or weeks away.
In a small voice, she asked,
What are we going to do?
We'll make for whatever civilization we can. Once we get there, we'll find someone to help us make contact with Yezar, then we'll portal back. Easy. She chuckled so softly I could barely hear it.
Easy, huh?
Yep, no other choice. We have to get back.
Yes.
She gazed down at her hands.
Without us?
No one else in Yezar can effectively fight them. Vera could mop up a lot of the lesser Druzha, but she can't beat Zendar. Jiyan paused before saying,
Can we?
I did rip part of his spine out.
Ah, yes. And part of? You said his whole spine earlier.
I said his spine, I didn't say whole. We grinned like idiots at each other.
Well, shall we?
She asked. Just as I got to my feet, I felt an odd surge of ley. I panicked, thinking we'd been found, but before I could do anything, a tiny point of light appeared in front of me. We both watched as it spun and grew into a mass of light and weird sounds. A portal! I took a tentative step closer. In between the shifting mass, I could faintly make out Belle's face. Belle, we're here! She replied, but her voice couldn't overcome the reality-warping sounds of the anomaly.
Her eyes were wide, and she looked to be yelling. I tried channeling more ley into the portal, but that only destabilized it. Shit! I crept closer, hoping she'd reach out a hand, but she wasn't actually there. Only an image of her came through. I managed to catch a few words here and there, but nothing of use. Then, without warning, the portal collapsed. Jiyan and I stared at the open air where it had been. At least she knows we're alive, I said.
It's something. Should we wait here?
I shook my head. I don't think so. If she found us here, she'll find us wherever else we go.
How could she even do that much?
I told her the story of my first encounter with Belle in the inn in Doreen so long ago.
She dropped a key for you. How mysterious.
It really was, I said as I scooped her up off the ground.
Are you up for this?
She asked, looping an arm around my neck. Of course. We'll see. Chapter 26. I did pretty well, considering. We flew down the steep mountainside, sharp, rocky death whipping by underneath my feet. Finding places to hold on to with the ley became harder the faster we went, but slowing down turned out to be more taxing than just rolling with it. If I hadn't been the one doing the work, I might have enjoyed it more. Jiyan, however, seemed to have a wonderful time. I started to pick her up in my arms, but she insisted that she didn't need to be carried like a baby and opted to climb on my back instead. As we descended, she laughed brightly, telling me often to go faster. I just said I would and made no effort to slow down. I didn't think we actually sped up, but she seemed pleased either way. Once the stone finally leveled out and gave way to flat ground, the weariness overcame me, and with the last of my strength, I pulled off a decent landing with no additional injuries. Jiyan sat next to me as I laid face down on the sandy soil.
Thank you, Danic. That couldn't have been easy.
Not a problem,
I rasped. My throat cried out in pain, desperate for water. Jiyan's cracking voice said she fared no better.
I believe I saw the peaks of a town as we were coming down. We should make for that.
Sounds great,
I said, unable to give voice to anything more. After I caught my breath, Jiyan helped me up and we hobbled our way through a truly pathetic forest. The trees, if one could even call them that, stood few and far between, mostly bereft of leaves. A hot breeze wafted through, assaulting us as we went. The trees provided little shade, but they didn't hinder our vision, and the town Jiyan had seen soon came into view. I pointed, unable to say a thing. She nodded, her eyes lidded and heavy. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of us, hovering in the air. My exhausted brain struggled to comprehend what we saw, unable to ascertain whether it was a threat or not. Obviously, it turned out to be Belle attempting to reach us again. We stood, stoic, and watched as her distorted visage came into view. I only caught every fifth word, and like last time, none of them mattered. The portal winked out of existence. Catch anything? I asked.
No.
We continued plodding along. The walls surrounding the town took far too long to meet us, slow as we were. Finally, we made it to the gate. Shit, I said. Jiyan nodded. The Druzha had come this way. I didn't think there was another explanation. The gate laid open, bent and torn from its hinges. Inside, many buildings smouldered still, little more than piles of ash. Not everything sat in ruins, though. Some buildings, at random, had not suffered any damage.
No one here,
Jiyan croaked. Belatedly, I surveyed the streets, my thoughts still coming slowly. Ghost town. At the first house we passed, I pulled Jiyan over. If this place had been abandoned, then any house would be fine. I tried the door and found it unlocked. Summoning all the fortitude I could, I called out, "Hello?" No one answered. We regarded the house, each other, and nodded before making our way into the kitchen, finding some glasses and filling them with water from the sink. I shuddered hard at the first drink. Jiyan coughed it up into the sink, but didn't stop. It was warm tap water, and it was the best thing I'd ever had in my entire life. We spent about 15 minutes standing there, sometimes sitting, slowly drinking glass after glass. Then we took a nap on someone's set of couches, heedless of any creeping danger. Sometime later, I woke to find Jiyan already up, drinking more. I joined her. "I feel a lot better," I said. She chuckled.
A low bar?
Yeah. I scanned the kitchen. We probably shouldn't stay here unless we have to. Maybe there's an inn or something.
Oh, Danic, that's something I'd expect out of my own mouth. Here we are, having escaped death by a hair, and we're worried about propriety. How droll. The owners of this house, who are likely dead or have fled, won't care about a few dirty dishes and some stolen water.
Oh yeah? Would you be so gracious, Miss Minor Noble, in years past? If you found some hobos squatting in your manor, would you give them a pass because they looked really haggard? She gazed expressionlessly back before saying,
Fair point.
Besides, who knows how long we'll be here before Belle actually makes meaningful contact with us? She drained the last of her glass.
Fine. Let's go find an inn amongst these ruins, if you like.
I do. At the edge of town where we'd entered, we saw several ruined buildings and plenty of rubble. As we made our way towards the centre, however, things became worse.
Oh my,
Jiyan muttered as she nearly tripped over a burnt body. The flesh and the rock beside it all melded into the same charred black, making it nearly indistinguishable. Those bastards, I said as we looked at it. I'm going to kill every single last one of them.
Not if I get to them first.
For a mercy, we found an inn, and it had escaped the flames. I tried the door and found it locked. Out of fucks to give, I pressed on it firmly with the ley infusing me. It cracked open. Jiyan didn't react in the slightest. So, I asked, where is everyone?
Did you not see the corpses?
Well, yeah, but everyone?
They likely fled. Who knows if they'll come back or not?
I think you're right. I went behind the counter to find a key to a room despite having wrecked the front door. Jiyan caught my eye and we laughed. Propriety.
Penthouse, please.
The inn stood 3 stories high and looked to be of moderate quality at best. I don't think it has one.
Top floor, then.
I looked over the keys and their alien markings. You know, I can't read these either. I'm not sure why I thought numbers would be different. Jiyan helped me pick one out, and we ascended the stairs to find our room. When we went inside, Jiyan clicked her tongue.
Despite my nearly non-existent expectations, this room manages to disappoint me.
One large, lumpy bed dominated the square, undecorated room, which only contained a shabby dresser otherwise. It had a big window, but no balcony. I could barely fit in the bathroom, which wasn't even as spacious as the one in an RV. I came out and put my hands on my hips. This place sucks.
I already said that, albeit a little more eloquently.
Screw propriety? She nodded.
Screw propriety.
We left, without bothering to lock the door or replace the key. Back out on the street, we wandered for a little while before choosing the side of town we'd come in on, owing to the lack of corpses everywhere. The house we'd already invaded seemed small, so we picked a larger one a few streets over and broke the front door on it as well. It wasn't great, but still far better than the inn.
There's nothing really to do but wait, is there?
She asked. I don't think so. Whatever Belle can tell us will be better than wandering around. Do you have any idea where on Mirras we are yet? She sprawled out on someone's couch, kicking her feet up.
Specifically? No. We're in the Zendiri Mountains, as I said before, likely west of Yezar. Although that's merely an assumption based on the trail the Druzha have left behind. But I still couldn't fathom how close to Yezar we are. Attempting to cross the mountains without guides or supplies, while overtaking the Druzha would be stupid at best.
Well, I said, sitting on the couch beside her, you said it. Waiting is our best bet. Want to make dinner? She licked her lips and stared me down.
As you know, I cannot cook. I can supervise cooking, but I cannot do it myself.
I flashed her a charming smile. You can help.
Help?
Yeah, it'll be fun.
It will not.
I'll let you stir the pot. She tried to suppress her smile, but failed, turning away.
You don't even know if you're making something that will involve a pot.
If we do, you can stir it. She snorted.
I'm sure it'll be the highlight of my day.
Of this day, it might very well be. We raided the pantry and Mirras's version of a fridge, a Leyline, of course, and found some ground meat, long curled noodles, and a dark red sauce in a jar. I opened it to smell. It had earth undertones and a hint of spice, which would be good enough. Spaghetti it is! Jiyan cocked her head at me.
What?
It's an earth thing. These aren't spaghetti noodles, but whatever. Also, great news! Her expressionless face still somehow conveyed a heavy load of disdain. There's going to be a pot to stir!
I assure you, Danic,
she said in the most noble voice I'd ever heard from her.
My excitement knows no bounds. Perhaps you can see this on my face.
I sure can. I grabbed her hand and pulled her into the kitchen. I wasn't from Mirras and she was a noble, so neither of us knew exactly how to get the cooking Leyline to work, but we bumbled through it. I made a big show of filling a large pot with water and dumping the noodles in before I reverently handed her a wooden spoon. Stir 'em often or they'll stick. Her expression held only malice, but the gleam in her eyes said she was secretly enjoying this. With a theatrical sigh, she stirred the noodles.
Like this?
She asked mockingly.
Am I doing it?
You are! Great job! Her hand came up to my shoulder, and in a sultry voice she said,
If you weren't necessary for saving this world, Danic, I might very well kill you right this instant.
Good thing I am, I replied, keeping my eyes on the browning meat. We stood there, content in each other's company for a little while, just doing our things.
How do you know when they're done?
You taste them.
But they're in boiling water.
You take them out and then taste them, sometimes over the sink. I thought you said you could supervise things like this.
You know, I thought I could. Was I being pandered to?
I slipped an arm around her shoulder, but said nothing.
Were my servants giving me a pretend task to shut me up, keep me occupied?
Here, let me show you how to test them. She sighed heavily, but let me distract her from her burgeoning existential crisis. Hovering over the sink, she blew on a single noodle and took a bite.
Too chewy?
Yep, a little more time on them then. She kept stirring the noodles intermittently, her eyes downcast, but a small smile still graced her lips. I finished up the meat and added the sauce, letting it warm up. We looked through a lot of cabinets before we found a colander, which Jiyan hadn't even known the word for.
Colander?
She said in an odd accent. Yeah. Do you now know what it is?
I didn't know the name for it. Does that mean I'm hearing your word for it, since none exists in my own head?
I leaned back. Wow, now there's a thought. These translation Leyline are really something else.
Indeed.
We plated the spaghetti-like dinner, filled a few glasses with water, and sat down at a large dining table in a well-lit room overlooking a small, neat garden outside. Just as we were about to eat, a burst of light flared into being on the other side of the room.
Oh, of course,
I said, throwing my hands up. We both chuckled at the absurdity before cautiously approaching the anomaly. Belle's upper body resolved quickly, but her speech still eluded us both, coming through either silent or scrambled. She shook her head and looked to be swearing violently, then said something else pointedly with a lot of gestures she expected us to understand. We did not. Without warning, or perhaps she just warned us, the portal expanded and shone with a glaring brightness. We covered our eyes and stepped back. I brought my arm down and opened my eyes to see the portal gone again.
Well, shit.
Oh, what's this? On the floor where it had been, a thick, folded piece of paper laid there. I opened it to find it crammed full of diagrams and foreign writing.
The hell is this?
Jiyan took it from me and scanned the page.
It appears to be instructions for...
She curled her lip at the thing. Uh-huh.
For creating a Leyline. A beacon of sorts, if what I'm looking at is correct. And I'm reading it right?
She turned the paper over in her hands.
Ugh, looks complicated, to say the least.
Well, let's eat first, and then figure it out.
Chapter 27. Dinner turned out to be wonderful. We even found a wrapped package of something like cookies and demolished them. As we sat there, stuffed, Jiyan read the paper's instructions aloud to me, while I did my best to follow along with the diagram. When she finished, she asked,
So, did that make any sense to you? You're some sort of builder on Earth, correct?
I said, frowning down at the paper.
Yeah, I am.
I traced the lines with my finger.
If we were dealing with electricity instead of ley energy, this beacon or whatever would be a death trap. Almost every single part of its design is incredibly counterintuitive based on how things work on Earth. This would short-circuit immediately and maybe blow up.
Interesting. Can you build it?
I shrugged.
Well, I guess so, assuming you can read all these instructions to me correctly.
She chuckled.
It will be a test of both our skills, then.
With nothing else to do, we immediately set to work. The ruined town provided plenty of other Leyline to scavenge, which was for the best, as fabricating some of the things we needed would have been impossible for a number of reasons. We broke into many homes, laughing a little at the absurdity as we went.
I should probably feel bad,
Jiyan said as we stepped over a shattered front door.
But this is the sort of thing I used to fantasize about during my boring noble duties.
Breaking and entering?
No, just seeing inside people's houses. I often looked upon the great manors in the capital and thought about touring them, just letting myself in the front door and looking around with impunity. Not for any reason, not because I thought I would find anything of interest, but I just wanted to know what lay on the other side of those walls. Perhaps because it was denied to me. I don't know.
Well, live it up while we're here.
She scoffed.
Despite what I implied a moment ago, random provincial houses don't contain the same thrill.
She gestured at the living room we stood in.
Oh, look, a couch. Riveting, I'm sure.
I chuckled. I think it's the best you're going to get. By the way, who would have lived out here, do you know? Yezendi?
Unlikely. There were some, undoubtedly, but this town would have been settled by Saldani. Perhaps a few rare dollar-eye travellers. The settlement we teleported to was quite the shock, honestly. Outside of Yezar, the Yezendi are basically nomads, travelling the world only to return to their mountain home.
The beacon required a handful of things, and the paper Belle had left us helpfully advised us on where to scavenge. Still, things weren't smooth.
We're searching for a polisher,
Jiyan said, the instructions in her hand. What's that? Does it polish bowling balls? She blinked at me without humour.
Boots.
Ah.
And it's rather rare, owing to the fact that the practice itself became antiquated a decade ago. Too pompous, as if that's something the Saldani have ever cared about.
So they just have dusty boots now?
Of course not. We have someone polish them by hand.
I laughed in her face. And that's less pretentious. She shrugged.
I wouldn't say so, but no one asked me. Either way, we'll have to break into many houses before we find one, I think.
Frowning down at the paper, she added,
It seems to be our only option, though. At least the only one Lady Belmora listed. And I doubt either of us know enough to find or fashion an alternative.
A few houses later, I came out of a messy bedroom to find Jiyan looking through the fridge. Are you raiding that fridge? She didn't look up.
Why shouldn't I?
Good point. Does it have anything good?
Depends on what you would find to be good.
I rummaged around and found a bottle of some dark liquid with bubbles. What's this? She curled a lip at it.
Highly pedestrian.
Not what I asked.
Some sort of carbonated monstrosity.
Since her words were accurately translated, I assumed it to be cola of some sort. I unscrewed the top and took a big gulp. Oh, damn, I muttered, slugging the rest of it back before letting out the loudest belch. I glanced at Jiyan. Excuse me. She snickered behind her hand.
Mortifying.
We finally found the polisher, dismantled it, and took the piece we needed. For no particular reason, we made our way back to the house in which we'd had dinner. The parts took most of the kitchen table once we'd spread them out. Where do we start? I asked. She groaned, rotating the paper as she tried to find the text we needed. Maybe you should just start reading things to me and I'll try and make sense of it.
Yes, an excellent suggestion.
I took notes with some stolen paper and a pen that was a Leyline. Trying to make sense of them in relation to the diagram made my head hurt. With a huge sigh, I reached out for the first part I thought I needed. Well, this thing isn't going to make itself, which is very unfortunate. Jiyan attempted to help, which turned out to be more of a hindrance than anything. I couldn't even just ask her to hand me tools. All the work involved the ley, and not defiled ley. My efforts to make her feel useful failed spectacularly. After an hour had passed with only 2 pieces connected, she huffed.
You can't just tell me to move, you know.
I didn't want to be rude. She leaned perilously far back in her chair and sighed.
It's quite all right. I can tell when I'm not needed. I spent a lifetime doing so. Being not needed, that is. No, it's fine. I'm not offended. But I shan't sit here any longer. I'm going to take a shower instead. Hopefully whoever lived here had good taste in soaps.
I let her go and doubled down on the beacon. Water ran audibly through the pipes in the wall as I struggled with the device, only succeeding in attaching one more piece. I regarded my notes. What the fuck does infuse mean in this context? Nothing in the room answered me. The sun had set some time ago, and I realized that if Mirras had clocks, I didn't know what they looked like, never having to read one. At least, I didn't think that was the case. My head dropped into my hands as the jumbled instructions and diagrams swirled uselessly in my head.
Problems?
Jiyan asked from the doorway. I jumped, not having heard her come back or the water stop in the pipes. I've made some progress, but this isn't going to get done tonight, that's for sure. Good thing the Druzha aren't assaulting Yezar right now. I finally raised up and found Jiyan naked and leaning against the doorframe. Oh. Without a word, she came behind me and slipped her fingers over my shoulders. I felt the tiny thread of defiled ley move through her body, giving her hands the strength to provide a firm massage. As she started working on me, I shuddered hard and involuntarily letting out a soft groan.
Oh, damn. That's nice. Very nice.
Yes,
She said, amusement in her voice.
we've been through a rough time lately,
That's one way of putting it.
This would be better without your shirt.
I slipped it up and off, throwing it on the dining room floor. She worked my shoulders before moving down my arms and onto my chest. After she'd rubbed a world of tension out of my muscles, she dusted off her hands.
I wasn't going to comment, but you're rather filthy. To be expected, of course, but you wouldn't be permitted inside the massage parlours in the capital.
Does this massage come with a complimentary shower, then? She nodded vehemently.
If you want it to continue, it's practically required.
Smiling, I got up from the table, sparing only a brief glance for my handiwork.
Ah well, tomorrow.
I let her lead me through the house and to a rather spacious and opulent bathroom that sported a walk-in shower easily big enough for 4 people, complete with a tiled seat.
This is better than the inn.
She threw her head back and laughed.
The gutter would have nearly been better than the inn.
I stood still while she undid my pants and slipped them off. It felt a little weird to be serviced in such a way, but oddly thrilling at the same time. She handled the weird shower controls, operating 3 different heads that formed an arch of water, which she led me into by the hand. The warm water ran down from my head to my feet, feeling nearly as good as Jiyan's massage had. Scented shampoo and soaps appeared from somewhere, and I breathed deeply, closing my eyes as Jiyan washed my hair, her wet body pressed softly against me. Briefly, she pressed her lips to mine, but when I opened my eyes, she'd already pulled away, grinning slyly. After my hair and beard were clean, she moved down to my chest, back, and arms before waving a hand at the seat. She worked her way down my legs before focusing on my cock, sliding her hands slowly up and down its length.
I've not said so before, but I can see why Vera screams the way she does.
I smiled and leaned my head back on the tiled wall.
Yeah, well.
She stood, diverted one of the shower heads over me, washed all the soap off, and set it back before kneeling in front of me again.
I'm afraid the massage is now over.
Before I could say, "Oh, that's too bad," her tongue slid from the base of my cock to the tip, which she took into her mouth, her eyes locked on mine the entire time. With one hand on my shaft and the other cupping my balls, her tongue slid and flicked around me, sending waves of unexpected pleasure through my body. I reached out and gently ran my fingers over the soft fur of her ears, something I'd long wanted to do, but always thought would be too much to ask. Since my cock stood erect between her lips, it didn't seem like too much to ask anymore. She purred at my touch. Her black fur slid smoothly across my skin, her ears twitching faintly in my hands. Her long black tail swished slowly back and forth underneath the still-running shower. I closed my eyes and listened to the shower, reveling in the feel of her mouth on me. The small sound she made and the feel of her smooth hands drove me wild. After a little while, she sat back and smirked.
I will admit that my jaw is getting tired from this. Perhaps you're ready for the next portion.
I'm ready for anything, yes.
We rinsed off again and shut off the water. She led me to a large bedroom, dominated by a canopied monstrosity of a bed with red sheets.
Lay down on your back and let me service you.
Don't have to tell me twice.
I laid back and watched as she slid a leg over to straddle me, the blood in my veins running hot. I hadn't really known whether this day would ever come. She pressed down on top of me and kissed me. I let my hands wander all over her soft skin, running them over her back and sides, grabbing her ass and sliding them down her long tail. She leaned up and scooted forward, pressing her boobs into my face. They weren't quite as big as Vera and Belle's, but they were round and pale, and she jiggled them gently against me as I took a hard nipple into my mouth, lightly pinching and rolling the other with my hand. Low moans sounded deep in her throat, almost on the edge of hearing. She exhaled and smiled while grinding her hips against my big cock. Her wet pussy slid up and down my length as my hands continued to explore her body. I was in no mood to rush anything. She felt differently. Her hand gripped my cock, pressing it harder into her.
Oh, Danic,
She breathed.
I am so ready for this. I didn't know if and when I would be, but now...
She smiled and looked down as she raised up enough to push my tip between her wet lips. I put my hands behind my head on the pillow and watched her eyes flutter and her lips part. Her breath came faster as her hands spread out on my muscled chest and she slowly slid down onto me, her lips stretching around my girth.
Oh!
I put my hands lightly on her hips, not pulling her down or thrusting, just letting her set the pace, slowly moving up and down, adjusting to me. She bit her lip, her eyes wide as she slid further down, stretching further out. An attempt at words only came out as a whimper. I was only halfway in. Smiling, I cupped and squeezed her breasts, giving her hard nipples a pinch and watching her body shake as she lowered further down. Never been with anyone this big? She lowered her face down to my neck and laughed.
No, I have not.
With a little more work, she slid all the way down onto me.
Fuck! I can see even better now why Vera screams the way she does.
I wrapped my arms around her and started gently thrusting into her tightness. Does that mean you'll be screaming just as loud? Between quiet moans, she managed to say,
How gauche that would be.
I relaxed into the soft mattress and closed my eyes, feeling her skin pressed against mine, her tail occasionally drifting across me, and her hips working herself up and down my shaft. Her breath came fast as she gradually sped up. Still, nothing more than a faint moan or whimper ever graced my ears. Her rhythm stayed consistent up until right before she came, when she started bucking wildly on top of me. I held her close, her boobs squished against my face as she shook and trembled, still only letting the faintest moan out as her back arched and her hips jerked. When she finally quieted, she took a deep breath and pulled off and away. I made to get up, but she pressed me back down.
Oh no, you're being serviced tonight. I shall be doing the work.
She turned, her ass facing me, as she took my cock and slid it slowly back inside. My hands gripped her ass as she bobbed slowly on me. Her tail drifted across me again, raking the soft fur over my chest and face. While she made no more sounds than last time, she rode me harder, slamming herself down onto me, her ass jiggling as she did. With my hands behind my head, I watched her impale her tight pussy on my cock, alternating between slow, measured movements and hard riding.
Oh, Jiyan,
I groaned.
I'm not gonna last much longer like this.
The sight of her bouncing ass and exotic tail made the blood surge in my veins, quickly sending me over the edge. She looked back and sped up, slamming down on me as quickly as she could. I gripped her ass and groaned loudly as I came, shooting her full of my pent-up load. She bucked and shuddered again, the tiny moans and whispers barely reaching my ears over the sound of her body slamming against mine. I sat up and pulled her back, and she fell into me as we both jerked and spasmed, pressed tightly together. As we laid there on our sides, still together, she asked,
Was my service acceptable?
I chuckled. Acceptable? I might even go as far as to say agreeable.
Ah, high praise indeed.
Chapter 28. Afterwards, we fell quickly asleep, passing out without remembered dreams. I blinked my eyes open against the morning sun and found Jiyan already awake beside me.
Morning?
Good morning. Shall we get to work?
I groaned.
Let's raid some breakfast first.
As you wish.
The only suitable thing we found was another package of the cookie-like things. Jiyan smothered a grin while we ate them, like she was getting away with something forbidden. As we ate our way through the cookies, I slowly went over the diagram again. You know, this is making a little more sense this morning.
I'm pleased to hear it. I should like to leave this ghost town as soon as possible. I awoke a few times in the night to hear strange noises. Upon investigation, it turned out to be small desert animals scurrying into town, but all the same, it made this place feel uninviting in the dark hours of the night.
And now that the sun's up?
Now I could only think of how many corpses lay in the street. I don't actually believe in ghosts, but all the same, let's get out of here.
You got it. Despite my earlier impressions, the beacon didn't magically pull itself together. The main sticking point ended up being how to infuse something with ley energy. We tried many approaches. First, I just channeled the power into the curled piece that needed to be infused, which did nothing. I tried swirling the magic around it, also to no effect. Jiyan suggested crushing the ley in from all sides, putting it under pressure, as it were. That broke the piece, and we had to find another one. Luckily, it wasn't the part from the polisher. 2 hours later, I held onto the end and basically dripped ley into the metal, watching as it travelled down the length of the piece and slowly built up over time. In the end, it practically glowed.
And that's how you infuse something, I guess. I mean, it looks right.
Jiyan just shrugged. After that, we assembled the parts relatively quickly. I activated it. The beacon pulsed, sending out a weird pattern of ley in all directions.
Is that it?
Jiyan asked.
Looks like it.
She rubbed her face with her hands.
Hopefully Lady Belmora finds it soon. I would like to be back in Yezar by lunchtime.
I think lunchtime passed an hour ago.
Yes, I know. I meant before I resort to eating more of the food here.
For half an hour, we sat at the table and silently watched the beacon.
It was really boring.
I'd nearly nodded off again when a burst of light appeared above the beacon. Jiyan, who had actually fallen asleep in her chair, jumped and brought up her hands, filled with power. When she saw the nascent portal, the defilement seeped out of her.
Oh, well, finally.
The anomaly coalesced above the table, and Belle's voice came through.
Are you there?
We are. Can you bring us back now?
Yes, just a moment.
With that strange reality-bending sound, the anomaly shifted and flattened into a thin circle like the portals underneath Yezar.
Come on, bring the beacon.
Jiyan and I stepped up onto the table, careful not to tip it over. I picked up the beacon and we walked through. We emerged in one of Yezar's portal rooms, coming out from a large metal archway. Belle rushed forward and hugged Jiyan. Vera rushed forward and hugged me. Then they switched. Tethin and a few other Yezendi I didn't know waited at the other end of the room.
You're back,
Belle cried.
We were so worried when the portal stopped functioning.
Vera shook her head.
We kind of assumed the worst. I hate to admit it,
Belle replied.
But we did, until I found you again.
Tethin came up in his walking chair.
Might we assume the Druzha destroyed the teleporter after you came through?
They did, I said. It was pretty much just one big trap. They knew we'd come. He shook his head.
I want to say I'm surprised, but I shouldn't be. As much as we speak ill of them and their lack of refinement and higher learning, they are well skilled in battle and strategy. And well they should be, after centuries of nothing but war. I have to ask, though, you didn't kill them all, did you?
I grumbled and looked away. We killed some inconsequential underlings. I told them the story. Bell paled when I got to the part about Zendar being both a lord and a conduit.
He beat both of you!
Vera yelled. I grit my teeth. Yes. Jiyan patted me on the back.
Danic did rip out his spine, though. Not that I saw it myself. His spine?
Vera yelled again.
And he's not fucking dead?
It wasn't actually his whole spine, just like 4 vertebrae. And no, he was still alive when we ran. Very much in pain, but alive. We can't assume he succumbed to those injuries, excessive though they were.
What a piece of shit!
Jiyan and I nodded in agreement. Tethin harumphed.
It seems that next time, destruction of his brain or severance of his head will be required.
Yeah!
Vera said, her fist in the air.
We'll rip it off and shove it up his arse!
Jiyan and Bell looked mildly scandalized. Tethin nodded approvingly before asking,
So, if this battle ended so swiftly, what took you so long to make the beacon?
What do you mean? I asked. We had to salvage parts from an abandoned city and decipher Bell's instructions. I leaned over to her and apologized. You're lucky we got it done at all. That thing makes no sense as far as I'm concerned. We had to figure out what infusing even meant. Tethin cackled, and Bell tried and failed to stifle her own laugh. What? What's so funny?
Oh, it's nothing.
Bell covered her mouth and looked away.
It is not nothing,
Jiyan said with narrowed eyes, mirroring my own irritation.
A Yezendi 6-year-old could have made the thing in minutes,
Tethin said, making no effort to hide his amusement.
It's one of the most basic lacing possible.
I schooled my face to neutrality. How interesting. Perhaps we should just go before I kill you all. Jiyan snorted.
I was thinking the same thing.
Vera put an arm around each of our shoulders.
Don't worry, guys. I'm just as dumb as both of you. Also, I'll help kill everyone. Except Belle. Let's just beat her up.
I couldn't help but laugh. Whatever. Let's just go already. And here, take our masterwork with you. Tethin took it from me, still snickering. On the elevator ride up, I asked Belle what they'd been able to accomplish in our time away.
Ah, well, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
At Jiyan's insistence, we stopped for lunch first at Tethin's home. I devoured the sandwiches and vegetables, barely tasting them, eager as I was to get things moving. Everyone else did much the same, and conversation remained light until we got going again. We spent the rest of the day touring the improvements made to the city. I thought I'd be needed for more testing, I said, as we passed a few security officers on the streets wearing much more refined versions of the suits I'd originally been involved in testing. Tethin smugly proclaimed,
Give us a task worth doing, and you'd be amazed at what we can accomplish. Often to the detriment of our health and familial relationships, but still wondrous things.
One zealous officer recognized me and asked me to punch him. The armor, which looked like a much beefier version of what Vera and I had been wearing for a long time, contained a multitude of lacing, all interconnected and thrumming with energy. A crowd quickly gathered to watch as word spread.
Looks like I have to do this.
I looked askance at Belle, and she gave me a smiling nod.
Okay.
I punched the guy in the chest at about half strength. He didn't even move.
Holy shit,
I muttered. Murmurs ran through the crowd. The man looked down, and while his helm hid his face, I could see the surprise in his posture. Not wanting to appear weak, I said, "So I pulled that one pretty hard. I didn't know if the armor could really take it. It seems it can. You want full power?" He did. The crowd did. I could tell that Vera did. Okay. I punched him in the chest as hard as I could. The Leyline resisted me, redirecting the force of my lay outward. The armor couldn't handle it all, though, and the guy went sailing backwards through the air to slam into a brick wall, which cracked under the weight of his body. Uh-oh. Shakily, he got back to his feet. I let out the breath I'd been holding. The crowd went wild at the whole thing, cheering for us both. Talk of Yezar's brilliance swept through the people. Belle leaned in.
Give us any reason to pat ourselves on the back and we will.
Shocking. We saw many more officers on our tour, a lot of whom asked for similar demonstrations, but we politely turned them all down. At the front and only gates to the city, I stopped and stood in awe. No one else could see the ley running through the walls like I could. It hadn't been there before, I was sure. I mentioned it aloud, and Tethin and Belle both talked over each other, trying to explain the new Leyline.
They're based on existing designs, of course,
Belle said.
But based on the amount of experimental data from both you and Jiyan, the city's artificers were able to come together like they haven't done in decades.
Tethin scoffed.
Likely longer than that. It's been veritable ages since a problem of this magnitude appeared. Something large enough for everyone to put their own petty grievances aside.
They did, I asked. I know what I helped with, but the whole city came together? I thought it would be hard enough to convince anyone, let alone everyone.
Oh, I don't know that most of them believe the threat is as real as you say it is, but the concept of it has everyone excited in a way I've barely ever seen. Not to mention both of you and your previously unseen powers. The clout that Liran and her team will get from being the ones to work beside you. Her status has skyrocketed already. If she truly makes the most of it, you might have aimed her for a seat on the High Council one day.
And why do you not sit on the council?
Jiyan asked coyly.
Bah, prestigious though it is, it cuts into valuable research time. I wouldn't have made it into the annals if I'd planted my ass on one of those chairs.
We toured the new Leyline more directly, and when I got a chance, I pulled Belle aside. So, this greatness you're always going on about, is that getting into the annals or whatever?
It is, yes. Father was able to do it. His name will be recorded for all Yezendi history.
And how does that make you feel? She smiled.
Good. Proud. He's right, he wasn't a good father, but he cared in his way, and I do love him. Seeing his life's work come to fruition makes me happy.
Not envious? She shook her head.
No, which surprises me. It would have made me insanely envious before, but now it doesn't. It's weird, I must admit.
I hugged her snugly. I'm glad. If you want to pursue these annals, I'm all for it, but it would help if it could all be done at the lake house. She chuckled.
It surely wouldn't work that way.
So what did Tethin do, anyway, to achieve that? She side-eyed me with a mischievous grin.
Do you really want to know? I can explain it, but it's all very advanced stuff. Oh, screw that,
Vera said, having overheard our conversation.
I'll bet it involves a complete arseload of matrices.
She held up her hands and wiggled her fingers, a mocking expression on her face.
It does. Advanced matrices and their applications to... No!
Vera covered her ears and power-walked away.
I don't want to hear it!
We laughed and watched her go. I think she's right. I probably don't want to hear it either if I'm struggling to build baby's first lace-in. She patted my shoulder.
It's partly my fault. I, simplified the...
You can just say dumbed down.
Very good. I dumbed down the instructions I left you, but failed to consider your abject lack of even the fundamentals. Honestly, despite the bit of fun we had at your expense, sorry. It's actually pretty impressive that you managed to build it.
Well, thanks. That makes me feel a little better about it. I smiled and pulled her in. Chapter 29. We spent the next few days preparing and making last-minute adjustments. One of the most exciting things in the tedious hours of waiting turned out to be getting fitted for new armor. Vera, Jiyan, and I all received a new set with embedded lacing. I didn't want to say this out loud, I said to Belle in one of the lacing manufactories, but I'm having some doubts about fighting Zendar directly. Our skirmish in the mountains? I shook my head. He's gained a lot of power. She nodded.
Jiyan gave me a full accounting of what happened, and I passed the important bits to the artificers. Your new armor should provide orders of magnitude more than the last set.
At my sad expression, she asked,
What?
Just that losing the armor affected me more than I thought it would. You made it for me, and it got wrecked. I didn't even keep a little piece of it, which I thought of later. She wrapped her arms around me and sank her face into my neck.
I made it to protect you, and it did. I couldn't be happier.
I rested my hands on the small of her back. That's what Jiyan said at the time. Still, though, it sucked.
When this is over, none of us will have need for armor anymore.
I sighed. Belle, can I tell you something? Something I haven't wanted to say out loud.
Of course.
I'm scared.
Me too.
I pushed her gently away and gazed into her shining golden eyes. I don't mean I'm scared of dying. I am, but it's not at the forefront of my mind. I'm not even really scared of losing. I don't think we will. She tilted her head at me.
Then what?
I'm scared of winning, but not everyone making it through. We slipped our fingers into each other's, her eyes lowering.
I spent a lot of time in the last few days helping with and advocating for the armor that you three will wear. For, that exact reason. I don't want to win and lose someone along the way. That's selfish, isn't it?
Yep. I slipped a hand under her chin and raised her eyes to mine. It sure is. And I hope it doesn't happen just as much as you. We leaned in and softly kissed.
Well,
she said, a sad smile on her lips.
Let's get back to it.
An hour later, I stood tall, encased in a thick skin of metal. Vera and Jiyan appeared, wearing the same thing I did. Our armor had been colored to our liking. I asked for red. Vera's was the same blue as her hair. Jiyan's was a bright, shining gold. It added a lot to our heights. We towered over Belle, Leyline, and the other artificers. Vera slammed a gauntleted fist into her palm.
Those shitfucks don't stand a chance.
I asked, and her father's lacing, along with Belle's upgrades, had been worked into her new set. Her sword hung lightly from her hip.
And before you ask,
she said,
I can still jump.
Without anyone asking, she demonstrated, easily hitting the tall ceiling in the hangar-like room we stood in. Very nice, I said.
Damn right it is.
And then, there was nothing more to do but wait. Naturally, we played around with the new armor during this time. Jiyan initially scoffed at the concept, but once she saw what it could do, she enjoyed herself as much as me and Vera.
They'll strike at night,
Tethin said, as we all sat around his table once again, having had our fill of fun and games. I idly tapped the table. Probably, I would. But I have to ask, doesn't Yezar have scouts or something out there to warn us they're coming?
There are security Leysin, yes, but they only track movement. They'll probably provide us with a little warning, but as we've discussed before, an attack on Yezar is unthinkable. No one has ever done it, for many reasons.
I groaned. Don't you have estimates based on where the last settlement they destroyed is?
Yes, they provide a 5-day window, which we're already in. It all depends on how fast they're traveling and how often they stop. They know we know they're coming, so there's no reason for haste. Quite the contrary, actually. Waiting keeps us guessing.
And gives us more time to prepare. He shrugged.
Who knows what that zealot is thinking?
Good point.
Also, one more thing, Danic. We examined the so-called moat that Jiyan provided.
You did?
Somewhat. No one was brave enough to open that container, and Bell and I highly advised against it. But the tests we were able to do through its little prison were not reassuring.
I doubted they would be.
Well, if your theory is correct, and the Druzha are targeting the translation Leysin in the sky, all they would need to do is release that thing inside it. Everything else would predicate from that. The moat would infect the Leysin, which, if you don't already know, is the most interconnected network of Leysin on Mirras. The defilement would simply appear everywhere around the entire world, assuming the tests were correct. The flows from the translation Leysin reach nearly everywhere. Mirras would be mired in defilement within hours, probably.
Okay, I said in a level tone. Don't let the moat into the translation Leysin. Got it. He grumbled, but said nothing more. We passed the rest of the day as positively as we could, which wasn't saying much. That night, however, turned out to be the night. Luckily, I hadn't even gone to sleep when the security Leysin placed in our room sounded. Vera and I leapt out of bed and were in our armor within a minute. Jiyan stumbled out of her room, blinking sleep away, and fumbled her way into her armor. You, good? I asked.
I'll be fine, I assure you.
She shuffled out of the room while Vera took off from the balcony. Belle stood in the doorway to the bedroom, her eyes wide. I took her hands in my gauntlets. It'll be over soon, very soon. She didn't meet my eyes, but tears fell from hers. She swallowed and took a deep breath.
Yes, over. Everyone will come back to me.
I hugged her very, very gently with my armor on. We will. I have to go. She nodded. Our eyes met. I kissed her and left. Jiyan had barely made it down one flight of stairs before I caught up with her. You sure you don't need to chug something before we go?
No, it's fine.
She chuckled through her helm. True to her word, we hit the street running. A pod waited especially for us, taking us straight to the front gate. A high wall surrounded Yezar, with only this gate as an access point. But if the Druzha could climb like I could, they could well be coming in anywhere. Still, I didn't think they were all capable of that, so meeting at the gate seemed like the best plan. Jiyan and I took a small elevator up to the guardhouse that I had wrecked when we arrived at the city. It had been repaired seamlessly, no evidence of my assault remaining. Vera stood there, bouncing on her feet.
Where are they already?
They haven't actually gotten here? I asked. A Yezendi, maybe the one I'd threatened, I couldn't remember his face, shook his head. The outlying Leysin detected movement that could only be them. They'll be here soon. His voice wavered. I felt for him. I doubted that he, or pretty much anyone else in Yezar, had ever seen real combat. We waited. And waited. Vera started stringing together random swears. Finally, they appeared.
"Oh shit," I muttered. "There's a fucking ton of them!"
They came around the last bend in the path, a tidal wave of bodies that didn't seem to end. Vera made to move, but I held her back. "No, wait, let's see what they can do." For a moment, my fear ratcheted up almost higher than it had ever been. But then, they crashed against the gates. We all looked down in mild shock. Huh? None of them were lords. Barely any of them possessed defiled power, and the ones who did were proving less than useful against Yezar's new defenses.
Should we just go down there and mop them up?
Vera asked.
We could cut through those bastards easy.
I stared at the Druzha hammering impotently against the gate. "Fuck," I said. "This is a distraction." I turned to the Yezendi. "If we leave, can you hold here?" The two regarded the flailing assault below. "If it keeps on like it is, yes. Our Leyline will hold against this for some time." To Vera and Jiyan I said, "Let's go."
Where? Where?
"I don't know, but this isn't where we need to be." My pulse quickened as we hit the streets once again.
What do we do?
Vera asked.
There's only 3 of us.
"We need to get higher." I pointed to the travelling pods. One still sat in the station, ready for our use. We took it to a point high up in the city, halfway up the tallest tower, giving us a view of most of the wall that wasn't obscured by the protruding buildings. "See anything?" We did. Small bands of Druzha popped up on the walls in various places. "Shit, here's the plan. Pick off who you can, but find Zendar. Converge on him and kill him. I'm reasonably certain he's the only one that really matters. The Yezendi can hold off the rest until he's dead. After that, we'll help clean up the rest. Got it?" Jiyan and Vera nodded. The day before, we'd been issued small Leyline that would alert each other if activated. They couldn't convey any information, but they did give a small indication of the direction the signal had come from. They'd have to be enough. Vera leapt from the pod, but Jiyan and I took it back down to the nearest stop and sprinted in different directions. This is it. I picked a random street that went in the direction of one of the incursions I'd seen, flying down between buildings on the power of ley and adrenaline. It's just the whole world that hangs in the balance. No big deal. My fear and anxiety melted away a little once I finally found the Druzha and had something concrete to focus on. The Yezendi, all armoured with the new sets, were more or less invincible, even against the conduit Druzha. Their offensive capabilities, however, were severely lacking. Yezar's lack of conflict showed clearly. They were hardly able to remain standing, let alone keep in formation. Weapons fell out of their hands constantly. Even encased in their impregnable armour, they screamed and flailed. The Druzha battered and beat them with impunity, right until I showed up. I flew up as high as I could before coming down to crash into the street with a deafening boom. The force of my lay left a crater and knocked everyone back. A few twisted and battered Druzha didn't get up again. I quickly scanned the scene, but didn't find Zendar. Well, so much for getting lucky. With grim efficiency, I set about killing the Druzha. The Yezendi's nigh invulnerability, even to my own attacks, made things a lot easier. Without the need to worry about friendly fire, I sent lightning, fire, and undulating waves of earth through the enemy ranks. The Druzha were sliced into pieces, roasted where they stood, or flattened under chunks of earth. The conduits tried in vain to strike me down, their pitiful magics bouncing harmlessly off my armour. Zendar might have been successful in creating more living conduits, but he hadn't come close to matching Jiyan's strength with any of them. I'd expected an endless tide, but in minutes I found myself standing with nothing but Yezendi and a pile of broken Druzha corpses. On to the next, I muttered to myself. Twice more I found the same situation, and twice more I killed Druzha by the dozens.
Where is he?
On my way to the third skirmish, my Leyline activated, sending out a little pulse. I took it out of the small compartment of my armor and held it up. The signal came from the center of the city. Uh-oh. Chapter 30. I flew through the streets once again, heedless of the smaller battles. I turned down unfamiliar corners until I rounded the last one, not to find Vera or Jiyan, but a panicked group of Yezendi standing in front of some tiny wrecked building that was roiling with black fire. As soon as they saw me, one man with some high-ranking insignia on his armor ran up.
Sir Danic, we spotted the Druzha leader. He went in there.
I turned to the tiny building sandwiched between tall towers.
In there? The hell's in there? The elevator to the teleporters!
Oh, fuck, I didn't even recognize it. My blood ran cold. This was it. Everything, absolutely everything had been a distraction for this. Zendar knew exactly where to go. Fuck! I screamed, pushing the man aside and sprinting towards the building. Just before I made it there, Vera soared down from the sky.
What's happening?
I pulled her along, not stopping for a second. Zendar's headed towards the portals. He knew where they were.
Oh, fuck!
I picked her up and sped us along through the path of devastation. Whatever defenses had existed here, Zendar destroyed them all on his way through. The elevator doors were closed, so I leaned my shoulder in and crashed through them, sending us both flying out over the dark shaft that led downwards. I wrapped us up in a shield of ley and rocketed us downward, heedless of what lay below in the dark. We fell, even accelerated as we were, for far too long. Finally, though, the ground met us. Not that we saw it coming. We slammed into it with the force of a meteor. The ley protected us from most of the impact, but we still stood slowly, dazed. We stumbled out into the hallway, and I suddenly remembered what a maze this place was. I reached out wildly with the ley, frantically hoping I could...
Oh, he's still here! That way!
Zendar's magical signature flared like a beacon in the night, a shining mass of pure power. As we sped down the hallway, I felt the Leyline activate in the room he was in.
He's activated the portal!
No time for doors. I crashed through the wall. We tumbled through just in time to see a sneering Zendar step into a portal. Vera wrapped her arms around me, braced her feet, and used her Leyline to leap straight towards the center of the portal. We passed through quickly. I held my arms out, ready to slam into Zendar's back, which we did. He cried out as all three of us hit the... ground? Floor? Clouds? I looked around, suddenly dizzied by what lay before my eyes. The night sky expanded in all directions. Mirras was only a side note, far, far below. What held us up, however, wasn't immediately obvious. I had to really focus to see the ley flowing throughout the structure. It flowed everywhere, much like the ley did through the air. Always there, but difficult to see, even if you tried. The floor below us contained that ley, but nothing else could be seen. Zendar would be able to see it, but to Vera, it would look like we were free-floating high above the planet on literally nothing. The clouds were the closest things, and if you squinted, you might pretend we walked on them. Sort of. When Zendar fell, a small black cylinder clattered to the floor and rolled away.
It's a moat!
He scrambled to get it back, sending out gouts of power towards us. Vera leapt aside, crashing into an invisible wall some distance away. I brushed aside the attacks as best I could, heaving to my feet and stumbling towards Zendar to pounce on him the second he recovered the moat. Our hands both encircled the black container, vying for dominance.
"And here I thought I might not have to deal with you,"
he said, straining to take the moat back. I headbutted him in the face again and again, not wasting any effort talking to him. He grunted, taking the assaults but not letting go. When it became clear that he couldn't just wrestle the moat back, he sent a wave of dark fire over me, followed by wild lightning strikes. He couldn't aim very well like this, but I was grappling with him, so he hardly needed to. My armor shrugged off most of his power, and my own lay did the rest. His victorious smile faltered as I rebuffed his attacks.
"What? How?"
"Fuck you, that's how!" I kicked him mercilessly in the crotch before he turned his body aside. I couldn't aim any better than he could, but that didn't stop me from trying. I sent all the power I could at him. Fire and lightning battered his body, ripping off scales and tearing flesh. He growled, his face a rictus of pain, but he didn't let go. Vera's sword blossomed from his chest, covered in blood. Her vicious grin appeared over his shoulder. He let go. In a massive wave of power, he blew us both back. We tumbled across the invisible floor and slammed into walls we couldn't see. I didn't know what my next move might have been, but it turned out to be moot, since Zendar zipped to my side, bringing both hands down onto my chest in a magically infused hammer blow. My armor saved me from instant death, but only just barely. The shock of his attack rang through my entire body, disrupting my shield of lay and knocking the wind from my chest. The only thought in my dazed mind was to cling to the moat as hard as I could, which I did. His hands clamped around the container. He picked it and me up off the ground. I held my grip as he swung in a circle, buffeting me with waves of power.
"Have to do something. Anything."
Instead of an outright assault, I waited until he opened his mouth again, which I knew he would.
"Give it up, you worthless—"
I sent the smallest and most dense fireball that I could straight between his teeth and angled it down his throat. He tried to scream as a bright flash erupted from his mouth. I sensed the burning lay in his chest. Again, I ripped the moat from his hands. This time, I turned and ran for the portal, which stood open, intending to chuck the moat inside and finish him off here without the distraction. A nice plan. Would have been wonderful if it had worked, but a tendril of defiled lay twisted around my chest and arms, pulling me back. "Oh, come on!" Vera dropped down from somewhere above, her sword's lacing flashing, creating a series of slashes that cut Zendar's tether into pieces.
"Fine, enough of this!"
Power exploded inside him, natural and defiled lay both bursting from his flesh. We stood still, transfixed. Power roiled out of him, regenerating his flesh as quickly as it burned away. It must have been insanely painful. He roared as he charged at us, his magic slamming into us both, an order of magnitude more intense than it had been. My armor could barely withstand it, and my own shield of lay threatened to tear apart at any moment. Vera slashed at him, her sword activating again, but the slicing winds did nothing. They bit into his flesh, but they made little difference against the damage his own magic did, and the cuts melted away almost immediately.
"Vera, run!"
In a split second, Zendar surged forward, batting Vera away with one arm, not slowing down. She hit an invisible wall with a crunch and fell. I watched her body drop much lower than where we stood to slam into another floor. She didn't move. "Fuck!" Zendar rammed his shoulder into me, his power straining my armor to breaking point.
"Enough of this!
Instead of the moat, he grabbed my helm with both hands and channeled pure defilement into me. I screamed and thrashed, the pain overwhelming and staggering. Even with all my power channeled directly to protect myself, substantial defilement got through. I dropped the moat. He kicked me away, which I barely noticed. Getting the defilement out of my face took every last bit of focus I had. By the time I stood, Zendar had the moat in his hands, and he faced me, a triumphant grin on his face.
Watch as the death of Mirras comes.
No! I pushed off the wall and flew towards him, my only thought to get the moat from his hands again.
You have failed, Danic.
No!
Everyone you love will die.
No! I almost had him. I was almost there. He opened the container. Chapter 31.
It's over,
Zendar calmly said. I ploughed into him, pushing him back. He barely resisted, then wrapped his hands around my arms. I pulled back, railed against his grip, but hardly moved.
Watch.
He turned so we could both see the moat hanging in the air. To my abject horror, trails of black began snaking out in all directions.
It's over, Danic. Nothing can contain it now. Its power will travel all over Mirras through the Leyline's networks.
No! I kicked him in the crotch and conjured the biggest fireball I ever had. I sent it into his face, where it exploded impressively, singeing my own skin. He grunted and stepped back, releasing me. I have to contain it. Now! Getting the container from Zendar would take too much time. The moat had to be stopped this instant. I reached out and grabbed it, trying to push it into submission with the lay. For a brief, hopeful second, it worked. But only for a second. It was too much. Far, far too much. It was like trying to stop a river with a spoon. Damn it, I growled. I curled my entire body around it, trying so hard, even though I knew it was likely futile. I'm so sorry, everyone. Zendar laughed as he pulled me away and threw me towards the portal.
Go back. Go back to Yezar and tell them all what comes for them.
No, there has to be something. I watched the tendrils of dark power trail out in all directions, infecting the floors and walls of the Leyline. Zendar's laughter echoed throughout the chamber.
Gorshek Zinkarsh!
Someone screamed. It wasn't me. It wasn't Vera. I couldn't see where she'd landed. I didn't know if... The screaming came closer. There's no one else here. Jiyan burst through the portal, wrapped in a wreath of power, the defilement practically boiling around her. In that split second, I suddenly knew what I had to do. Pulling all the power I could around my body, I pushed off the wall once again, aiming not at Zendar, but to the side. His eyes didn't know which one of us to follow. In the tiniest window of opportunity, I pivoted and slammed into his side, putting all my weight and all my magic into one singular goal: to move his stupid ass out of the way. We tumbled across the now visible floor. Jiyan soared to the moat, wrapping her whole body around it. She screamed in rage and pain. The Leyline we stood in shuddered.
Zor! Drakmorek!
Zendar yelled. His body erupted once again with the torrent of self-immolating power. I couldn't see Jiyan anymore. Her screams sounded from inside a ball of darkness which sucked the trailing defilement back inside, along with Zendar's. He gaped as the magic left his body to swirl and sink into the black sphere. Before I could make a move, he brushed me hard to the side and bolted towards Jiyan. "Oh no you don't, asshole!" I flew towards him, slamming into his back, knocking him down to his knees.
Zor!
He thrashed wildly, trying to shake me off. With one hand around his neck, I slammed the other into his kidneys again and again. He grunted and flinched each time, still trying to shrug me off. Dark magic still funneled off his body and into Jiyan's sphere. Without the defilement, his natural lay was only an even match for mine. This is better, but what now? Even if I could hold him here, I wasn't killing him. Jiyan would need help, wouldn't she? With a sinking feeling, I could feel Zendar creeping forward no matter what I did. I tried every assault I could think of. They all crashed into his back, rending flesh and ripping scales, but he still pressed on, his lay keeping him going. No opportunities to rip out his spine presented themselves. I'd have to let go to try. He kept growling in the Druzha tongue, weathering all my attacks, making none of his own, just inching forward. In a flash of bright blue metal, Vera landed in front of him. Her helm had shattered into pieces, and blood ran down her face. Her eyes were burning with malice as she held out her sword and said,
"Shula Gesh!"
She summoned the slicing winds, which tore into Zendar's body. He flinched backwards. I wrenched his arms behind him and crushed him to his knees. Vera's winds came again and again and again. He tried to heal himself, but his natural lay couldn't keep up, and the defilement siphoned off as fast as he could channel it. Vera attacked without pause or mercy. I held fast. Zendar screamed, his cries eventually drowning out as he choked on his own blood. Once the front of his body had been reduced to a bloody ruin of flayed flesh, his magic quiet, Vera spun and cleaved his head straight off. It thunked to the floor. I released his body, stood, and stomped on his head, reducing it to nothing but gore. We shared a brief glance and ran to Jiyan. The black sphere had collapsed, leaving a silhouette of her body. A layer of defilement lay thick over her skin. She turned her head towards us. In a raspy, pained voice, she said,
"Sa su lan il?"
I had no idea what to make of that. Vera cocked her head for a moment, then pointed at the moat's container, lying forgotten.
"Zini!"
I scooped it up and held it out towards Jiyan. She extended her hands, the pulsing moat inside, and pressed it firmly down. I clamped it shut. In a great sucking implosion, the entire Leyline shook. Jiyan, now looking more like herself again, moaned and fell to her knees. Vera and I dropped to her side, but she waved us off, a small smile on her lips. "You gonna be okay?" She stared at me before replying,
"Shurin daina. Shurin daina."
"Gonna take that as a yes." She held up a finger and pressed a hand to her chest, her breath slowing. "Wait, I guess." Vera's eyes drifted over to Zendar's corpse. "It's over. It's actually fucking over. All of it." Chapter 32. I felt a world of weariness in my body, and the others seemed much the same. After a few minutes, we all shakily stood, and with the moat in Jiyan's hands, we stumbled our way to the portal. On the other side, I saw a trail of death I had glossed over while focusing on Zendar's trail. He'd murdered his way through a lot of Yezendi before slipping into the portal. Jiyan turned and said something incomprehensible. We stared back. Whatever she said next must have been something along the lines of, "Oh yeah, still, this," based on her body language. She held out the moat. I took it. She wandered off, waving us away when we tried to follow. She going to the bathroom or something? Vera and I slumped down against the wall. The elevator down here had been wrecked by Zendar, so Jiyan and I were going to need to magic us all out again, and I didn't have the energy for that. The battle above must still be raging on. Hopefully the Yazendi figured out how to competently swing a sword. I should probably have cared more, but I was so tired.
Nash, Johnny Ashtek-san.
Oh yeah. I turned to Vera with a huge smile. She cocked an eyebrow at me. Now's as good a time as any. I put my hand on my chest and then on hers. I love you. She shook her head at me. I love you. More gesturing on my part.
Ah!
A bright smile split her face.
I love you.
Yeah, close enough. I pulled her in and kissed her hard, heedless of the blood on her face. I pulled back. Now you! I pointed.
Kizorzuna.
Kizorzuna. She laughed loudly and leaned in to kiss me. We said it to each other over and over again before Jiyan reappeared at the door.
Tuliosti?
She said, a confused look on her face. I shrugged and pulled Vera up as I hauled myself to my feet. Let's go. We rocketed up the elevator shaft and stepped out into the streets to cheers from a huge crowd that had gathered around. No other Druzha had been let inside, which was all they could do, but it still helped. We spent the rest of the night mopping up the Druzha. I would have brought Zendar's head to send a message, but I had smashed it to bits. We made a point of killing any living conduits, of which there weren't all that many, considering the size of their forces. None of them posed a challenge to any of us. Even Vera cut them down with impunity. Finally, they got the message. It was over. The rest turned and fled. The day, or night, was won. As we stood there, watching the last of the Druzha flee, it all seemed so surreal. The moment we'd been chasing since I'd come to Mirras was here. Now. This very moment. It didn't feel real, but it was all the same. We met up under the starlight, exhausted, trying to convey the meaning without the words to do so. When we dragged ourselves back to our temporary home amidst non-stop cheers, I opened the door and nearly got bowled over by Belle. She got a good look at me and then stopped short. She curled a lip and said something that probably translated as,
Ew.
We communicated as much as we could through gestures, but the full recounting of our story would have to wait. Jiyan, Vera and I took a shower and fell into our beds. We left our armor on the balcony, vaguely hopeful that someone else would spontaneously wash them. Sometime later, in the early afternoon, I woke up to find Vera awake beside me. Kind of.
Hey?
She slurred.
Bet we still can't understand each other.
Actually, looks like they fixed it.
Oh, shit.
She sat up and smiled.
Let me try.
Try what?
I love you.
I'm assuming you said that in English?
I did.
Huh.
What?
The Leyline must correct for shit pronunciation. No, I mean... She threw her head back and laughed a full-throated laugh.
Oh, damn, did mine suck?
Well, yeah. She wrapped her arms around me.
It's okay. So did yours. Like, real bad.
We mocked each other a little more, but eventually got up and got dressed. I left the bedroom to find her cramming an obscene amount of cookies in her face from plates that must have been recently provided. Cookies for breakfast?
Uh-huh.
She said around a mouthful.
1, it's late lunchtime at least. 2, fuck it.
You know, that second one's a really solid point. I joined her, powering down cookies until I regretted it. An attendant stood outside the room, ready to whisk us away whenever we emerged. To where now? I asked. There's an informal celebration being held, he said. Lady Belmora and Lady Jiyan are already there. Oh, informal. That's nice. Yes, well, the formal one will be held tonight. Oh. We were taken to the Leyline development facility where I tested the armor. The Azendi had set up a rushed-looking banquet, tables filled with weird but delicious hors d'oeuvres and glasses of mildly alcoholic things. Belle rushed into my arms this time.
Danic! Oh, Danic, we did it! You did it! I can't believe it!
Me neither, really. She pulled back, our arms still on each other's waists.
I was so scared. I kept wishing there was something, anything I could do.
You'd already done it. Without you, none of this would have happened. She snorted.
You know, you could say that in more ways than one. I helped the Druzha in the first place, but if not me, it would have been someone else, and they might not have done what I did after.
There you go.
Still, sitting in a room, waiting. It was the height of torture, not knowing.
She shook her head.
Jiyan filled me in on what she saw. Perhaps it was better I didn't know at the time.
It was touch and go there for a while, yeah. Honestly, I thought we'd lost.
So did everyone when the translations failed. It was possible that your fight had just damaged the Leyline too much, or...
Yeah, it was the ore.
But Jiyan contained it. Astounding!
It really was.
Did he suffer? Zendar, I mean. Jiyan glossed over it, but the gleam in her eye said he did.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Good. Also, good that he's dead.
So what's happening with the moat?
Oh, that...
She sheepishly smiled and looked away. What?
Among my other very recent research, and with Father's help, we believe we know how to destroy it, along with the first one we obtained. Special Leyline will need to be fabricated to do it safely, but the research seems sound.
Pride filled her voice, but she wouldn't quite meet my eyes. There's something you're not telling me here. A moment passed before she looked up.
There's talk that my name will be recorded in the annals because of it. The word groundbreaking is getting thrown around.
I smiled and squeezed her shoulders. That's wonderful! Congratulations! It's what you want, right?
You know what's really stupid and funny?
What?
I don't really care if I make it in or not.
I laughed. What? After all this? She shrugged.
It would be nice. Father would be proud. But he's told me he's proud of me anyway, which was a first. But if they don't put me in there, it's fine. I won't be bothered. I have something I care about more now.
A loud, boisterous toast made by a slightly inebriated Tethin interrupted our conversation. He spoke of all of us in ringing tones of praise, regaling the crowd with our story, which he must have heard from Jiyan, as it only had her perspective. The true parts, anyway. Still, the people listened, rapt at the telling. Zendar was 10 feet tall in Tethin's version and shot lasers from his eyes. I hadn't known Mirras even had lasers. Vera, Jiyan, and I pummeled him mercilessly until he exploded in a shower of gore, voicing non-stop regrets in the Druzha tongue, which I guess we understood, somehow, lamenting the hubris of opposing the might of Yezar and its allies. Honestly, it was a really good story, if biased. We enjoyed our time there until the formal celebration started. I'd worried that we'd need to dress up for it. Jiyan wouldn't mind. She'd probably enjoy it. I didn't know what Belle would think. I knew exactly what Vera would think. For a moment, I let her believe we had to wear formal attire.
Are you fucking kidding me?
She wailed as we stopped off in our rooms.
We saved the world. We should be able to wear what we want. I cannot believe that...
We stopped her and told her we'd been having a little fun. She punched me hard and gave the others a death glare, but the gleam in her eyes said she appreciated the joke. Chapter 33. The formal celebration mainly involved sitting in assigned seats in one of the tallest tower's banquet halls. Attendants brought us whatever we asked for, which included as much booze as we liked. No one expected us to make any speeches, although a lot of other people did. Some of them knew what they were talking about, some were clearly blowing smoke for political gain, and some were just plain hammered. No one paid any attention to any of them, really. It turned out that Yezendi didn't care for late-night parties, and by sunset things began to wind down. Jiyan seemed disappointed, but Belle and especially Vera were ready to leave. "What now?" I asked, as we filed out of the banquet hall.
Well,
Belle said,
I have many things to do here still, but should you wish it, I can arrange for you to be sent home to Vera's village.
Vera stopped in her tracks.
Really? I thought we'd be stuck here for who knows how long doing things.
Belle chuckled.
No, nothing else is required of either of you. You could probably live like royalty here after what you've done, but no.
Vera hopped on her feet.
Send us home, home. I'll get things ready.
While Vera headed back to our rooms to pack up our meager possessions, I found Jiyan leaning against a railing on a balcony, away from the crowds. "Hey."
Hello, Danic.
She turned and regarded me with a wry smile.
You're here to ask me what my plans are.
"I am." I slid a hand over hers. "You're welcome to come with us."
I know, and I appreciate that. Part of me wants to take you up on it, but there are many other things I wish to do.
She gazed out over the horizon towards the last light of day.
I'm sure I've been declared dead, and my titles and holdings passed on. Not that I mind, of course, but I'd like to return to the capital and, settle some scores, let's say.
"Oh, yeah?"
Oh, I don't mean murder people.
"You, sure about that?"
Some deserve it, I'm sure, and I could, but it would be such a hassle. No, I want to show my face again, bring some secrets to light, ruin some nobles, and leave.
"Sounds like someone's going to get murdered because of you." She nodded.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. You never know.
Her grin and narrowed eyes clearly stated which one she desired.
After that?
She shook her head.
I don't know, Danic. I thought I would by now, but I don't. Perhaps I never will. But it's enough to know there will always be a place for me.
With nothing else left to say, we hugged, shared a small kiss, and I left. I found Vera outside the building we'd been staying in, a few bags over her shoulders, one of which she gave to me. "What about our armor?"
Gonna be shipped later, by portal, whatever.
She practically danced on her feet, her eyes flicking up and down the street. "Antsy?" She levelled a withering glare at me. Finally, Belle and a few official-looking Yezendi showed up and led us to another portal facility on the ground level, much like the high-security one underneath the city. As soon as the portal opened, Vera sprinted into it, yelling,
Bye, Belle! See you soon!
I took Belle's hand in mine. "When will you be joining us? You are still coming, right?"
Of course. I haven't been quite as vocal about the lake house as Vera, but I want that life too. There's just so much here, not to mention a possible positive relationship with Father that I can't just up and leave. I'll be here for a few weeks, I think, but I'll come when I can.
We leaned in and kissed. "We'll be looking for you. Good luck getting into the annals."
Thank you, Danic. I'll be along when I can.
As I stepped through the portal, I felt a lifetime of tension fall away. "Now it's really over," I said to myself as the village lay shining in the twilight in front of me. The gate stood open, waiting for me. My boots kicked up a little dust as I strode through, making my way to where I knew Vera would be. Light gleamed out of the windows of Riss's house, and her front door stood open. I let myself in. Riss sobbed uncontrollably, Vera caught in a vice-like bear hug. "Hey, Rip!" She dropped Vera and spun to wrap me up, squeezing for all her muscled arms were worth. I pulled in just a little bit of lei to help me withstand it as I hugged her back. She finally let go and stumbled back to plop down on the couch, tears still flowing freely down her cheeks. After a few minutes where we politely sat in silence, she passed her hands over her face and white hair.
"Oh, shit!"
she muttered. "We're back," I helpfully said. She worked to get her shuddering breath under control.
"Oh, shit, I've been so worried. Every single day I look down the road, hoping you'd come back, never knowing. It's not like the news of the world makes it here very quickly, and what you were doing wasn't, I assume, common knowledge." "Not until the Druzha actually assaulted Yezar,"
Vera said. Riss shook her head.
"Unbelievable! Truly! We'll give you the full story at some point."
She smiled.
"I hope so, but yeah, it doesn't need to be right now. But you are going to stay a while, right?" "Of course."
Chapter 34. A little over a month later, I stood outside our lake house. Not having to worry about building codes, permits, or land ownership had been the best, most freeing feeling I'd ever experienced, right after having magical powers. Vera and I scouted out potential locations for a few days, traveling up and down the river, talking about 1,000 different things and giving each place that we found a grueling inspection. I cared about elevation and grade, while she cared about which trees would be nearby. Settling on just one took some time, but we did it. Riss helped immensely with the construction, as did many people from the village. Vera chose the trees to fell for lumber. Riss fabricated 100 different things, tools themselves included, and I did most of the actual construction, aided by the lei. Magicking heavy boards and sheets of metal with my power made week-long jobs last mere hours. I was a little loath to admit it, but a load of the Leyline outstripped Earth's tools by a long shot. Julius was often around, showing up with carts full of the best food I'd ever had. The house practically flew up. The floor plan had expanded a lot during the planning stages. What started as a quaint cottage had quickly ballooned into a proper manor, complete with multiple bedrooms for guests, a huge kitchen, spacious living room, a finished basement, and 3 above-ground stories. Belle had arrived from Yezar a few days before and immediately set to work. With Riss's help, she filled the house with all manner of Leyline, providing every little comfort we could think of, and a few I'd never experienced. Except for a TV or the internet, it rivaled an opulent house on Earth, and, in some ways, far exceeded one. I looked up to see Belle waving at me from one of the higher windows. She must have been installing more fancy Leyline. Vera swam lazily in the lake, which she often did, multiple times a day. I joined her about half the time.
"Danic?"
I turned, surprised at the voice behind me. Jiyan stood there, gazing at our new home. Instead of the finery that I'd expected to see her wearing these days, she wore a leather jerkin and traveling clothes, a pack slung over her back. "Jiyan! Is that you?" I rushed over and set my hands on her shoulders. "What's this? You surely didn't deign to wear all this on purpose."
"I'm glad to see you too."
I laughed and pulled her in for a hug, which she tightly returned. "Seriously, though, what?"
"Perhaps I'll regale you all over dinner. I am welcome for dinner, aren't I?"
Jiyan. I took her hand and shook my head. Come with me. I pulled her into the house and up one of the sets of stairs, passing a few doors down the hallway. The sound of Belle hammering some new lace in drifted through the house. I opened one of the doors to reveal an empty bedroom. Here it is. Jiyan stepped in and examined the space.
Is there something I should be looking for?
Nope, this is it. She coolly regarded me.
I'm sure you're having the height of fun right now, but perhaps you can see your way to telling me what I'm looking at.
I spread my hands. This is your room. Her eyes slowly widened.
It's what?
It's yours, now and forever. If you want us to put some furniture in it, we will. If you want to bring your own, that's fine too. But it'll always be here for you.
Danic.
She gazed around again, seeing it in a new perspective.
You added this to the house just for me?
We all agreed on it immediately. It's yours.
Huh,
she said in a small voice. I glanced over to see Belle leaning against the doorway. Jiyan turned back around.
Lady Belmora.
Belle smiled and went to her, putting her hands on Jiyan's shoulders.
It's so good to see you. And I'm glad we could give you this. But if you could do something for me? Yes? Just call me Belle, okay?
Jiyan smiled and looked down.
I will attempt it. That's all I can ask.
We retired downstairs to find Vera coming in from her swim, dry but naked.
Jiyan! Vera! I'm in my own house. I do what I want. Clothes are optional. I see.
Belle and I snickered at the scene. Later, a clothed Vera and I made dinner in our extravagant kitchen. We all sat around the massive dining room table I'd made.
So,
Jiyan said,
I went back home. To say that people were surprised to see me would be an understatement.
Did you enact all the, I said, waving my hands, revenge and such that you spoke about? She smiled a malevolent grin.
Oh, I did indeed. The scandals that have flowed from me, they were delicious. Some of my intended targets had already been cast down by their involvement with the Druzha, but I knew of many more and other secrets besides. And since I cared nothing for my own welfare, since no one can hurt me anymore, or any social standing, I was free to divulge anything and everything. Tremors from this will be felt for years, I should think.
Belle, with a pained smile, said,
Well, I'm pleased you enjoyed yourself. I did, I really did. But what of you? I half thought you'd stay in Yezar. I heard your name made it into the annals after all.
Belle blushed.
It did. I had my detractors, but Father and Danic's influence paved the way, really.
She doesn't mean I did anything, I said. She dropped my name 100 times and it worked.
He's right, that's true. Father did coerce a few people, but there were more people for it than against it, so I made it in. My name will be remembered for all time,
she said in between bites like she spoke of the weather.
Congratulations!
She shrugged.
Thanks, it's a nice novelty. Only that?
She laughed lightly.
Yes, once my greatest dream, one I never truly thought I'd attain, and now it's just some ink in an old tome. The most fulfilling part is that Father's name is recorded in the same tome. That, more than anything, makes me happy. I'm glad to hear it. How is he? Well, he's trying to make up for being a terrible parent my whole life. He visits sporadically, always bringing gifts. Mostly cookies. Vera eats most of them. They're fucking great, you're missing out.
Jiyan chuckled.
And what of you, Vera? What of me? I sit on my arse all day every day. I sleep in, take a bunch of swims in the lake, go hunting for dinner, and stay up late and watch the stars. It's everything I wanted. No more ambitions?
She scoffed loudly.
Fuck no, I got rid of those. I saw the world, it sucked. In true Dollar-Eye fashion, I'm staying here in these woods forever. Maybe we'll portal somewhere sometimes, but not for long.
I leaned in. And what about you, Jiyan? What now?
Well, this might surprise you all, but I thought I'd try being... how gauche this all is. A sellsword.
We all recoiled. I recovered first. Are you serious? That's the opposite of the things you like. Her cheeks reddened, and she shrugged.
Yes, so it was. But as I left the capital, I thought a complete overhaul was in order, so I chose this.
She held out her hands.
We'll see how it goes. But a lot of my refinement got beaten out of me during our travels.
Not all of it, I said, wincing. She laughed.
No, not all of it. But still, I want something completely different. That being said...
She held all of our eyes in turn.
You have no idea how much it gladdens me to know that I'm welcome here, that you want me here. If it's all right with you, I would consider this my permanent home.
We fell over each other to assure her that it was just fine.
Then I will always return here after my travels.
After dinner, we all cleaned up and Jiyan retreated upstairs at Belle's insistence. Apparently, she had many new lace-in she was dying to show off. Afterwards, Vera and I raided her secret candy stash. It wasn't actually a secret, but she called it that even though Belle and I both knew about it.
Oh, shit,
she said after we'd gotten started.
I left some of the good stuff in my other secret stash.
We knew about that one, too. She crept up the stairs to the second floor, but came almost immediately back down with a strange smile on her face. What? She beckoned me towards the stairs and softly said,
You're gonna want to see this.
I shrugged and followed. At the top, we looked around the corner to find Jiyan pressing Belle up against the wall, their lips together. Oh, shit, I mouthed at Vera. She nodded emphatically with a huge grin. I leaned down and said as quietly as I could, What do we do? Think we should join them? She bit her lip.
I do now,
she whispered back. Since I couldn't think of a good way to approach this, I just stood up and walked around the corner. Belle's eyes darted over to me. Jiyan looked over with a lidded gaze. They didn't stop kissing. Jiyan crooked a finger at me and Vera. In short order, we all stood close, pressing Belle against the wall, alternating between kissing her and slowly stripping off her clothes. She squirmed and moaned, her eyes as big as they could go. By the time she stood there naked, she was laughing and trying to escape, to no avail.
Hey, what about you all? As if you aren't enjoying it,
Jiyan said in a husky voice. Finally, we let her break away from our clutches. We all had our own rooms, but she ran to the one that she, Vera, and I shared. It featured a ridiculously massive bed that I had made for exactly this purpose. We followed to find her stretched out on her back.
Come and get me, but take your damn clothes off too.
I was first, it seemed, as Vera and Jiyan immediately turned on me and pulled my shirt over my head and unbuttoned my pants simultaneously. In seconds, I stood there naked as well. Vera shrugged out of her clothes faster than mine had come off, and we both helped Jiyan, who had quite a few more straps and belts to work with. With silent agreement, Jiyan lithely laid down on top of Belle, while Vera pulled me down on top of her. We spent just as much time ogling Jiyan and Belle as we did kissing and touching each other. Vera slipped her hand down between us to glide up and down my already hard cock. She rubbed me against her lips, moaning softly and writhing. "This doing it for you, then?" I asked. She laughed, her eyes still on the others.
Yes it is.
Without any more preamble, she slid my cock inside her. I turned to watch Jiyan and Belle while gently pumping into Vera. Both of their eyes were on us, too. Vera flung her arms up over her head and wrapped her legs around me. She never stopped looking over as her moans got louder and louder. With a devious smile, Jiyan dismounted Belle and came around to the other side of us to lie down and take Vera's nipple in her mouth. Belle rolled over and did the same on her side. Vera's eyes rolled up in her head. I started pounding into her hard.
She's going to scream,
Jiyan said, her tongue still on Vera. We all recoiled at the ear-shattering sound, but kept right on pleasuring her. Her entire body bucked and arched, and her legs shook uncontrollably, unable to stay wrapped around my waist. Her hands gripped the pillows hard. One orgasm chained into the next, each one accompanied by nearly as loud wails. After enough, she weakly pushed us all away to curl in on herself, still shaking wildly. A few moments later, she rolled onto her back and said, barely audibly,
Fuck.
Was it good for you? I asked. Belle and Jiyan chuckled.
Pretty good, I guess.
Just that? I guess we'll have to do better next time.
No,
She said, her hands coming down between her legs.
you'd kill me.
I gave her leg a squeeze. Well, who's next?
Me?
Jiyan said, already bending over.
Not to be greedy, but I'm next.
As you wish. I positioned myself behind her while I watched Vera blink herself back to lucidity. One hand slid up her tail as I guided myself in with the other. She was nearly as wet as Vera had been. Her head dropped as I started to stretch her out, a tiny moan drifting back for me to hear. Belle came around to my left and lazily let her hands slide over my skin. By the time I was fully inside Jiyan, Vera had recovered enough to come to my other side and do the same. I alternated kissing them both while trying to touch as much as I could. 2 hands simply weren't enough. I gripped Jiyan's hips and squeezed her ass, reached around to do the same to Vera and Belle, or slid up to cup their breasts and pinch their nipples, which Vera still wanted more of, even after the climaxes she'd had. All 3 of us watched my cock slide in and out of Jiyan, who characteristically only made the softest sounds, although she often looked back with lidded eyes and licked her lips.
I love watching that,
Belle said, her hand gliding down my chest and onto Jiyan's ass.
Fuck yeah!
Vera said, her hand between her legs.
Look at her pussy gripping your huge cock. That's so fucking hot. Is that what mine looks like too?
Yeah, it is.
Shit, I'd push her aside and demand more right now if I hadn't just orgasmed a million times. No!
Jiyan said sharply.
It's my turn!
We all smiled. My hands settled on Vera and Belle's asses, while they each held one side of Jiyan's hips. Being inside her while kissing the other 2, having them there beside me, was almost too much. I had to briefly slow down, much to Jiyan's displeasure. Belle insisted it be done, though.
I'm not about to lose my turn.
After that, I kept a steady rhythm as I went back and forth from watching her ass bounce and jiggle and pressing my tongue into Vera and Belle's mouths. Jiyan's back started to arch and her moans became decidedly audible.
Do it!
Vera yelled, slapping her ass.
Come all over his cock.
Jiyan pressed her face into the pillows and her toes curled, her body trembling. I pulled Vera and Belle in tight to me as I fucked her through her orgasm. Her body unclenched all at once, and she melted down into the bed, slipping off of me.
My turn. Where do you want me? Ride him.
Jiyan said weakly, her eyes still closed.
I want to see that.
I shrugged. I wouldn't want to disappoint. Leaving Jiyan where she lay, I rolled down onto my back and put my arms behind my head. Vera plopped down beside me and guided my cock in as Belle climbed on top. Her jaw dropped and her eyes squeezed shut as she impaled herself on me, taking me in as fast as she could. Jiyan rolled over and laid her hand on my chest. In a similar fashion to the last position, Belle rode me while I alternated between kissing Vera and Jiyan. All three of us directed our attention at Belle again, pinching her nipples and cupping her boobs, running our hands over her entire body, and she leaned down to kiss all three of us in turn. She moaned loudly under everything we did, riding me harder and faster, guaranteeing that this wasn't going to last long. Her shining eyes got wider and more unfocused as she went. Soon she leaned down and pressed her face into my neck.
Do it!
Vera yelled again, slapping Belle's ass.
Come all over his cock too!
This was followed by a loud bout of giggles. I wrapped Belle up in my arms and groaned, "I'm gonna blow!" Jiyan leaned in and said,
Yes, fill her up. I want you to.
If I wasn't about to come already, that would have sent me over the edge. Belle and I came hard together. She arched her back and pressed her boobs into my face, her legs shaking on either side of me. I exploded deep inside her, shooting more than I thought I was capable of, filling her up to bursting before I was done. We laid there, panting for a while before we could move again. After a little bit of post-coital kissing and touching, we moved into the huge shower we'd installed for just such a purpose, easily large enough for all of us to stand comfortably and with our own shower heads. Everyone was smiling stupidly. To my surprise, no one bothered with clothes after we'd dried off. Well, I'd expected it of Vera, but Belle and Jiyan seemed to be on board as well.
Oh, yeah.
Belle said.
I was going to show you some lacing before. Yes, you were,
Jiyan replied.
Now is a fine time.
They kissed me and Vera lightly again before heading off into another part of the house. Vera and I went out to sit on the edge of the lake, halfway into the cool water. The day was nearly at an end, the sun making its way towards the horizon. Did you ever think we'd really make it here? I asked after a long, comfortable silence. She leaned into me, her bright blue hair falling over my chest.
No, I didn't. I said it all the time, wishing so hard for it, but it seemed too much like a fairy tale, you know? No one really gets happily ever afters. I thought one of us, probably me, would be killed somewhere along the line, and it'd be all noble and shit, but it would still be the end. What about you?
Nah, I never doubted it. She snorted and punched me in the leg.
Sure.
I didn't. I pulled her in close as we gazed out over the water.
I love you.
Kizozuna. The end. This is the end of Leyline Magus, a progression fantasy. Book 3, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more fantasy books and audiobooks like this one, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, X, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Leyline Magus, a progression fantasy, Book 3, written by Isaac Keyes and Marcus Sloss, performed by Adam Stubbs and Mia Fothergill. Text copyright 2024, Isaac Keyes and Marcus Sloss. Production copyright 2024, Royal Guard Publishing, LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.